Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, folks. We have a fine program here tonight. Amy Wallace is here, and Don Rickles will be out in just a second. Paul, did you have a nice weekend?
I had a lovely time here in the city. The weather was swell, but I'm
very excited about having this next gentleman on our program. As I mentioned at the top of the show, never fails to make me laugh. He will be appearing at the Westbury Music Fair right here in New York beginning September 28th through October 2nd. Truly one of the funniest men in the world. Please welcome Don Rickles. You look great.
You got a real laid-back crowd here.
No.
They're all sitting there with grenades and guns.
They're happy to see you. We get a good group, and
you should do. And I've never been on your show. I've been with you once in Los Angeles,
right?
When Johnny Carson, when you were. You remember him?
Yeah.
Ed McMahon, who you're going to have on tomorrow night.
He'll be here tomorrow.
I just saw him today. We had a drink together, and he runs in front of Johnny's car and checks for grenades and all that. It's his whole life, Johnny Carson. Paul, have yourself committed.
That's the nicest thing anybody's ever said.
Awfully nice guy, but there's a new thing out called food. The black kid's sitting there going, what's he making fun of him for? What's he making fun of him?
Don, that's Hiram Bullock.
Hiram Bullock, yeah,
Don
that's
Rickles.
a black guy, Hiram Bullock. They give themselves those funny names so to stump the cops. What's your name, boy? Hiram Bullock. Now go take that. I kid you, Hiram. You're black and I'm white. That's the breaks. Is he laughing? See if he's laughing.
No, he's laughing, sure. Yeah.
How old are you, Hiram? Yeah, and he's tired already. Look at that. Later on, we'll come over and have harmonica lessons here. Okay. Good to see you, Hiram. You're a good fella.
Don, you just got back.
Can I ask you something?
Please
David?
do.
When you were a kid, did they hang you? Do you notice every time I watch you, he sits like you got a stick on your can and you're waiting for field day or something. You're like Carson, the real Midwest guy. He never perspires. I bet when you get married, you make love to the wife. Not a trickle, nothing. I bet you probably stand by the end of the bed going, well, I want to take a crack at it, huh? What do you say? Anyway. I could say anything because at 12:30 nobody's up.
No, there's a fine group of folks out there.
No, you have a
doing
good
this.
following. I never thought you were going to make it. I'm delighted for you. I was one of the guys that said, this guy's a stiff, he ain't going to make it.
No.
And Crystal, that kid Crystal, Danny, not Danny, Billy Crystal.
Billy Crystal.
Yeah, who's your good friends, like Newhart and I. You are good friends.
Yeah, he's a very funny man.
Yeah, he is.
Yeah.
Because I watched him on the show and I spoke to him a few times about you, and he was fed up too. No, that's not true. But I like that camaraderie you have between Billy and you, and Newhart and I have that together.
Yeah.
Bob is, he's like you. That's why we're such good friends. I think
Bob's terrific.
Yeah.
You know, it occurred to me the other day, he's, correct me if I'm wrong here, I think he had a television show in the 60s, he had one in the 70s, and now he's got one in the 80s. And each of them have been very successful. That's a pretty impressive record. 3 separate shows, 3
I know. He reminds me of that every day. I had a few shows that, unfortunately, it started to get funny, and they took it off.
Now, how many shows did you have?
Well, David, first I had a show on ABC with Pat McCormick.
What was that called?
That was called Make It Up and Hope It Goes Over. We used to stand on the set. That's the truth. Pat used to make it up, and we used to. And ABC at that time, Goldenson was the president. Still is the chairman of the board now. You know Goldenson of ABC?
No, I don't know.
He's a great guy. A little Jewish guy just sits in the office going, "Turn on the light. Somebody turn on the light." Anyway, it's cheap chairs here. But and then I had another show called the Don Rickles Show with Sheldon Leonard, where I played an executive, your type of guy, you know, the Midwest guy, but nobody bought that, you know, because I'm a New Yorker all my life, you know. I'm the kind of guy that hangs around the neighborhood, goes, "What do you say, Vinny?" You know.
Yeah.
Hey, here's your Vinny, hey. Anyway, so that's Italian for how's your family. Look at that. Bullock bought that. I never heard of that.
Don, we have to do a commercial here.
Sure, whatever you want. It's your show.
We'll do a commercial, and then we'll be right back. Don Rickles will be here for the rest of the... Now, Don Rickles is here. You ever been to Baton Rouge, Louisiana, Don?
Once, in the service. We went through with the shades down. No, it's a nice area.
Yeah. Well, no, say something nice about the folks down there, because they just...
Baton Rouge? Kiss my Charlotte Rouge? No, I love it down there. I don't plan to work there, but no, it's nice. It really is. That part of the country I'm not too familiar with. I've been through there, but I've never worked there. You used to do college dates and so forth. I never went to college. You went to Ball State.
That's right. Now, how did you know I went to Ball State
Well, because you're my whole life. I mean, I don't watch television in the supermarket. We have a set at home, you know. I do watch you. You think I don't, but I do. I really do.
Well,
12:30 at night when the wife's relaxing, in between little club dates, we turn you on, and I enjoy you. I really do.
How is your wife?
She's great. She wanted to come to the show tonight, but she took a room in Saks. We just came back from Italy, David. Have you ever been to Italy?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. You don't have to call me sir.
Oh, okay. All right.
King of all Jews will be enough. But you make me feel so old, David. When you say
I'm
sir.
sorry. I'm just
Bob
at,
Hope, you can say sir. George Burns.
Indiana
Those men
thing.
deserve
All
sir.
right,
You
all
know.
right, Don.
And
Call you
Carson,
Don?
certainly for you, sir.
Yeah.
Not for me, but... Well, yes, for me sometimes, I would say that. But I must say that we just came back from it, and the wife, my name on trips, you're not a married guy yet. Someday I hope you will be. If that be your wish, I don't know. Are you, do you plan to get married, or you just want to...
No, I plan to get married.
Confuse the public?
No, I plan to get married.
Still lock yourself in your room with the radio on loud? You got to get married, David. You really got to do it. It's great. I was 38 years old before I got married. I'm 57 now. For a minute there, I thought it was a Keno game. Paul, if you get a chance, look over here and see how we're doing, huh? Just sits there in the nude looking at his body. Anyway, I must say, though, that we went to Italy, and my name on the trip was, so help me, to all of us, my name was, You Don't Need That. My wife kept buying, she bought jewelry, bless her heart, she bought shoes, and I'd say, I think I need a T-shirt. You don't need that. That was my middle name. You don't need that.
Yeah.
And so we went to Capri, we went to Venice, and the exciting part is my son turned 13, and I had him bar mitzvah. You know that expression? That's when a Jewish boy becomes of age, becomes a man, so to speak. And we went to the wall in Israel and said all the prayers, and it was great. And Newhart, he wanted to come.
You didn't go with Bob?
No, because they recognize him, they try to pick him off. I mean, there are Gentiles and Gentiles, but he has the white skin, and definitely it doesn't look like... He looks like a Nazi fighter pilot. That's what he looks like. But Bob and I did visit Israel previous to this, and we had a marvelous time together, and he kept saying, let's go to the birthplace of Jesus, you know, and I kept telling that to the Israeli soldiers, and they kept giggling and laughing. I don't know what that meant, but I said, let's see the birthplace of Jesus. And we did. They were most kind. The Israeli government was terrific to Bob. And it really, I'm not, as long as we're on that thing, I mean, no matter what your faith is, Israel, it's a fantastic place. All the holiest places in the world are there, and it's great, you know, especially for Bob. You know, when he laid on the ground and went, Salam you know, and I gave him a cookie, and he stopped doing that.
Now, when you travel out of the country, Don, do people recognize you?
Oh, yes. They don't recognize you? They know me like that. No, I'm amazed. It's not so much the Europeans, as you can well imagine. You know, they don't... Television is, you know, unless you have a Dallas or something like that, you're a Larry Hagman or what have you, for the lack of another name right now. But he's my neighbor at the beach. They're going to have him taken away with Paul. Yeah. He's my neighbor at the beach. They're going to have him taken away with Paul. Oh, yeah. He runs up and down the beach with a big flag going, "Have you seen me on Dallas?" He's completely out of control.
Yeah,
the
that's
man's
peculiar.
Anyway,
you don't seem like a beach kind of guy. You live at the beach, do you?
what is a beach kind of guy like?
Like Will, our guitar player. He seemed our bass
Will,
player. He
you
seemed
hang
like
out
a
at the
beach kind of guy.
No, but I'm a beach kind of guy.
No,
See?
but you're a beach kind of guy. Where do you go to the beach? Out here, Rockaway, Jones Beach,
About
where?
15 years.
Huh?
It's been about 15 years since I've been to the beach.
This is not an interview. Just asked him a question, and the kid did 20 minutes, and how he got started. I go to Malibu. We have a home out in Malibu. And the beach to me is getting in a big couch, laying there with a little vodka martini and going, "More." And the wife's answer to that is, "You're a crude person, and I'm not going to put up with it," and refuses to leave me.
Yeah.
Because she's coming into a ton of money when I take the big cab.
Oh, don't talk like that.
Well, I kid about that.
Yeah.
Death, we must face it. You know, we must face it. I know when my time comes, I know I'll get a big turnout. I figure me for about 40 cars. I figure you for one wagon and the black kid.
Well, at least I'll have you on Black Kids.
Yeah.
We got to, what are we doing? Station identification. We'll be right back. Don Rickles will be here.
7 on 3. Be there.
Thank you, folks. Welcome back to the program. Don Rickles is here. Tomorrow night on this show will Ed McMahon, as Mr. Rickles mentioned, will be here. Also, Annie Leibovitz, the photographer for Rolling Stone. And later in the show, you're going to meet Amy Wallace, and also we're going to take a look at my neighborhood. Don, you're in the New York area out at Westbury Music Fair.
Yeah, we'll be there starting Wednesday night till Sunday with a friend. I don't know if you've ever had her on a show, but she's a delightful lady, Debbie Reynolds.
No, she's never been here.
She's a wonderful lady. We go back a long time because my film career is not that extensive. I mean, you never saw me at the Academy Awards going, "Let's hear it for me." But I did a picture with her many years ago called Rat Race. And Debbie was the star with Tony Curtis, and that was the big Paramount days when Debbie was the wonderful starlet of that studio, and it was a big treat because, as you know, as comedians, it's very difficult for all of us to get parts away from your image, you know.
Sure.
So I played this part, and it was a heavy, and it was something that I run on cassettes for my family just to prove to myself I did that, you know. And the parts they offer me now is to be Rodney Dangerfield's valet. So I haven't had an opportunity as yet.
Now, you mentioned movies. We have a couple of the other ones here that you made. Man with the X-ray eyes?
Oh, that was a big winner. That was with Ray Milland, who walked around blind for 2 hours trying to find out where the circus was. It's the best way I can describe it, and but working with Ray was a treat.
What part did you play in that?
I played the guy. Again, I was a heavy in those days, and I was heavy. I was about 203 pounds.
Yeah.
I was single and just running around telling girls I was a whale. But it seemed to work.
The Money Jungle? What was that?
The Money Jungle I didn't do. That you did in your house with brown socks. You remember?
Yeah. No, that's right.
That's
yeah.
right. You had the mask. Remember? And I was the director. It was about 6 of us. Anyway, it was a hell of a night.
That's
I never
right.
forgot it.
That was when I had the mobile home.
That's
we did
right.
it out there. Yeah. Muscle Beach Party.
No, a beach blanket bingo, Muscle Beach, right. That I did.
Two different ones, yeah.
Yeah, well, they also were big hits. We did those in 15 days with Frankie Avalon, Annette Funicello, who's now selling peanut butter. And I don't put that as a put-down to Annette. She's a wonderful girl.
Yeah,
I
seems
saw her
like a
the other-
nice lady.
Yeah, she really is. She was the one that believed Italy would win the war. And Frankie Avalon and Keenan Wynn and Buddy Hackett and myself, it was a lot of fun in those days.
Yeah.
If you didn't know the dialogue, nobody cared.
Now here, Don, I don't know if you've even seen these. We have 2 comic books, Superman's Pal, the new Jimmy Olsen. And can you take a look at our friend on the cover here?
I never saw that one.
You know
That one I saw.
This one's another Jimmy Olsen comic book with, once again, featuring Don Rickles.
My daughter uses that as her chemistry book.
How is your daughter?
She's great. She's working the neighborhood now. She's All right, Hey, it's my daughter. You don't know her. No, she's some Polish guy in the back thinks this is a clinic. Anyway, you'll come up later and bowl. Anyway, now don't write letters if you're Polish. That's a joke. I love all of you dearly, really. I'd be lost without the Polish people. I want to say that my daughter wants to be an actress.
Yeah.
And she's studying hard, and she goes to high school in Los Angeles, and she works very hard at it. And she's like her mother. She says, Dad, I can't understand it. That's the way her mother talks. I married a Valium, David. That's what you have to marry, especially when you're an actor. Don't marry anybody in this business. Please, I beg you, because we're so competitive. It's so nice. I got a wife gets up in the morning and goes, listen, you go to the studio and do your thing, call people idiots, I'm going to buy jewelry. And that's the way her daughter is, and my daughter, too. She says, Dad, I'm going with Mom, and we're going to shop. My son, he's not into that. He just wants baseball and the Dodgers and the
How old is your daughter, Don?
My daughter's 17.
Now, has she come to the age yet where she might bring a date home to meet you?
Well, she brought a guy home the other night. You know, he was great. He had a grenade and a rifle and a... No, my daughter hasn't really reached that point. I think that's going to shake me up because I know she's going to bring home a stiff. I just feel it. I really do. It's not going to be a hip, hip, hooray when she brings home the guy. It's going to be some guy going, hey, what do you say, Pop? Hey, what do you say, old man? Hey. And I'm going to have a lot of problems. But
no, you won't. It'll be fine.
She's a good kid. You keep your fingers crossed with youngsters. Yeah. Today, there's so many problems out there. And television, every time you turn it, we have cable, as you have it here in the East. And every time, in the middle of the night, you know, there's my daughter sitting in the living room, and my son, who's only 13, and you hear Richard Gere going... And I said, somebody got cramps in the house? What's that? And it's Richard Gere taking a shot at a monkey or something. I don't know.
Don will be at the Westbury Music Fair. When does it begin? September 28th?
Well, it begins whenever you want it to
September 28th.
No, it begins Wednesday night. We'll be there this Sunday with Debbie Reynolds. And
have a good time out there.
Thanks. And David, can I tell you, really, I'm really a fan, and I wish you a lot of luck. There's a lot of guys out there with shows, you know, and competition is tough, but you've come through like a champ, and I wish you the best. Really.
Thanks. It's very nice of you to say. Don Rickles, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much, Don. We'll be right back to take a look at the neighborhood.
World like me. David, it's good to see you.
We wanted to have you with us in Las Vegas, but you were busy in Atlantic City.
No, of course. And you know the money you pay. I'm going to run to do this. I mean, this is a treat because you meet young people.
Yeah.
You know, you met Betty Davis, 109. The woman is wonderful. Really. Yeah. When she sat at this desk and you kept saying, Betty, try to reach the medicine. I mean, come on. You don't need that.
I never said that.
She's a lovely star.
She's a wonderful
woman. I know her for many, many years.
Very nice woman.
Yes,
Did you ever work with Betty Davis?
No, I'm not that old, and you're going to get a slap in the face if you say that.
Well, you could have worked with her when you were...
Sure, in World War I, I could have worked with her. No, I worked with Clark Gable. You never worked with Clark Gable, did you?
No, I didn't.
Did you ever work with anybody?
Oh, no. Tonight's my first night.
He was in Indiana on a Saturday night, sitting there, stepping on a cricket, going, I'm looking for work. I spoke to Johnny Carson.
How is Johnny?
You'll get the call Friday. Oh, something about look for work and be with that other girl. Anyway, hey, there's none of that. There's no voting. You people sit there, you stood in line all night. When I went through the NBC entrance, they were all by the door going, there he is. Now all of a sudden they're turning on me. David, I got to tell you, though, this is a different studio. This is a smaller studio. You had a bigger
Same studio.
Really is?
Same studio,
I guess the actor's shrinking.
Yeah. It's,
How did you like Vegas?
Oh, we had a great time in Vegas.
Yeah, I missed you there. I was looking for...
We wanted to have you in there. It would have been great for us.
Hey, and to meet Robert Goulet and Jerry Vale. No, Jerry and Bob are my good friends. There's a guy out there with a blowgun.
So, you must love coming back to New York City, huh?
Well, I do. Except I'm going busted because the wife's in every store in town.
Yeah.
The wife's on a
There's
hunt.
a lot of shopping.
Oh, she's got a black belt in shopping. And she just gets up in the morning and goes, I want to see the Jew go broke. Anyway, and Jewish people, we usually don't go broke. We buy trees. Anyway, we buy trees. Damn, that was a good one. I can't understand it. Anyway, you know, when you get an Iowa audience, it's rough.
I know, it's difficult.
But,
do that cricket stuff again. They seem to enjoy that.
No, I'll do what I want, David.
Okay.
I don't need you to tell me what I do, David. You understand?
No, I understand.
You do your stuff with these young comedians that come on. I put in a lot of years. It's a big shock for me to be on this Mickey Mouse show. Don't turn on me. Don't turn on me. We've known each other a long time.
That's right.
And when you got this job, you said to me, Don, remember?
Right.
Remember when I drove by your house and you went, Don! By the way, you live in Malibu, don't you?
I have a house there. No, I have a house there.
And I have a house there, too, and I never see you. I've been at Johnny's place. He has a... Carson, we're talking about Johnny Carson, a magnificent place. He just invited with the tennis court, you know, and about 39 acres, and the lovely lady Alex, and they just sit there going... And once in a while, your name comes up, and he says,
is that right?
Here's some food for him. But don't you worry.
No,
as
I'm
long
not
as
worried.
Dave Tevitt's alive, you're going to have a TV
Good.
set.
Thank you very much.
That's an inside joke.
An inside joke, but sure. Okay, we have to do a commercial, and then we'll...
Right away, huh?
We'll be right back.
I guess time's running out, huh?
No, we got plenty of time.
You're getting on my nerves!
So now Don here was just gracious enough. Now repeat that invitation. I find this to be almost hard to believe. This is fantasy. It's a dinner.
Well,
we're going to dinner, right?
It's a big shot.
Yeah.
At a place called Splash,
Yeah.
out at the beach,
Right.
which we had a big party. And
$18 for a piece of fish at the place, by the way.
No, a little more than that.
Yeah.
But you can't handle it. Don't you worry.
Okay, but
It's my tab, and we'll
hard.
invite Carson and his lady, and you and your lady. What's your lady's first name?
Well, it's...
Oh, it's one of those kind of ladies. Anyway, no, I'm kidding. No, he has a lovely lady. I never saw her, but I understand when you look at her real close, you go, ooh. Anyway, why haven't you been married? You're so...
I've been married once. I was married once.
Oh.
Yeah. Kind of an ugly divorce. Thanks for reminding me.
Well, no, hey, it doesn't work out
now
for
getting back to
everybody.
dinner, it's going to be
Wait a
you,
minute, I'm not
me,
through with the marriage
you,
yet.
me, and Carson are going to dinner. I want to see this.
No, we're not We're not when you beg. We're going to go nice. No, we'll go to dinner, but you and I know that Johnny is a very, very meticulous man and very, particular who he goes out with. Not because he doesn't love people, but he's the kind of guy that finds,
He does love
it's hard
people.
for him to do, let's hear it, rah, 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 Notre Dame.
Yeah.
He's not that kind of
No,
guy.
probably
On
not.
camera, there's nobody more. But when the light's out, he picks his friends. And as the last time I looked at the list, you were about 178th on the list. But we'll go out one night at the beach,
The
and
three
you
of
bring
us
your
are going to
cigar,
dinner.
and you close up that little cave in the teeth. And you wear your little baseball cap, and you sit there and go, I'm making more than that old man over there. And we'll have a nice evening. And the beach is great. Do you like the beach?
Oh, I love the beach. How can you not like the beach?
Well, sure. I'm married 22 years now, and the beach gets me a little excited. The waves come in, and the wife says, pretend we're surfing. And I stand on top of the boardwalk and make a little move once in a
Do you
while.
wax her up?
You know something? I got to mark that down. I never thought about that.
I'm going to use that if
Next
you like.
time I take a shot at the wife, I'm going to wax her up. And if I stay there, I'm going to have another kid. Anyway,
I got a couple of photos here. You want to see these pictures?
Sure. Hey, whatever you want to do. It's your show. You're the biggest thing in the business.
Just barely. Okay, here. What do we got here? This is you and Frank Sinatra.
Oh.
This is you with your mouth on hand on Frank's mouth.
You got that picture. I was at the Golden Nugget where I opened June 25th. I have to say that. Otherwise I limp. But Frank Sinatra, he and I at the Golden Nugget in Las Vegas did it. And Frank started to explain to me about Marco Azzanando, who was a very dear friend of ours, who is not here, unfortunately. He's in Sicily trying to straighten out a few people. Anyway, but Frank is a dear friend.
You get along well with Frank?
Huh?
You get along well with Frank?
Oh, yeah. He's going to kidnap your kids. Anyway, you don't have any kids, but...
Now, do you want to talk about
You
this?
could show that,
Now, we
sure.
see this now, and I don't know. I mean,
You ran that. One night I watched you,
Yeah.
and you held that up. You were a little sarcastic about it. And yes, you were, and hey, I can't blame you. It looks kind of weird.
this is Don Rickles playing a piece of carpet.
Wow.
This must have been huge money.
Well, you certainly know it. I didn't do it so a dog would walk on my face. You can bet on that. I got a lot of expenses. I got a mother-in-law that just gets up in the morning going, "Is he still working?" Anyway, so I have a lot of payments. So
Yeah.
that carpet, Allied carpet, great carpet.
Well, let's check and see what it is, as long as
it is
we're gonna
Allied carpet.
waste time
and
on a
to
plug here.
get the stains out, you need 3 maids and 1 person who's willing to work 24 hours just scrubbing away, and 2 of them spit up and died on me. And never got the stain out. But it's
They actually spit up and then died.
Ah, shut up, David. Will you please? Don't be a wise guy.
We got well, just about a half a minute here. Anything you want to say about what's going on? The Iran hearings, the Bakers,
No,
Gary
the Bakers,
Hart,
no.
anything
Unfortunately,
there?
the Bakers had a problem. They believed God would cover for them. And, of course...
Don't you think they'll be back, though, with a vengeance? They'll be back bigger than ever?
Well, if they are, the Almighty's going to be up there going, how did they get back? But I do think Gary Hart, unfortunately, was a great candidate, but he got in heat.
Yeah.
And, I don't know. You know, he must hear all that nonsense, you know.
Sure.
But he's now in Colorado with a big rifle going, do you see any movement? Anyway, but it's a shame, you know,
It's a
because
shame.
we have so many. You've met Ronald Reagan, our president.
No, I've not met Ronald Reagan.
Well, you ought to meet him. He would be delighted to meet you, really.
Oh,
I think
sure
he'd go in a coma when he met you. I mean,
You're friendly with the president?
oh, yeah. I call him Ronnie. I knew him when he was governor of California.
Sure.
I said, hello, Mr. President. And he went, am I?
When was the last time you saw him?
At the inaugural for Frank Sinatra. We were there, and it was a big party, and Frank kept saying, don't make a thing. And this is a true story.
Don't make a
Don't
thing.
make a thing. He hates when I make a thing. Sinatra keeps saying to me, and I love Frank. He's the best human being in the world. I have to say that because I have an aunt in Newark who I haven't seen in 3 years. But, it's only a joke, Frank. If you watch this, and I don't think you are. Anyway, he doesn't sit up in the middle of the night to hear crash, bang, boom, crash.
You don't think Frank would
No,
like
he's
that,
in the bed saying to the wife, okay, let's try it with the plates. Anyway, he loves China. Anyway, so what was I telling you? I forgot the
huh? Meeting Ronald Reagan.
Oh, yes. So I met Ronald Reagan, and we were leaving the White House, and it was great. I was at the inaugural, which was a great treat, and I owe that to Frank Sinatra. And with Don Rickles' image, you know, it's like aggressive and so forth. They said the President of the United States is not going to have me at the White House. And there I was at the White House, and the show went great. In fact, I told little Emmanuel, you know, that little kid on Webster?
Manuel Lewis.
Manuel Lewis.
Yeah.
I said, he's the first black kid that I definitely can say will never play basketball. And it got that kind of reaction. Anyway, and then 2 black guys in my dressing room later said, give me your jewelry. No, they didn't say that. I love the black people. I really do. Hallelujah. But I must say that, so we were in the White House, and I was ready to leave, and I said to the president, I said, Mr. President, can I speak to you? And he's a tall man. I said, stand up, David, if you would. And he's a tall man, and I walked, as you were, and I walked over and I said, listen, whenever you're in California, whatever you need, you give me a call. And the president went, what? That's the truth. He's a great man, Ronald Reagan. He really is. He's a lot of fun, and he's doing a lot for our country. And I don't get into politics. I really don't. I definitely feel we should have a black president and a Jewish pope. And when we do, I'm going to live in Poland. Anyway, but whatever happens, happens, and I wish them all the best, really. And I must say, you're the dullest human being I've ever talked to.
Thank you very much. I've worked long and hard. We got to do station identification. Don, a pleasure to see you. Come back again. Don't wait 2 years now, all right? Don Rickles, folks. We'll be right back. Thank you, Paul. Welcome back to the program, and if you like, we can go back to the Lowe's Summit Hotel from time to time throughout the evening and get some more of that wonderful hotel ambiance. That's right.
It's always a pleasure when our first guest stops by to visit us. This Sunday he will be performing, as we say in Indiana, at the Melody Fair Theater near Buffalo, New York. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Don Rickles.
Great remark in the hall. Thank you. Nice to see you. You look great. You always look good. You always look healthy.
You
look
great
prosperous.
too, and I just got to say, first of all, it's nice seeing you again. It's been quite some time, and I'm a friend. Get an eye job. You should get an eye job. You were talking about it before, and the Summit Hotel happens to be one of my favorites. In my single days, Laverne, hell of a broad, hell of a broad. Used to work with a snake in a basket.
I don't know about that.
Well, of course. You're not married. You're just in heat in Malibu, California, running around saying, "How old are you?" Now,
You want to go to the hotel? We can talk to some folks there in the lobby. You want
the
to do
Summit
that?
Hotel? Sure, whatever you want. Hey, this is your show. Look at the sign
Look
outside.
at this. Here's a guy right there. Talk to him.
Hi. What's your name?
Steve Toomey.
What?
Steve Toomey.
No need to get hot about it. Just answer the question.
I did answer the question.
How do you feel, Steve? You look great. Steve, do yourself a favor, huh? Put a stick on your back so you don't lean over like this.
Hey, I understand I have the same amount of hair that you have.
What?
I understand I have the same amount of hair that you have.
That was a good one, Steve, and for that, Dave gets a slap.
That was fun, wasn't it?
Of course. You gotta have talent. You can't handle
Where
that.
Steve's from.
Where are you from, Steve? Oh, he took a cab. Where are you from, Steve?
Tannersville, New York.
I got an uncle there. He's a leper. Could that get me? Hey, don't write letters. That's a joke. That's a joke. Years ago, when you were a leper, it was bad. Yeah, Canterville. Good luck. I'm talking to myself. I looked at the camera. I'm talking. Look at that. Hi, ladies. How you doing? Look at that. The Supremes checked in. Hi, ladies. Jesse lost. If Jesse won, you'd be at the Waldorf Astoria. Can you see that Jesse won the thing? I'd have to live in Poland. Anyway.
Why don't you buy him a drink?
Well, why don't you buy him a drink? You don't go for nothing. For crying out loud. You buy them a drink, it's a whole bottle of Muscatel.
Oh, no.
What do you drink, love? What's your name? Are they mutes?
No, they're fine. Just act.
What's your name, dear?
You stunned them.
What's your name?
Irene
And then they
Moore.
wonder why they can't get work.
Irene,
What's your name, darling?
Irene Moore.
Hi, Irene. And what do you do for a living?
I'm an administrator for a German manufacturer.
I'm leaving.
We have
A black lady working for one of the boys, huh? God bless you, sweetheart. You're lovely, and good luck. I make jokes about black and white. We're all people, right?
It's right.
Now, bless your heart. I'm talking to myself.
find out what room they're in and maybe,
Hey, what am I, Edward R. Murrow? Give me a break here. I came out to talk to you, and I'm interviewing hotel guests. You need towels? What time will you be available?
That's Don Rickles I'm hearing.
Irene, where are you from, Irene?
New York.
And where's the other lady from?
None of your business.
None of your business. Bless your heart. Make a note of that. But you just work in the lobby, huh? Anyway, bless your heart, ladies. God bless. Have a good time. Get some action.
nice to see you guys. All right, so if you want any time, we can just pop right back.
I know,
in.
I'm getting exhausted, leaning over, talking to nobody. I don't know. I came to see you.
You like being back in New York? Is this
Oh,
fun?
it's great. It's like being on Guam. I was out in the street today in the nude, and the guy said, "You are captured." Anyway, it's about 108. We have air conditioning in my hotel. There's a guy on the roof going. It's really hot out here.
It's unbelievably
But,
hot. It's hot everywhere.
You live out of town in a big country
Well,
state.
it's still very hot
Just sit there with the girl with a can of beer and cigar and go.
No.
I live in a little hotel room, the wife and I, near the Summit, little small hotel.
Yeah.
She just sits there in a little nightie, and I just lay on the bed going, why not? Why not? We're married 23 years, and she just sits there with a can of beer going, go away, go away.
Did you travel with your wife?
Oh, she travels with me.
Does she travel with you? I see. I'm sorry.
She runs along behind me saying, somebody's going to die and we'll get everything. Anyway, one of those real Jewish wives going, come on, Don, try to reach the medicine. Anyway,
I tell you what, we'll do a commercial here. We'll do a commercial.
do whatever you want.
Yeah,
You're not even Jewish and you got all the moves.
That's right. We'll come back
Okay,
after
good. I'll
this
walk
and
in
talk
the
more. Welcome back to the show. Don Rickles is with us. You,
By the way, I must say, Paul,
what's
it's
that?
good to see you. Your band is great as ever, really.
Thank you, Mr. Rickles.
You don't have to call me Mr. Rickles. Master would be fine.
They are. You know, people say that people go on television shows and they feel that it's their responsibility as TV guests to compliment the band. But in this case, it's always true, isn't it?
Oh, Paul is really great. I mean, when he was in the lobby tonight telling me how great he was, I mean, and then he mentioned your name and he said, I'm dumping him. I thought that was great. No, but it's good to see you, Paul, and thanks for the hello in the lobby. He stopped, made it a special point to shake hands with me, and now I'm going to be ill.
No, he's
Anyway, but he's a good guy. He's a fine performer.
Do you, of course, you don't work small clubs anymore because they couldn't pay your price. You work the big rooms. You go to Las Vegas, you're probably making $250,000 a week. You go to Atlantic
You're
City.
close. Geez, right on the nose.
Yeah.
Jesus, so close.
I can't be that far off, but...
Well, I know what you're getting. All of a sudden, I remember you when you were in the Improvs, just a little guy with a little whistle in the teeth, and now it's like walking in the hall, shooting lines at me, running around in your underwear, attacking girls, anything that moves, bugs, ants, chairs, and everybody goes, "Go, Dave, go!"
Yeah.
You became the biggest thing in the world. I'm like a pauper
But
compared
anyway,
to
the
you.
point is...
The point is, you're a wealthy man, admit it. Stand up and be proud. These people were standing in line in underwear and shorts, anything to see you, and you go back to your estate in Connecticut and go, "Here, fella, come on, boy!" And it's a human being. Anyway, you're the guy with the money.
No, but what I was going to ask you was, do you ever get a chance to go to some of these clubs?
Why do you do this? Is this a wrestling match?
I don't know.
Anyway,
That's right.
let me up, Vito, let me up! Anyway.
But do you ever get a chance to go to the clubs that the comedians are working today that would have been equivalent to the ones that you worked when you started?
I tried to. My day was a little different, Dave. You know, my day was like Satunya and Rosanna and about 30 striptease artists. In those days, you know, they had little pasties. It was like a big deal. Right. And we had 18 comics, and we all were fighting to get in there. Today,
they were real clubs in those days.
Well, if you call them clubs, you had a drink to keep going. Yeah. You know, it was like, you know, the girls came out, and the sailors in those days during the war, they all went, "Look at the broad," you know, and then you come out and did a joke, and everybody said, "Get off, Jew, let the other guy on. Let the broad back on," you know. That was my name, Get Off, Jew. Anyway, and so it was very, very tough. But today you have Improvs, Bud Freeman, and all the places you work.
Yeah, you have the clubs now that are specifically designed for comedy, and people know when they go there that they're going to see 4 or 5 comics.
Right.
Yeah.
In our day, it was a lot different.
Yeah. Much tougher in your day.
Oh yeah, it was tough. You will know from heartache. You've got it made now, Dave. You don't have to look back. Never look back. I go to Hollywood. When I go back to Los Angeles, I go by the Improvs and I say, "Dave, you know, Dave Letterman is doing so great in New York," and the guy goes. I start to spit up on my shoes for no reason. Gee, they're not all boosting you on, Dave. They're not all boosting you on. I'm a friend. They're steamed that you made it and they didn't, Dave. They're really steamed.
I'm lucky to be here.
And by the way, Alice sends her love.
Alice.
You remember. The waitress in Barney's Beanery, you know, the one that kept, you know, well, we won't talk about it because when you did the trick with the plate, that was fantastic. The whole audience went, "He does a trick with a plate?" Anyway, but good luck to you.
Thank
really,
you.
because you're doing big.
Now, we can do one of two things here. We can talk about the thing at the Friars Club with Frank's wife, Frank Sinatra's wife.
Oh, yes, Frank Sinatra's wife was honored at the
What
Friars.
was that deal? That was...
Well, she was made a honorary friar, and they had a big affair for her, and Frank was there. And, of course, I was there, and Vito Zanzanza was there, Carmine Gagazzini, and Louis Vabanano, who sat next to me and said, "It's your turn next." And I thought it was get up to speak.
Oh, sure, but
he held my head under in the tub for a half hour. But I make jokes about Frank, because what could he do to me?
Yeah.
One phone call, and the both of us are going to look like a dartboard. But Frank is great, and the affair was a big night. Yeah. You weren't at the affair.
No, I wasn't invited to
Well,
the
you're
affair.
too waspy, Dave. You can't handle it. You're Wonder Bread. Frank wouldn't ask that. He needs, you know, Tony Bennett's, Alan King's, all the guys from the neighborhood. Yeah. You know, you're the kind of guy from the, you know, you sit around at Ball State going, "It's my turn to bowl, Lou." Anyway, So it's not your bag, you know.
No,
you
I
hang
would have been
around.
uncomfortable there.
I can't picture you marrying a Jewish girl. You'd never marry a Jewish girl.
Of course I would.
No, you wouldn't.
No,
You
of
couldn't
course
handle
I
it. You
would.
couldn't handle it. I mean, really, I just can't see you sitting in a deli having a corned beef sandwich. You'd probably have it with mayo on white bread and sit there and say to the waiter, Herman, would you bring me another round of a beer? Anyway, you're not that kind of guy, Dave.
Yeah.
You're a great guy, but you
thanks.
belong in the Midwest, you know, sitting around going, who took my rake? Anyway,
Who took my rake?
that's right.
Let's see.
Hey, there's a writer's strike. Give it a break.
You know, they may have settled it. We understand they may have settled it.
Yeah, boy, Dukakis is dancing over a Greek salad. I don't know what that means, but it's going to be a tough race, him and George Bush.
In addition to you being at the Melody Fair Theater near Buffalo, we understand that you'll be at Brown's Hotel in the Catskills.
That's the treat. That's why I'm in town.
Yeah.
I haven't been in the Catskills in 25 years, and I'm going up there to find... What are you, a seal? I said the Catskills, and the guy went... Some loose fish are around. 4 Jews got rifles. A fish, boom. Anyway, I'm going to be up at the
So you're
Browns.
looking forward to that.
Oh, you kidding? That's my whole life. That's why I'm here. That's my life. Don't get nervous, Dave.
Screaming.
Well, take a Valium. Relax. Relax,
when-
Dave.
when does that
That's
begin?
why when you make love to your girl, you don't even perspire. You gotta enjoy, for crying out loud. Gotta do what I do. Stand on top of the chair and go, yeah! Make it a rodeo. Don't just sit in the room and circle a bed and get an estimate.
We had a man of the
Oh,
cloth
my
there.
goodness. Hi, Father. We were just talking about the Vatican.
Is he
Hello,
at the,
Father.
Is he at the hotel listening?
Hi, Father. I'm Don Rickles. What is your name, Father?
Father Philip Eichner.
Thank you, Father.
I think we may have
Father,
interrupted.
as you looked at me, you just paralyzed me. Now, where's your diocese, Father?
Long Island.
I see,
Nassau
Father.
County.
I'm not from the FBI, Father. I'm just a fellow talking to you. You're very, very nice, Father, and bless you. I'm of the Jewish faith, and you're of the Catholic faith. My best friend, Bob Newhart, is an Irish Catholic, and when he comes to church, he loves to hit the bell.
Oh, well, time to hit the bell. All right, so anyway, you'll be up there at Brown's
You know
Hotel.
what's funny? I think the priest bought
I
it.
think so. I bought it.
The father went, yeah, hit the bell.
Good to see you again.
Hey, this is
Have fun up there in the Catskills.
Yeah, I'll be up at Brown's. If you get a chance, you
I'll
drop
be up
by
there.
in your Chevy.
All right, I'll
Okay?
do that. I'll
And
do
thanks, Dave, for having us.
that. Thanks for doing it. Don Rickles, and we'll be right back.
And he is appearing at the Pittsburgh Civic Arena tomorrow night with Frank Sinatra. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the program, Don Rickles. Don. Don Rickles. Don, welcome to the program.
Thank you. Where's Carson?
What, have you
It's
been,
NBC?
have you been out of the country or something?
well,
Oh, that's a
only
year.
Carson,
Oh,
NBC.
that's a year and a half ago.
All of a sudden, you're working with a guy that I knew well. That's not here. He's walking around going, and here are the Poncini monkeys.
You worked right here in the Ed Sullivan Theater.
No, not in the theater. I worked in Las Vegas.
Oh.
And I was on the show, and the idea was that but I'm not a stand-up guy, as you know.
What do you mean you're not a stand-up guy?
What
What
is
does
it,
that mean?
test?
Well, no, it's a conversation. That's what it is.
Don't lean over, just speak like a person.
Yeah. Yeah,
This
hockey
isn't a
puck.
congressional hearing. Mr. Chairman! Anyway, it's good to see you, Dave,
Nice
and I'm
to see you.
delighted you're making a lot of money and you're in a
thank
big
you.
theater. I don't think it's going to last. No, you're marvelous. You really
Well,
are.
you're
I've been-
marvelous too, Don.
Well, we
Yeah.
both kissed each other's. You know what? Now let's go on.
So now tell me about the time you were on the Ed Sullivan
Oh,
Show
so I
in
went
Las
on the Ed
Vegas.
Sullivan Show, and Ed was a dear friend. Sylvia and Ed, rest their souls. They were great friends to us. And my wife and I, and he said, come on, you show. And I'm
Yeah.
not trying to do impressions because, you know, Martin Short's got that covered. So I said, I really want you to come on the show. And you come out and introduce the people, and I'll have different acts, and you make fun of them, and then you run off.
Yeah.
So I came out, for example, and I said, He said, and now, the wonderful Brazani monkeys. Here they are. And I'd run out and say, Ed, you don't need the Brazani monkeys. They're bad for the show. You're bad. Get the hell off the stage.
Yeah. So this is running a little bit. You're going to tackle the
so like a
accident.
moron. I went in the back and I cried, wet my pants, and went to bed early.
Yeah, that's a pretty picture.
Yeah.
But Don,
Okay, Dave got off a ripper.
you know, speaking of Las Vegas, I guess it was in the springtime. I was there with our producer, Robert Morton, and Peter LaSalle.
Yes.
And we came to see you at the desert.
And we had dinner, you saw the show.
Yeah,
You
we
came
saw the
in-
show. It was great fun.
You came in
took
your
us to
little,
dinner.
your little Popeye hat and your sneakers. And,
That's right.
And I swear, he stood in the corner and went, oh, jeez, I don't like crowds. Man's making $6 billion a week. I'm sorry, 7.
Yeah.
And look at the way the whole crew, especially the Chinaman, he's going, oh. Anyway, I say that with endearment. We need you people.
Yeah.
So the Jews have a place to eat on Sunday.
Exactly.
What could you do to me? Anyway, so we had to hold it down in the balcony, otherwise Lincoln's gonna get it. Anyway, so look at this. The guy went, Lincoln's alive. And Paul went, Lincoln's alive? Go back to Canada, put some skates on your face and skate.
Thank you.
Put some skates on your face.
And skate.
What the hell is he, Johnny Ray? Put some skates on your face.
I got it.
Johnny Ray, for you young people, had a hearing problem. It's too long a story.
Yeah, that's it.
Anyway, so he came to Las Vegas, and we had a wonderful
Yeah,
dinner.
you took us to dinner. Yeah, and it was very
Yeah,
nice. You
and it was
treated We had a great evening.
I
yeah.
had no idea
we
that
went
you weren't
back,
going
We got to go back to your dressing room, and I
Right.
watched you walk around with a towel on your head for
Right,
about a half an
because
hour.
I work hard. You just
Yeah.
come out with a little trickle, and you do 4 minutes of cuteness and get 70 billion. I break my kumquats and get an 8x10 glossy of Frank Sinatra in the bathroom.
That seems about
That
right.
Frank Sinatra in the bathroom joke could cost me. But
Put those skates on your face.
I got it. I got it.
but it was wonderful. We had a great
We had
dinner.
went to dinner. I met your lovely wife,
Yeah.
Barbara.
Thank you.
Yeah.
She was. And we were a little upset that you didn't go for the check. But, no, the check came and David did one of his cute things.
No. Yeah.
No, he didn't. You were my guest, and you were great. And with the sneakers and the baseball cap and all, you know, this way nobody can bother you. And nobody did.
Yeah. But
He was alone a lot.
It was,
I don't know what your job is. Either you got a band or you're lonely.
No, not me. It was Biff.
Yeah, that's Biff. Biff, put skates on your face.
Hey, Biff, come here, brother. Shake hands with the white brother. Come on, baby. Come on, lay it on me, brother. Yeah. Now get your dog in your cabin and go home. That's it.
We got to do a commercial here. You can
I
hang
love
around
you,
a bit.
Biff.
We're going to do a commercial. You'll be here, all right? Yeah?
Well,
Yeah,
I got some place to
We'll
go.
be right back here with Don Rickles, folks. It's Don Rickles, Tracy Ullman, and Robert Cray. Tell me a little bit about your working relationship with Richard Lewis, because Richard and I go way back.
I know that.
And I know that he's nuts.
No, well, I wouldn't say he's nuts. He's insane.
Yeah.
No, God forbid. Richard's a bright, wonderful guy, and he has a problem. See, he's, as you know, he's hyper. I thought I was hyper. When I met him, Valium did not control me.
Yeah.
I mean, then I met Richard, and Richard's the kind of guy, when we do a scene, before we do a scene, I would kid around to relax myself.
Sure.
Richard, you say, all right, roll on, we're going to do a scene. He goes, I said, Richard, what's my next line? Leave me alone. And then you walk away, you throw some raw meat on the floor, and he relaxes. You know what I mean? But the man is, you know, he gets ape. You know, right now he's not here. He's in California in a hot tub humming.
Yeah.
And
You know,
he just watches the bubbles come up. But that's it.
You know what he should do, what Richard Lewis really ought to do? He ought to put some skates on his face. Thank you.
You like that, huh? Won't leave it alone, huh, David? You had one line that made no sense, and you would jump right in there.
Well,
It's called Shoot the Jew and Win a Trip to Israel. I am Jewish, so the German guy put down a rifle, huh?
tell me about your, this is very exciting, this concert tour with you and Frank Sinatra.
It is.
You were at Nassau County Coliseum a couple of nights
Yeah,
ago?
how long have you had that?
It's just,
But,
I'm
no,
nervous in the presence
well,
of greatness.
Of course, you should be. I mean, you know, you have Seinfeld, that's to give him some toys and let him run around the room forever. I'm the old timer that's getting another shot at the big time. You know what I mean? Getting a chance to be with you in this big theater, you know. Yeah. And everybody loves you. A lot of good talk on the street. I walked up to an Italian guy selling pretzels. I said, David Letterman. He went, I got my own problems. Anyway, so that's the way. I did this because they all do that. They all have some sort of fungus. Sure. I don't know what the hell it is.
Oh!
Now, hey, I said it. You don't have to worry. Right. I mean, you got it locked in. Yeah. Nobody bothers you. Anyway, so I must say that, what was I saying? Give me a hint.
Oh, you're talking about Richard Lewis?
Yes, so Richard is...
Oh, no, Frank Sinatra. I'm sorry, forgive me.
Richard's a genius. Yeah. You don't have to worry. Yeah. He loves that when you say he's a genius. Sure. He believes it, and he goes in his room and shoots himself. Yeah. But, Frank, that was great, Paul. Thanks a million. Take a laxative.
All right, anytime.
But I'll tell you this. The thing that's great about Frank is that you get up in the morning and you do a lot of this.
Oh, sure, yeah.
And you tell him he's great. You know, otherwise it could hurt your family. So, he's a great star. We had the plane trip all the way from L.A., and I just sat next to him. I said, Frank, how do you feel? Am I great? You're the best, Frank. You're the best. And then about an hour later, he put down his paper and said, what do you think? You're the greatest, Frank. You're the greatest. And I went to the bathroom for him.
Yeah.
That's how big he is. I mean, the man is beyond belief.
Something you
In fact, your name came up.
Oh, my name came up?
Yeah, and he belched. Hey, David, I try. I said, David Letterman, and he went, honest to God?
Yeah.
And, no, he didn't. He knows you and he respects you. He really does.
Well,
in fact, I have a gift for you.
Oh, I love gifts.
Let me find it. It's called Trick or Treat. Find the gift and win a trip. Oh, here it is. This is This is his new album that's coming out with some great stars. Aretha Franklin, Luther Rand. I don't want to go through those. Barbara Streisand, Julian Iglesias. You remember him? He got a passport. He's in the country now. Yeah. And a few other big stars. And it's your gift from Frank personally.
Yeah, that's very nice. So, Don, are you just here to plug Frank's album? Is that what this is? I mean, it's a very generous gift, and I'll take this home and I'll listen to it tonight with my special lady.
The way things are going for you, forget women. No, I must say, I'm not here to plug Frank's album. No, I'm here to protect my family.
I understand.
I don't know about you, David, but I have a big family. I have a wife that she wanted to come to the show tonight.
I bet she's a lovely woman.
She's sitting in the Hollywood hotel, you know. Anyway, this crowd went, there's no Hollywood hotel. She's just sitting there going, isn't this nice? My dumb husband's on David, but I'm signaling ships. And she just sits with the jewelry, you know, in the nude,
very lovely
just
woman.
to get me excited.
You know, that was the thing that really knocked me out, is I had not met your wife, and she was just wonderful. Couldn't have been more personable, more charming, more normal. That was the surprising part.
What did you expect to see? Some broad on top of the roof at Disneyland going, ha, 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 ha.
Well, yeah, kind of. That's what I expected. Something
David,
like that.
I can't believe when I first met him, he was a monk. Now he's getting off rippers. You're really steaming me, fella. I don't know who you are. One of the guys in the crew is going, that wasn't so funny.
So, where are you off to now? Where do you go
Spain.
next? No, you're not going to Spain.
No.
You're going to Pittsburgh.
Yeah, I'll make you feel at home, okay?
Yeah.
Those of you in Pittsburgh. 8 o'clock, Eddie. Let's go bowling. That's too fast for you, Paul. Don't worry about it. Paul's got the glasses on. Why don't you go full out and look up in the sky and tell Ray Charles you know him? Anyway, so, that's why you're making a lot of money.
I know.
No idea what the hell's going on. That's the whole secret.
Now, so you go to Pittsburgh, and what is the act like? You come out first, and how much time do you do, and then Frank comes out? Is that how it works?
Well, I come out first, and they go, boo, 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 boo. And I do my juggling, and then I put on a bandana and I do a little magic. And then I disappear, and then Frank comes out with 3 wise guys, and they go, bah, 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 bah. And they shoot me on the stage, and I die, and they carry me off. It's a riot. You gotta see it. And of course I do an act, and then he comes out and does the summer wind, and you gotta go bravo. You know, bravo. Yeah. And after the 18th time, you get a little fed up. You know what I'm saying?
No. But then, is it like you're going to be out on the road for a month, for a year, 6 months? How many dates do you have?
Whatever you say.
Well, no, you tell me.
No, I'm going to be out with him. We're going up to Canada. Your country.
Fabulous.
What do you know? What do you know? Now, love the way he jumps in with fabulous, wonderful. What do you know? You don't even go back there.
No, I don't.
I understand when you go across the border, they go, give us a break. You don't need a passport. Go home. Where do you live, in Toronto, Paul?
Thunder Bay.
Thunder
Canada.
Bay.
Thunder Bay. I got an uncle there. He's a leper.
Really?
Anyway, you have an uncle in Canada who's a leper.
That's correct. An uncle in Canada who's a leper.
Isn't that odd? Having fun tonight. Don, it's a pleasure to see you again. And the next time we go to dinner, I'll pay for the dinner.
That would be, when I see that, Paul's going to be an American.
Good to see you, Don. Have a great trip.
good to
Our
see
best
you.
to Frank Sinatra.
I will.
And to Richard Moore, sure. Don Rickles, ladies and gentlemen. We'll be right back, please. What is that, some kind of blues, jazz, fusion deal?
That's It's Too Late, Baby.
Oh, man, Garadiaus.
Straight ahead.
Oh, look, this is Don Rickles' beverage right
Whoa.
here. Yeah, we'll have real TV fun. Our first guest is a comedian who makes friends wherever he goes. This week, he will be appearing on the great stage of Radio City Music Hall with Frank Sinatra. Ladies and gentlemen, run for your lives. Here he is, Don Rickles. Don! Have a seat. Garadiaus. What are you talking about?
Well, I was watching in the green room. I thought I was in Ethiopia for a half hour.
Well, have a beverage.
Now, I saw the pencil, Dave. You're a vicious little guy. You know that.
How you doing?
I'm fine. This is a big treat to be on your show.
Well, we're happy to have you back.
And watch two guys get a haircut. Came all the way from California, and one guy's walking around going, "Muhtale sulumala." Imagine you go in that store and you come out with a sheet. Anyway, is this too fast for you, Paul?
I'm with you.
Well, don't hang around me. Never met a guy shorter than me.
No. Now, Don, let's talk about your big Radio City Music Hall thing.
Oh, it's quite a thing.
Must be very exciting.
Yes, Sinatra's
The big stage, the great stage.
No,
there.
the small stage. Of course it's a big stage. No, I'm going to work a puppet show. I'm working with a big man.
Puppet show. That's not a
Working
bad
with
idea.
Frank Sinatra, who right now is in the hotel room going, is it morning? Anyway, sleeps all the time. Man sleeps 24.
How's Frank doing? Is he all right?
He's great. He's great. I always tell him he's great. Otherwise, he could hurt the family. I remember one day I said, you don't look good. Now I got an aunt walking around like this.
No. Well, that's too bad.
He always asks for you.
Oh, that's good. Give him my best.
You really believe that?
Yeah, I know.
Mentions you and he coughs. Anyway, you were out in California.
We were out in California last week. You know, let me mention something here. We're going to do our show, this television show, in Los Angeles in May. I think the week of May 13th.
Oh, that's exciting. I'm
Yeah.
going to drop my pants and fire a rocket. Fantastic.
Yeah. And so we were out there all last week getting ready for the big show in May.
Yeah, well, I met you, and not to drop restaurants, but we were in Grenada one night, and you were sitting with Johnny Carson. Do you remember him? The guy you said you were going to dump? Well, anyway, you were sitting there that night, and you never invited me to the table, Dave. Never.
It wasn't my
you
table
never
to
do.
be inviting
I
you
invited
to.
you in Las Vegas for dinner.
Oh,
with
we had a
Morton,
great time. We had a
Marcella.
wonderful...
You were great.
Oh,
You
yeah.
never looked up.
You and
Hey,
your wife,
just
Barbara?
Nate. You didn't tip anybody. You did nothing. You just kept walking around in your underwear going, I'm David Letterman.
Right.
I mean, so it's not nice. When you come out to the coast, why can't I come to your house? Why can't I hang out with you and walk up and down the beach trying to find friends? I mean,
right, well,
you're a real loner. You never call me.
I was busy. Like I said, we're getting
What
ready.
were you busy? What were you busy doing? Going by CBS seeing if your name was up?
No, Tuesday I had dinner with Alex Trebek.
Oh, hey! Hey! Woo, give me a minute. Woo.
You got
Alex Trebek.
you got another rocket in your pants, Don?
Yeah, the rocket. So you tied it up. Dave comes up with a goodie.
But we had a great time, and we should one night go out to dinner. Maybe you and me and Frank.
Well, I don't know. I just can't picture you saying to Frank, pass the meatballs. I can't.
Well, no.
You don't have that personality. You gotta have hey, what do you say? What's happening? You know what I mean? You don't talk like that. You're from the Midwest. You sit around going, want to milk something? You don't know more with Don Rickles. Good. Anyway,
do you have a card that says no more with Don Rickles? There you go. Stay right there. We're just getting rolling.
Oh, sure. I wasn't going anyplace. It's cold outside.
I know. We're going to do a commercial and more with Don Rickles.
Me.
Come on back. Don Rickles is here, Liz Fair, and Jeff Stearns. Well, I tell you what, when we're done here, go down to the shop and you can get a haircut. Do you want a haircut?
I don't know. With Haji Baba and those guys down there would make me nervous.
See, look at how cute that is. Wouldn't you like to be down there?
Well, come
on, stop. That's enough.
They're nice guys,
yeah.
But I'll go to a regular barber. I don't have to go in some store to any guy that's just working with a camera and say, you want a haircut? I don't need that.
Well, it could be fun. Don't you like to have fun?
Dave, I'm not cheap, huh? You don't want to go for nothing.
Hey, how's your wife, Barbara? I haven't seen her.
She's great. She got up out of bed tonight and the jewelry hit her in the face.
Oh.
Just laying pinned to the bed. She stands outside the hotel with a ring signaling ships.
Does she have any luck with that?
No, not too much, but
She's a lovely woman. I was delighted by her. She's a terrific woman.
She told me
I was
that,
surprised, because you have an image. I think people have an impression of you. And when I met your wife, it was like I was surprised.
Yeah, she is. She's the type over the fireplace.
What the hell does that mean?
Well,
over the fireplace.
No, she's a pretty woman, but she married. She knew she was going to come into money. And, no, I have the kind of wife, on the wedding night, just lays there and goes, is that about it? Anyway, but we enjoy. You're not married.
No.
I wonder why.
Having trouble with the old pants rocket, I guess, Don.
You'll get married someday. You'll see. You got to listen to the rules. You got to get up at a certain time.
I was married for 10 years. I know what that's like. I have a feeling for what marriage is.
I never knew. You never talked about it. I never knew that.
Yeah.
Where's she now? At a State Farm or something?
Yes.
I never knew you were married.
She's in a home, Don. That's right. 10 years was just about all she could take.
Dave, that bum doesn't send me a dime.
But Sinatra's he has a lovely wife, and
I've never met his wife.
Huh?
I say I've never met his wife.
Pull yourself together.
All right,
okay?
I will.
Let me put it to you this way: you never will.
No.
She's a busy woman. Why would she want to talk to a guy that's on 11:30 at night that nobody watches?
Yeah.
Oh, boo, boo, boo! Somebody hit a foul ball? Come on, you and I know this guy's a millionaire. You think he's going to give you a dime? If you're standing out in the street and you say, I'm broke, and he's going, too bad, I have a home in Connecticut. He's not going to give you any money. This man doesn't go for anything.
Don, I have already given 2 members of the audience 2 canned hams.
Like I said, big-hearted Dave.
You won't even get your hair cut for these people.
Well, look at me. Why? I could be a booter. I don't need my hair cut. I never had hair. I was in the Navy. Were you in the service?
No.
Had a little problem? Don't be ashamed, Dave. When they said battle stations, you probably said, "Can I skip to my gun?" Hey, Dave, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. If you weren't in the service, there's nothing wrong with that. You were old enough to be in the service.
Yes, I was.
Okay, well, it's the breaks. I had to go for you. I was in the Philippines for 3 years.
Well, thanks.
That's why I can't go to a Chinese restaurant.
Yeah.
I can't go anyplace anymore. 3 years I was in the Navy and the Philippines. You ever been to the Philippines?
No.
I was there for 3 years, and I swear to God, for 2 days I thought it was me. Murders. Well, you don't know what it's like. You ever been to Manila?
No.
Oh, God. You come out of the shower and you say, "Where's the soap?" Murder. But you don't have that problem. You just sit here at CBS and send in anybody.
Now, Don, before you...
I like the way he segues. Now, Don, you remind me of those doctors. Remember those kind of doctors? "Oh, Dave, I see by your chart that your x-ray shows you should pass away in a month. Oh, so come back Friday." That's the way you do it when you segue. But it's good.
Well, now we don't have time for that last question.
That's the breaks, Dave. You can't win them all.
Can you leave us with like an old Frank Sinatra story when you guys were just starting out in the business? When you first met Frank?
Yeah, well, when I first met him, he was running around yelling, "Tommy Dorsey, Tommy Dorsey." Now, when I first met him, we were in, not when I first met him, we were at the Copacabana we were at the Sands Hotel in Las Vegas. Give me a chance, folks. You talk to him, it starts to go on you.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
yeah.
I was at the Sands Hotel in Las Vegas, and I was with this girl. I was a single fella then. And I was with this girl, I wouldn't say a lady of the evening, but let's face it, you wouldn't bring her to church or a synagogue. And she had the lipstick on and the tight dress, and Frank was in this lounge, and the violins were playing, and he had the bodyguards, and Lena Horne at that time was sitting with him, and a bunch of stars, and Dean Martin, and they all said, "There's Frank," and she said to me, "Listen, do you know Frank Sinatra?" And I figured, to get lucky, I said, "Hey, we're very close, very close." So she said, "Could I meet him?" I said, "Don't worry, sweetheart. You got it." And I got up, and the security guards were there, and I said, "Could I speak to Frank?" "And regarding what?" No, they didn't talk like that. They had guns. And I said, "Can I speak to Frank?" He said, "Certainly." He said, "Hey, kid, what can I do for you?" I said, "Frank, I'm sitting with this girl. If you come over, and the violins are playing, and the lounge is tinkling with glasses," I said, "if you come over to the table with this girl and just say, 'Hi, Don,' I'm in. It's sold. It's springtime in Brazil for me. You know what I mean?" He said, "You got it." I said, "Just wait a few minutes." And I get back to the table, and she's putting the lipstick on, and I give her another, little blast or something. Loosen her up a little, I had big plans. Anyway, so she's sitting there, and suddenly the big man, Frank Sinatra, walks over. And this is the God's truth. And he walks over and he says, "Don, good evening. How are you? And miss, it's a delight to meet you. I'm Frank Sinatra." And I got up, if I may, and I said, "Frank, for God's sake, can't you see I'm with people?"
Yeah, that's pretty funny. Now, Don, go on down and get your hair cut. Just a little trim, come on. Right up, go right, look at that, got talc and everything. Go right out through the audience, make a huge exit, wave to the folks as you go. Paul will play you out. You go in there and just a little trim. That'll be great. Come on, give it a try.
I'll go out that way.
Yeah, go right
but
there.
I guarantee
No, go in it. Ladies and gentlemen, Don Rickles. Is Don getting his hair cut? Yeah, look at that. Just take a hunk out of his ear.
Sure. There'll be some money involved in this. Keep showing me pictures of his family like we're going to hang out together. I don't care. I'm a friend of Letterman's. I don't know you. Don't call me.
Hey, you look great, Don. Thank you very much. Here we go. Our first guest has something nice to say about almost no one. That's right. He will be appearing at Caesars in Atlantic City, April 20th through the 23rd. Do us a favor, please welcome back to the program, Mr. Warmth, Don Rickles. Here we go. Ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the show. Hi, Don. How you doing?
Not too good.
What's the problem?
Well, I was watching out those guys outside getting a stroke. Running around like maniacs. I used to do that when I was 12.
Would you like to go out and play with them later?
Would you like to call the paramedics?
Well, I just thought maybe go out and take a couple of shots, take some foul
I
shots.
got a lot on my mind. You have nothing on your mind. Go out there and play.
That's right.
Run around with those guys. That's their whole life. They turn around, and then the owners of the Knicks say, here's $5. Dribble around for a half hour.
Now, you celebrated a landmark in your life, 30 years of marriage.
Right.
To your lovely wife, Barbara. Diana. Barbara.
Diana was the other broad.
No.
No, Barbara, 30 years.
30 years.
Yeah.
My goodness, that's a wonderful
story.
story.
Said. She said that. Last night we were laying in bed and she went, "You're not going to do that, are you?" My goodness. But we've had a great life together. Just keep giving them the jewelry and they keep laying there.
Now
Hey, what is this, a rally?
Well, kind of.
You get that kind of an audience. Yeah, I saw a couple of those clowns in the back going,
They're not clowns. There are people who have come here to see
Hey,
me
I
and
come
you.
here once a night. They're clowns. You're here every night, hoping and praying you catch on. Don't worry about it.
Now, Don, I've met your wife, Barbara.
Try to remember her
Well,
name.
it's Barbara.
You fooled around with her enough. You ought to remember her name.
She seems like a delightful woman, and again, I was taken by, people have, I think, an impression of you of being a big, kind of loud guy, always working, making the smart remarks.
I do that.
Yeah.
But,
but your wife couldn't be more refined, more lovely, more elegant.
well, thank you.
Yeah.
She's a valium. Oh, I'm sorry. I used a big word. I'm sorry. I said valium, and the whole audience went, look that up, Lowell. Look that up.
But now you took like a trip to commemorate the 30th anniversary.
We went to, for 4 weeks, we went to the Far East with Bob Newhart and his wife.
Oh, my God.
That's what I said.
Yeah.
And, but they're good. They carry the luggage and do what they're told. And we went, and the most, Hong Kong and Singapore, you know.
What was that like?
Well, a lot of Chinese. But, a lot of guys walking around saying, we're Jewish, can we get an eye job? Hey, folks, I'm on a roll. But, the most
She's waiting to get into the game. She got her mind on other things. I'm sorry. Yeah.
Shut up, Dave. Anyway, hey, I can say it. What could he do to me? Take my name? What could he do? Anyway, Dave, so we, Beijing, you've never been to China,
No,
have you?
I've never been to Beijing.
Have you been out of the house at all?
No, not recently. I have not.
You're a real loner since I've known you. You sit up there in Connecticut behind the bushes going, anybody find me?
Well, nothing wrong with that.
Either that or you're out on Connecticut Highway going, I'm doing 180.
No,
And the big Irish cop comes, okay, curly head, pull over.
No, I don't do that anymore. I learned my lesson. I don't do that.
Well,
I obey all posted speed limits.
Wonderful. Here's a cookie. What do I care?
Hey, Don, guess what? We have to do a commercial.
Okay.
So now sit here for a couple of minutes, gather yourself, and we'll come back and we'll chat some more, okay?
Oh, delightful. Delightful.
You don't need to use that tone.
You are dull. You are dull.
Why do you use that tone with
Because
me?
I'm fed up already.
Oh, you shouldn't be. You've only been out here 4 minutes. You
Well,
shouldn't
it
be-
seems like a year. I gotta get back to China.
we
What
have...
are you doing? Warming up your car?
No, he's he's with us.
Oh, I thought he was going bananas. This
No,
guy's on the corner.
he's fine. He's giving us a little signal. We're running a little late now.
Running a little late now.
So we have to get to a commercial.
And we got to talk about my movie and my career. 'Cause yours is going,
Yeah, all right.
Okay.
What were we talking about here? We're
Well,
talking about your
I
trip
was
to
gonna tell
China.
you about-
Your the movie in Las Vegas. Your
Yeah. We were
Casino.
there. Yeah, we were there for 18 weeks with Robert De Niro. That was like being alone.
Yeah. And what do you mean by that exactly?
Well, Bob is he's sort of a laid-back guy.
How did you get into this film?
I begged. No, Marty Scorsese, who was a wonderful
Martin
guy.
Scorsese,
Yeah.
a fine film
Yeah,
director.
wonderful director.
Yeah.
Kind of director that says, I was good, that's a print. And twice I made out the papers to have him committed, but he won't go. But he's a marvelous director and a lot of fun.
Raging Bull.
Yeah, I did a lot of
Yeah,
things.
one of the great films of the 19th century.
What are you, Walter
20th century.
Cronkite? What are you doing?
Just trying to help out wherever
Practicing
I
your
can.
radio voice. You got plans or something? Oh, yes, sir. And tonight, they're really attacking the one. Coming. On the border. I don't want to do my impressions.
Yeah,
Listen,
I understand. Sure.
but it's Robert De Niro.
So
and
how'd you get in the film?
Scorsese.
Now, are you like just an extra? You walk through with a
I'm not
servant
just
drinks
like
you
an
plate like a
extra.
waiter or something?
No, I
Because
was cleaning the toilets in downtown L.A.
That's what I'm thinking.
With a mop.
Yeah.
And Scorsese walked in and says, drop the mop, I want to talk to you.
Yeah.
No, I went over to
Who
the
had the
hotel.
club sandwich? That kind of thing? Is that what you're doing
When
in the
do I
film?
talk? I mean, you're the host. So far, I'm fighting to get in my name. It became like a pep rally. I'm trying to talk. I'm not running for governor. I'm not doing anything.
Okay. So you're in the
But
movie.
I do have some stuff on me. No, that's another story. Anyway, I went over to the Bel Air Hotel to meet Robert De Niro.
Right.
That was the first step. You had to
Okay.
meet De Niro. If you get by De Niro, then you meet Scorsese.
So your friend, oh, I see. So your
See, they call you up, and Marty knew all about me, and he wanted to meet me. And I walked over.
he
and I
did. He
said,
knew all about you.
Yeah. What is this, a playback? Let's see if I got a tape on my can here or something.
Just sit down and tell the story.
Don't get
will ya?
hot. Don't get hot. Pull yourself together.
All right.
Have
I'm
respect
fine.
for the elder.
Okay, I'm fine.
So now I go over to to the suite.
Right.
And if you know Bob, he's in the corner in the closet. You know, one of those kind of guys. Bob, would you come out? I'd like to meet you. And he came out and said, Bob De Niro, Don Rickles. Hey, oh, hey. And then I watched a fly die in his face. Then I said, Bob, I'm here to discuss Casino with
Yeah,
you. This big
yeah.
film with Joe Pesci and Sharon Stone.
It's
and-
all about Las Vegas, the inner workings of that,
yeah,
the
but
casinos.
the mob
and- yeah.
days in the 70s and 60s,
Very
which I
exciting
lived
film.
through, which I...
You actually worked out there then, didn't you?
That's correct.
Yeah.
He won a prize. You've just won 2 weeks in Laughlin. You ever been there?
Yeah, I know. Down on the river.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know Laughlin.
Just sit in a ferry boat and go, gee, man, my shoes are wet. Anyway, so I went in there and I said, Bob, it's really nice meeting you. He said, I have an earache. And I left. But he's a great guy. And then I met Scorsese the next day and went up to his hotel.
So is it a big part, Don? Are we going to see you? Is it going to be in and out and that's it?
Does the Academy Awards mean anything to you?
Well, yeah, kind of. Kind of does.
I must say, I was not here. I was in Hong Kong and Singapore, and I heard good things about it.
You're
I
living
really
a
did.
charmed life, then.
I really did. I heard that Larry King had mentioned, about the show, and
Yeah.
then I went on with my business and tried to get over it. But, no, I hear you did a wonderful job. I
Well,
really
good.
did.
Let's just keep it that way.
Okay, fine. Why, did something go wrong?
No, everything was
okay,
fine.
fine.
Now,
So anyway, I met Scorsese, who's...
trouble with the valet parking. They lost my car.
I see. Who cares?
Yeah, I know.
But you don't go in a limo. Knowing you said,
No, I
bring
don't.
up that Chevy, the one with the bad clutch. I know you. You're not a spender.
I
You've
know.
never been.
No,
I
I'm
had
not
dinner
really.
with you in L.A.
That's right.
You said, do we chip in? That was embarrassing. I mean,
I just wanted, if I could help, something.
anyway, the picture is going to be real dynamite. Joe
But
Pesci is
how big
wonderful.
is your part in the movie, seriously?
Well, when you see it.
Are you like a
it's $750.
co-star?
You got $750
You're
on
not like
me?
an extra. Are you like an extra?
I'm not an extra.
Do you
I don't
have
stand in the
lines?
back.
Do you have lines in the movie?
No, I don't have lines. No, I don't have lines. I just stand there and I wet my pants. What do you think I do? I stand like this. Of course I have lines.
So they really were then. They really must have been
It's a talkie,
familiar
It's a
with
talkie.
your work.
It's a
Yeah, I
talkie.
know. I understand that.
Norma Desmond comes in at the end and faints. What the hell do you think we're doing here?
Well,
A
I don't
cartoon?
know,
It's a
because
big movie.
Does it come by? We're
It's a
shooting
big
film.
movie, and you're starting to
Walk
steam
through-
me,
I
Letterman.
don't
You're
know.
starting to steam me.
Just come in and ask if we need any more ice.
I came out here with a good attitude. Now you're steaming me. And like a jerk, I'm sitting here. Why? Oh, I'm starting to get a rabia attack. Remember those acts? See the duck? Those acts in Vegas. See my fly.
Hey, you know, we're running a little late here.
Well, that's your problem.
Yeah,
I'll
I
catch
know.
the train.
No.
Okay.
You're going to be in Atlantic City April 20th through the 23rd?
Right.
All right, good for you. Nice to see you. You look terrific, Don.
Why, you heard something bad?
No, I didn't. I haven't seen you in a while, and it's a compliment. You look great.
Dave, I'd say the truth. I haven't seen you in a while.
Yeah, I know.
Do something.
All right. Don Rickles, ladies and gentlemen. We'll be right back. Got to give it up.
Yeah, all right. Got to get it.
Yeah. Our first guest is calling himself the biggest box office star in Hollywood. His two films, Casino and Toy Story, listen to this, made a record $53 million their opening weekend. Yeah. He's taking all the credit. Ladies and gentlemen, here he is, Mr. Warmth, Don Rickles. Don! Yes, sirree! Every time I see you, I'm immediately reminded of how good you smell. You have like such a clean, fragrant presence to you.
Why don't you go on safari?
Well, okay, maybe I will.
I came out here, I became an animal actor.
No. Hey,
You smell good, too.
no.
That's it for me.
Hey, how you doing?
I'm doing well.
Let me ask you a couple of questions.
I'm very big in pictures now.
I know.
and
They
this-
got these two blockbusters.
And this is a favor. You know, at one time, Dave, I looked forward to being on the show.
And
Now,
what-
now I'll be honest. I don't need
okay,
this.
okay.
I really don't need this.
Now, let's
I
talk-
sit around with De Niro and Scorsese, and we just sit there in the house and say, what about Letterman? Forget it.
You know, I watched that Casino film. I read the book. I watched the film. I thought they're both very entertaining. And, you know, true story. It's based on a true
it
story.
certainly is.
Yeah. And I looked in the film.
I haven't found my aunt since I did it.
No. And I looked in the film, and you're just barely in the damn thing.
Thanks, Dave. Now, I'm in it throughout the whole film, but of course you didn't see it with 750, and you don't go for that.
No, of course not.
No, I am. In fact, I'll put it to you another way. I carried De Niro.
You think so?
Oh, definitely. I carried De Niro, and I tell you folks very honestly, I'm happily married 30 years, but Sharon Stone does have the for me. And,
Wait a minute. You're saying Sharon Stone has some kind of gastrointestinal problem for you?
do you think it's... You're on a regular roll, aren't you? I never thought you'd turn on me.
It's the free rum punch.
Indianapolis Wonder Bread turned on me for some reason.
Did you get along with De Niro all right?
Oh, sure. When I
Yeah?
spoke to him, he just sat in the corner and went... I gave him a cookie and he went away. He didn't know what the hell time it was.
You gave him a cookie and he went away.
He just mumbles. We went out to... You don't have to repeat it. I'm not Johnny Ray. I know what's going on here. Johnny Ray, for you young people, had a hearing problem.
Okay, fine, thank you.
I think he's dead now, but no matter.
Yeah, no matter, exactly.
Yeah, he died,
Just
he
dismiss
died.
it, no matter. Use it
I know
for-
what I said. You keep
Okay,
repeating
I'm
everything I say. I think I'm on tape. Where's the tape here?
So anyway, you and De Niro, you had a good rapport. You got along.
Oh,
you hang
yeah, it
out?
was great. We went out to dinner. It was like being alone. Sort of like being with you when I was with you and Bob Morton in California. We had dinner one night, and you sat there with your baseball cap and spit up all over yourself.
I was just
You never
talking.
did anything.
I was just talking to Morty about that before the show. You and your wife were very gracious. You invited myself and Morty and Peter LaSalle all to the big show at the
At the Desert Inn
Desert
at the
Inn,
time,
yeah,
right.
yeah.
Snap out of it.
Yeah.
That's the first, at 48, 49, that's the first thing that goes. Where am I? What time is it?
You treated us to the big show.
Yes, I did. Ed Sullivan is alive, and now... Let's really hear it.
And then afterward, we got to go back to your dressing room to watch you. You had a towel on your head. That was very entertaining.
Yeah.
And then a big dinner. We had a huge dinner.
Yeah,
it was
but
very nice.
You were weird.
I wasn't weird.
You like to be alone a lot, Dave. Well, hey, there's nothing to be ashamed of. You're a loner. I mean, oh, you came in my dressing room and then you went in the closet.
Well,
I mean, you don't like to mix.
But it was fun. For me, it was a rare.
Really want to get off that?
Behind the scene.
Really throws you when I hit it right in the basket, huh? As soon as I get him right in the home party, don't want to talk about it.
Anyway, it was a great evening. And we had a lot of fun, and we still think about it fondly.
I'm glad
and
you
your
do,
wife,
Dave. I'm glad you do. Barbara. Her name is
yeah.
Barbara. She asked for it the other day.
Lovely
She's
woman.
in town now. She's working 57th Street.
No. You know what I also want to talk to you about is Frank Sinatra's 80th birthday celebration. You were part of that, of course.
Yeah. Frank asked for you, but he couldn't be here. There was a bomb in his car. But see, that kind of joke didn't get much reaction. But I know Sinatra's going to hear it, and he's going to hurt my family.
Do me a favor. When we come back from commercial, I'll talk to you about it in commercial, and you do it when we come back.
Okay.
I have a little favor to
But this
ask.
isn't a favor. This is a job.
Yeah, I know. I understand that, but I want you to do a little something for me.
A favor I do for friends. This I do for work.
All right. We got to do a commercial. We'll be
So
right
you're
back.
alone a lot,
Yeah,
huh? You hang out a lot.
Don Rickles is there, Mary Stuart Masterson, Joe Ely, Todd Snyder singing a Buddy Holly song. That Mary Stuart Masterson, I want to tell you something. I know the movies you're in are very, very successful, but this one is going to be a blockbuster. This is going to be huge. You know why, Don?
Why?
Well, because everybody will go see it who's ever been in love, anybody who wants to be in love, or anybody who is in love. They'll all go see this movie. They'll go see it 9 or 10 times.
Well, that lets me out.
Let's talk about Toy Story. You and Tom Hanks, of course, and Tim Allen.
Yeah.
And it's an animated thing.
That's correct,
Like a
Dave.
cartoon.
That's 2 in a row you got.
Toys. You're running around.
That's right.
And you're the voice of...
Mr. Potato Head.
There you go.
Yeah.
Why do you suppose they thought of you, Don?
Well, to be very honest, it's about a doll that goes to pieces.
Yeah.
And a highly sarcastic guy, which I am in life, but only in fun. And Disney it did so well, the film, that Walt got out of the box and wanted to see the receipts.
Is that right? Actually got out of the box.
Out of the box.
Hell.
Showed up at Disney, slapped Mickey Mouse right in the face and said, "Let me see that Toy Story." I said that to the Disney people, and they all got depressed and left the set.
Now, I watched...
Did you ever go on the Disney lot?
Yes, I've been on there a couple of times. Took the tour, I think.
See Judy Garland skipping up the road and all
No,
that
I
baloney?
didn't see that. All that baloney.
Well, what were you doing at Disney anyway?
Well, I just visiting a friend. I don't know.
You don't know anybody. You just told me you were
All right,
alone a
I
lot.
was by myself.
You probably stood by the gate with the guard going, "Know any girls?"
So, occasionally that'll work.
Yeah. When was the last time you were out with a girl?
But
Try
I
to
would-
think. Dave, I don't know why you get uptight about that. You got to go out with girls, otherwise, don't you notice how the crew's starting to stare at you? You're 49. Make a move already. You know what I mean? You can't sit in the house with the covers over your head humming. You can't do that.
I don't worry about me.
Okay.
I'm doing just fine.
I'm glad to hear it.
Yeah.
So
So
do you
now-
want to marry my daughter?
How old's your daughter?
12.
No.
No, my daughter's 29, and she's very beautiful.
Yeah? Well, maybe I'd like to meet her.
Well, what kind of money you got?
Well, I'm doing pretty good.
Okay,
Had a
well,
pretty good year.
Would you become a Jew?
Well, sure.
Okay, it's set. The wedding's Thursday. I can't picture you a Jew. Oh, gee.
What does that mean?
You're the kind of guy who takes a shower and your body's cream white. You're like Wonder Bread, you know what I mean? You're the Midwest. You order a bologna sandwich with mayo and no mustard, you know what I mean? And you sit around with your wife and, well, your mother, whoever.
I had a wife. I've been married.
You're divorced?
Yes.
Oh, well, you're not going to touch my daughter. No way. No, sirree. I didn't know that. Ooh.
So I'm watching the film The Toy Story, and I'm listening hard, and I recognize Tom Hanks' voice. He plays the cowboy.
Yeah.
And Tim Allen plays like the space robot guy or something. And the potato head, that don't sound like you.
Well, it is me.
No, it don't sound like you.
Well, we're going to have a fist fight over this?
I don't know. I'm just saying, why doesn't it sound like you?
I don't know. I don't do the mixture. It's me. Trust me.
Are you sure it's you?
Yes, I know the check. My wife got another coat with that.
Because
cockamamie thing.
I'm thinking maybe you did it and they weren't that happy with it, so they got another guy in there to sound a little like you.
Why are you begging for a slap? Why?
That's a horrible thing for my father-in-law to be saying. Yeah,
Please, God, don't let that happen. No, that wouldn't be bad. You'd call me Dad.
No, we'd have fun.
We'd sit around in the house and watch a fly die.
Because I like your wife really well. I think Barbara's
What,
very
you want to
nice.
have an affair now with my
No,
wife?
I didn't say that. See, you're reactionary.
First you
That's
went from
your
the
problem.
daughter, now
You're
you want to take a shot
reactionary.
with the
No,
wife.
your wife is a lovely woman.
You
Very
don't know
nice.
my wife. How do you know what she is?
Lovely and very intelligent.
Yeah,
it's
is she?
a very
You should
appealing
see her at night when
combination.
she opens up the robe and goes, Batman!
Batman. That's what your wife does. She opens the robe and screams, Batman.
That's right. They heard it. These people are not sitting there
all
going,
right.
this. They
Just
heard it.
wanted to double check it for God's sake.
for God's sake.
Now let's see, Don, you're off right now. I believe you're going to be in Atlantic City.
What do you mean you believe? I'm going to be. What do you mean you believe?
Atlantic City, the Caesar's Palace in Atlantic City, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday.
Not Sunday. Sunday I take off. It's a Catholic holiday.
All right. Anybody open the show for you down there? Or you
Yes,
always...
a girl called Lisa Donham.
That's a great show. I've seen The Man in Las Vegas. We had a lovely evening. No, what do you mean?
It's
true.
a girl.
No, I'm talking about you.
Oh, I got
I've never.
scared.
I don't know Lisa. No, I don't know
transvestite or
Lisa
something.
Dunham.
No, you saw me in Las Vegas and you enjoyed me, right?
That's right. Why are you repeating everything I say now?
Because the people don't understand when you say a compliment about me, you bury it in your soup there, whatever you're doing. By the way, what is this? Oh, this is mine.
Yeah.
Okay. Batman!
Don, it's always a pleasure to have you out here. I love you. I love your cologne.
I love you too, and next time together, let's have a smelling contest. I'll smell you, you smell me, and we'll both go home and go, who stinks?
Yeah.
Anyway,
Are you making some more movies?
Yeah, we're doing some, not talkies, though. We're doing some in my house. I wear a raincoat and brown socks.
That's good. I've seen those.
Don Rickles, ladies and gentlemen.
Nice job, Don.
We'll be right back from Mary Stuart Masterson.
Well, I want to tell you something. Nothing beats the aroma of cheap champagne. Reminds me of my wedding reception.
Oh, come on.
Our next guest is one of the funniest and most delightfully hostile guys we know. He'll be performing October 31st through November 3rd at the Taj Mahal in Atlantic City and November 8th and 9th at the Tropicana in Las Vegas. Ladies and gentlemen, here he is, the lovely, the talented Don Rickles. Don.
Are you kidding me?
It's just a little damp. Here, put some of these down there.
I got a $6 million wardrobe here.
Just
He
a
wants me
little-
to sit in a swamp.
There you are. Come on.
Hey,
Don,
here's
have
your
a seat.
Joe Torre. What is that?
Bring me a cue card.
Champagne
Bring one
all
of
over
those
the
cue
place.
cards. I'll
What are
take
you
care of it.
kidding?
Bring me.
I used to do
Tony,
this
where the
years
heck
ago.
are you? Bring me one of these
You want
cards,
the chicken
Don,
soup?
you must be pretty excited.
Jake,
You must
get
be-
a little class.
you must
8
be
guys
pretty
were
excited.
working here, and one guy went like this.
I'll
No,
get
that's it for me.
There you go. There.
Yeah, sure. Here he is. Another guy with a
Tuck
microphone.
Tuck
Land the
yourself into
planes.
that. There you go.
Go land the
Have a
planes.
seat.
$40
There you
million.
go.
$40 million a week you make, and I've got a swamp, and you're sitting on a
Yeah, that's
warm
right.
bed here.
That seems about right.
A couple more for the arms. The arms.
Oh, you're all right.
Well, look at the arms here. I did 10 minutes on furniture. You wait a year to be on the show, and I wind up a furniture salesman. Snap out of it, Paul. This is humor.
No, no. I'm with you. I'm with you.
Don, how you doing, buddy? Nice to see you.
I was doing great.
Yeah.
Holy
I know you're a big baseball fan. You must be
you-
excited
you
for the
kidding?
Yankees. It's great for baseball,
Watch
don't
this.
you think?
Watch this, Dave, huh? Do I know baseball? Hi, Charlie. Hi, babe. Hi, babe. Hey, Charlie. Hey, babe. Hey, Charlie. Hey, babe. Hey, babe. Hey, hey, babe. And then they go for the major one, but we can't do that on TV. Hey, I'm so thrilled for Joe Torre. I really am.
How is Tommy Lasorda doing?
Oh, he's home with depressed. Well, you know, the Yankees won. Tommy's great. No, his health-wise,
He's feeling
doing,
good?
Yeah, he's
Yeah?
great. I called him on the phone the other day. I said, "How are you, Tommy?" He said, "I feel." No, it's a joke. It's a joke.
It's a joke.
It's a joke. It's
Tommy's
a joke.
fine.
He's
Yeah.
great. He's
Yeah.
sitting there with a little picture of Italy.
Is
in
his
front of him.
robe open?
What about? You know about his robe being open?
I just thought maybe his robe would
What
be
do you
open.
think? He's got a bird act?
And then his wife comes in. Wife comes in and he gives her a cookie.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, that's right.
I learned all that stuff, Dave. It was so great. I'm so great. So glad. I'm so glad for Joe Torre. Joe's
Yeah,
the
he's a
best,
nice guy.
and his brother Frank. That's the main
Doing well,
thing.
yeah.
It's a real Jack Armstrong story.
Yeah, there were so many wonderful aspects to the Yankees. You know, winning the World Series in and of itself, that's just terrific. But there were so many other really nice circumstances about this year. And
Yeah,
it
it was an
good.
exciting thing,
Yeah.
especially if you know the ball players. Like I got to know the Dodgers, and most of the times when you hang out with these guys, you say, "How are you?" And you think you're a border guard. I mean, I sit in the Dodger dugout, they go, "Mr. Riga, you talk to Tommy for me."
Yeah.
Talk to Tommy, talk to Tommy. I said, "Forget that. Keep picking up that fruit."
Yeah.
You don't know. Half these guys, hey, folks, it's free.
That's right. That's right. What did it cost you to get
That's
in here?
right.
Exactly. Good
Don't
point.
turn on me for the
No,
price.
sir.
This is funny stuff for
Got
what
it.
you're paying.
There's the Hey, you're working down in Atlantic City. I know you have several homes in Southern California.
What's that? Several homes.
I
Oh,
know,
yes, I
you're-
do.
You have several homes.
I have a beach place.
Yeah,
yes.
well, sure, several homes. And you and your wife, Barbara.
Yeah.
Barbara, lovely woman.
That's correct.
Very, very, very nice.
So far, you're ahead 40-0.
And you know that time, I always refer back to this time that we all went to dinner. God, that was a nice evening.
It was, especially when you knew I was paying for it.
Yeah, and but your wife is so nice and
Thank
so
you.
reasonable and
Thank
so
you.
down to earth and so intelligent. You know, I get the feeling that to marry you, she must have been tricked. Almost.
No. He's going so nice and he turned on me. Man turned on me for no reason.
But now,
No, we're married 31 years. She's a lovely woman. On the
And you
wedding
do-
night, she just... Please. You never saw her. Anyway, no, that joke could cost me. That could cost me.
no, that's fine.
No, she's lovely.
She's beautiful, yeah.
We
And-
just came back from a trip.
And you had a birthday. You're celebrating a birthday.
I was 70 years old.
70 years old.
Yeah.
And you were in Italy.
I was in Italy. Wife and I went to Venice.
Oh,
Have
it's
you ever
beautiful.
been to Venice?
Yes, I've been to Venice.
It was
Lovely.
great. We were in the gondola and I made a move. And
You know,
the guy with the oar went, "I can't believe what's going on here." No, we had a wonderful time. We stayed at the...
And then he wanted you to talk to Tommy for him.
Shut up, Dave, huh? You really get on my nerves. I'm trying to tell a
But
story.
you know, Venice, Tommy,
I'm Don.
yeah.
I'm Don. He's Tommy.
Venice,
He's starting to get it, folks. He's starting to get it.
Venice
I
is...
give you another week, you'll be at the home going, "More champagne." No, Venice is great.
Yeah, it's a series of small islands. It's like 500 tiny islands connected by those waterways that are the canals.
Is this a geography test?
Well, it's all I know about
When you hear the
Venice.
bell, go to history.
Right?
It is. It's a bunch of small islands. That was the main thing when we went there. The wife and I just sat in the room with a map. And said, "These are a bunch of small islands. Dave told us that. The hell with going to dinner, just lay on the bed and look at the map." But we had a great time. And
Beautiful there. Where else
we
did
went
you
over
go?
to Capri.
Capri,
and saw
never been there, no.
Oh, that's great. You see the topless ladies taking a shower?
Oh, no, I didn't know that.
Here at 70, the legs keep starting to move. Boom, boom, boom. Watching those topless ladies, I laid on the beach chair and started to make the eyes roll a little bit, but it was great. I'm trying to get out of this. She was great. We went on to Capri, then we went on to Naples.
Do you speak Italian?
Why would I speak Italian? I'm a
I
Jew.
don't know. I'm just... Just trying to earn a little of my money here tonight.
Do you speak Farsi?
Whatever that is. Farsi.
Farsi,
No, I
Farsi,
don't see
yeah. Some gay guy in Lebanon. I don't know. No, I don't speak Italian. I don't even speak Hebrew, and I'm a Jew.
Sure.
I know how to duck rocks, but I don't speak Jewish. I speak black. The black guy's laughing. Like, I speak black like, you ain't getting my money.
So you had a lovely trip to Italy there.
Yes, we did.
Capri, where else did you go?
Well, hold it down, folks. Hold it down, huh? If there's any more noise, we're going to bring in the guards. No, we had a wonderful trip. We spent actually 3 weeks there, and it was great. The prices are ridiculous.
Yeah, a lot of food.
Coffee's like $10.
Oh, very expensive.
Oh, yeah, but you have no problem. I know your salary. You got no problem. You don't go for anything. You put on that baseball cap and you hide in your room.
Maybe next year we'll go. Maybe I'll, take you with you.
He was in my dressing room in Vegas. He's a real loner. But hey, nothing wrong in that. Johnny Carson, our friend, mutual friend, he was the same way. Pretty much alone. And that's the way you are. Nobody knows your life.
No, that's all right. It's not that interesting. There's not much to tell.
I buy that.
Yeah.
I buy that, Dave. I know you a long time, and I don't find it interesting.
Yeah. All right, come on in, boys. Here we go. Let's get it. Our first guest is one of the funniest people we know. On July 20th, this man will be performing at the South Shore Music Circus in Cohasset, Massachusetts, and at the Westbury Music Festival July 24th and 25th. We have no idea where he will be for Labor Day. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome back Mr. Warmth, Don Rickles. Don! Hey, Don. Good to see you. Thank you very much for being here. You know I love you. I think the world of you. I'm always happy you're here on the show. You make me feel good. I just, things are better when you're around.
Thank you. Well, go to church.
And it was very funny because when you walked over, you shook my hand and you said, "What are you doing in town?" And I thought that was very funny.
Well, that's why you got this show, because you find that funny.
Hey, now, but wait a minute. You said it. You see? So...
I know what I said.
Hey, did you see that dog on Mars?
I did.
That was
hey,
cute.
I'm not Ray Charles. I saw it. What do you think? I'm back there like... You must think I'm sitting back there like I'm back in Iran with a Band-Aid over my eyes or something.
You were wait a minute. You were in Iran with a Band-Aid over your eyes?
Shut up. How about that for an ad-lib? Shut up.
Yeah. Oh, man.
I enjoyed Tim Allen. Tim and I, we did Toy Story together, and
yeah,
it's great to see him come out here doing bits to pick up bucks.
Yeah. What
I didn't know he was in
exactly?
that kind of shape. It was embarrassing. I mean,
you were
came out here in his T-shirt and jeans with a hammer. He did 2 minutes of nothing. Paul, snap out of it, huh?
You did it in that film.
Does he think he's Charlie Chan?
Yeah.
And I worked for Michael Eisner and the Disney company.
They're very cheap, aren't they?
Hey, you said that. I didn't say that. But when they paid me, they went, "You got a minute? Come here."
Everything off the books.
Nah, yeah, they don't spring for a lot. They all sit in their big homes with a cigar going, what do we pay that Jew?
And then somebody comes in and gives them a cookie.
Yeah. You're getting on my nerves.
I know.
No, it's good to see you, David.
Good to
It's been
see
a
you
while.
again. But I know something exciting and wonderful and important has happened in your life recently. Your daughter, your lovely daughter, I don't believe that I've ever met your daughter, Mindy.
And you won't.
No. How's your wife,
I
by
know,
the
because
way?
you saw her once at the beach and a little bit of
No,
saliva. No, she's very pretty, and you're too old for her anyway. Anyway, she's very pretty, and she finally got married. And
Congratulations.
Well, thank you, because the check stopped. No, she finally got married, and...
Take us through that whole process.
Well, the whole process is you go, and the rabbi goes, and you step on the glass, and that's it. That's you Gentiles, you don't have that.
We don't do that,
You
no.
do 20 hours of the organ.
Right.
And then Dracula comes in and goes, you are married, you are married.
Dracula, that's right. Dracula comes in.
That was it.
That's the New Testament
That's
stuff.
right.
Yeah, the New Testament.
Jews
Dracula.
do it fast, and then we just stand in line and go, 300 for you,
Yeah.
300 for you, 400 for you. And the Italian guy come in and goes, hey, you want some cake? And that's what they do. And that's the wedding. You were supposed to be invited, but we heard the gift you were going to give, so we...
No, now, Don. But what about the emotions, seeing your only daughter growing up now and giving her away to another life with another man? It must have been terribly moving and thrilling.
Come on, you son of a gun. You got me crazy. How about this? When she got to the altar, I pushed her. That's a joke. She married a fellow called Ed Mann. He's in Premier Radio, and now he's out on his own. But
What
they're
is
very
he?
happy.
A disc jockey? Is that what he is?
Well, he was a disc jockey,
Really?
as a matter of fact. He started out in Boston.
They make good money, those guys.
Do they really?
Yeah.
Oh, why don't you come over to the house and count it?
Well, okay,
Son,
Don.
he's into my kid's son-in-law's money.
Now, and then
doesn't make your kind of money.
Then you and your lovely
You
wife.
jump right over that. When I bring up the money, every time I've been on this show, every time I discuss what you make, it's like, oh, please, I don't want to. Meanwhile, you're in Connecticut saying to your girlfriend, put it in the other truck.
Put it in the other truck. I make a
Never
comfortable
liked the
living.
truck.
I make a comfortable
No,
living.
you're
I'm
no.
lucky. I'm very lucky to have this damn
No,
job.
you're not lucky. You're a talented man. You deserve it. Yes, you do.
How's your... Now look what you've done. Yeah. How's your lovely wife, Linda?
Her name is Barbara.
Barbara,
Linda's the hooker I used to go with.
Hello.
When you get a chance, glance at the notes. How's your lovely girlfriend, Maria? You know, the broad in the Bronx. With the bubble gum. Wow!
With the bubble gum. But you and Barbara are moving into a new house now.
You know, that's quite an event. How many times, seriously, in your career have you moved? I mean, since you left Indiana and your mother and so forth, on your own, how many times have you moved from?
I actually still live at the house.
Yeah, I saw your mother. She's a lovely woman, really. She goes, my Dave is going to make a cake.
Yeah.
Anyway,
I've moved a handful of times. It is a very traumatic experience.
it is. Yeah. So we lived in this house for 27 years. And now we moved, and we have a lot of stuff, as they say, and we have to move it all. And, you know, the wife's jewelry is an hour. And we move all the stuff, you know, and my kids come over, and we got a lot of mail. I have letters from my mother, SSO, written to me. And
nice.
from the paper, she's yelling. As I read the letters, what are you doing? What the hell's the matter with you? She does that. See, when she
It's a
was
loving tribute to your mother,
yes,
Don.
God bless her. She always had that problem. She missed her gum. But she was a great lady.
So now what kind of place you got now? Like a
Big.
Yeah.
Yeah, no. What we had a 12,000. See, with our children moving out of the house,
You need less room.
Yeah, so we got a nice place, and it was 6,000 feet. You know, not bad.
6,000 square feet.
Square feet, right? Thank you. I'm working with an architect. Anyway,
6,000 feet is a very long
6,000
house.
feet would be short, right?
Very long house.
Thanks a million. How about Linda? How's Linda doing? Anyway, so Linda, that's going to cost me a lawyer.
No, I knew.
Now the wife's going to ring from L.A. and say, "Who are you with, a Linda? What is this with a Linda?"
No, I was
anyway,
just teasing.
so I know you were teasing.
Yeah.
You don't have to explain
Okay,
everything,
good.
Dave.
All right, fine.
Just get a better barber.
All right.
Anyway, listen. No, I like it like that. I do. I happen to like your hair like that. Before you had all the curls and all,
it
you
was
know.
silly, wasn't
and
it?
I started to worry about you. You know, when I had those big parades,
Yeah.
I thought you'd have the slippers on and. So,
Put on the slippers.
Yeah, right. Anyway, so we moved to this.
Call me a hockey puck. Come on, call me a hockey puck.
You're a hockey puck.
Thank you very much.
Not only you're a hockey puck,
Yeah.
you're a hockey puck that's a little slow. I don't know how I got that with a hockey. Isn't that strange?
It's a nice. I
to
like
this
it.
day, I have no idea.
You call somebody a hockey puck.
I must have way
It's
back
good, yeah,
when,
yeah.
but I really don't recall.
Okay, so you moved into the house. How's
Yeah,
it
so
going?
we didn't move in yet.
Haven't moved in
We're
yet.
moving out to the beach. Remember we
that's
had
nice.
dinner that night out at
Oh,
the
that. Yeah.
beach? We did. And you had the baseball cap, and
That's
you were
right.
hiding under the table because
That's
you didn't
right.
want to be recognized. And no, that's the way he is. He's the most
No.
shyest. No, and I'm not saying this to be unfair to you. You are the most laid-back guy. You and De Niro. De Niro's like you.
But he's like your good friend, isn't he?
Well,
you actually hang around with Robert De Niro.
Well, he got engaged at my house.
No.
Yes, I'm not. Well, no, I'm making it up.
Was this what has happened after you moved out?
No. This is as the furniture was being moved. How long have you had that? Remember Frank Fontaine? Dating myself with Frank Fontaine. Anyway.
So De Niro got engaged at your house.
That's right. We said that. Is this on tape? And he got engaged at the house, and we wished him a lot of luck. And ever since then, he's been in, you know, because of Casino, which I carried him in.
Yeah, it was a fine film.
No, and Bob's a great kind of guy. But he's like you. What I was getting back to, we went to a restaurant. He likes to eat in the bushes. In other words, if you go to a restaurant and there's plants, he goes, let's eat over here. And you were the same way. I was with him for dinner in Las Vegas.
Yeah, it was great. I loved that night.
Remember, you
That
had
was
on your
like
baseball
the night
cap,
of a
and you
lifetime.
said, could I eat? Let me.
Yeah, it was fun.
They all get creepy. They want to be alone. And I said, I need fans. I need people. I'm not like you. I don't have 2 trucks with the... you know.
Alex, funny story. Alex Trebek, you know, talking about De Niro getting engaged at your house.
Yeah.
Alex Trebek honeymooned at my house.
With you? Alex, I know Alex very well. Did he really honeymoon at your house?
No, he didn't.
You
could
hockey
be.
puck? You have a big house.
Yeah, but it's not like a place in the Poconos with a heart-shaped tub. And I'd rent it out.
You never worked those places.
Oh, no.
I did, and when we checked in, there was a guy going, just give me a few more minutes, I want to make it bubble. Anyway, but, hey, folks, for the money you're paying, this is a riot.
That's right. Attaboy. Where's the card? All right, let's run this down because if you have a chance to see Don in person, it'll be a night of a lifetime for you. July 20th, the South Shore Music Circus would be like elephants and giraffes and clowns.
Yeah.
That's good.
And I work on a trapeze without a supporter.
That's in Cohasset, Massachusetts. And then right here in the area, Westbury Music Festival, July 24th and 25th.
With
Good.
Debbie Reynolds, who is a very dear
great
friend
show.
and a
Yeah.
wonderful...
And she's terrific in that movie, the Albert Brooks
Yeah,
film.
she's a lovely gal.
Yeah, good to see
Very
you
happy.
again.
Good to see you,
My
David.
best to your lovely wife, Barbara.
Thanks, David.
Don Rickles, ladies and gentlemen. We'll be right back with Brendan Fraser. First guest, without question, one of the funniest men we know. He will be performing at the State Theater in Brunswick, New Jersey, November 15th, and at the Trump Taj Mahal, November 20th through the 23rd. Here he is, Don Rickles. Don, come on. Have a seat. Thank you, Don. You know, you smell great. I mean, whenever you come out, I'm
Well, I
always...
shower. It's a new thing.
Before we
shower.
begin,
Try it.
and I don't want to embarrass you, but I can't tell you how much I'm looking forward to having dinner. Not everybody. I've only been out to dinner with a couple of people who come on the show, and I think the world of you and your wife Lydia, and I'm looking forward to going. What? What?
Last time you said Lydia.
Right.
And her name is Barbara, but I know.
All right, it's Barbara.
I know.
That's right.
Tell the truth. You're having an affair with my wife. And I'll give you $5 if you stay with her.
No. But I'm, you know, it'll be fun. You know, we're going to go out where it'll be fun, don't you think?
Well, last time, you know, it was like watching a fly die in your face. I mean,
it was not. It was
you don't light up a room. You know that. You know,
well, no, I don't, but you do.
No, well, hey, I'm delighted that we can go out.
It'll be a lot of fun.
Yeah,
Yeah.
well, hey, we'll see. I'm taking a chance. I went out on a cliff. You know how that came about?
What's that?
Well, I saw... Don't you get out of the house at all? I saw an article in one of the magazines,
Yeah.
and it said that you had the best time in Las Vegas with Don Rickles and Barbara.
Yeah, it was fun.
Who used to be Lydia, and or Linda. And you said that we had a great time. So I said to the wife, hey, let's give him a call
Try it again, yeah.
and see if he goes out again.
Yeah.
I mean, because, you know, hamburger Hamlet isn't much. McDonald's, we go for a few bucks, and boom.
Yeah.
So anyway, we're going to go out, and we'll see how it
It'll be nice.
And the next adventure, we'll tell the people how it turned out.
Yeah, are you looking forward to it?
No. I have a lot on my mind, and you're not on top of the list. I'll tell you that right now.
But no, I'm excited. I really am excited.
Look at your life. You sit up there in Connecticut saying, is that broad back again?
That'll be fun. Do you know what you're going to have to eat?
Huh?
I say, do you know what you're going to have to eat? Have you
I
thought
heard
about
you
it
the first time.
All right, well,
That's a dumb question.
Yeah, well, no.
Food. I'm going to have food.
But when you go out, what do you like to eat? Like a big lobster,
Well,
maybe?
if you're picking up the check,
I
I'm
am. I'm
going to
paying.
go for 2 bottles of vodka, giant steak, and
Right.
a real-life cowboy to kill it. And it should be quite an evening. I'm looking for... who are you bringing?
Yeah, some of the folks here from the show are going to go.
Oh, one of those long nights. Oh, boy. It's one of those nights where Dave... Look what Dave's eating. Isn't that wonderful? Dave's eating... Bravo, Dave! Dave had
wanna get in on
dessert!
this?
Bravo, Dave!
Paul, you want to go with us?
Kissing up. I'm only sitting with the wife going, how much longer? Let's have another vodka. You know what my wife does? When
I
Frank
like your
Sinatra,
wife.
when
She's
Frank
really
Sinatra
nice.
in the days where Frank, God bless him, let him be well, when Frank Sinatra had one of his moments, you know, times when he got upset, and he would do something, and my wife is a Valium, and she turns around like he'll drop a chair on the floor and say, damn it, I don't like this food. And my wife would go, can I have some more ice? Gee, look at this. I got 103.
But now, Don... Hey, save
Why don't
some
you
of,
try this
save
and see
some
where
of this
I've
for
been?
dinner. But tell me the story, and maybe I've got it all wrong, but years ago in Las Vegas, and you're like a historian for Las Vegas, because when you came up, the Rat Pack was still running the town and stuff. Didn't Frank Sinatra save Shecky Green's life once?
Yeah, but I don't want to get into that because I have a family.
I have some kind of, I don't remember.
You don't have. You have a mother in Indianapolis just saying, hi, Dave, I'm in Helsinki.
Yeah.
Hi, Dave. See, and God bless her. She's a wonderful
she's a lovely woman. Yeah,
she's been working the highway, I understand.
Anyway, but that didn't happen. I mean, I'm remembering that the...
Yeah, I know, but Shecky Green's a great comedian, and I
Right.
don't want to talk about his personal life and what happened there.
Right.
You understand,
I
Dave?
know, I
and if
understand.
you keep it up, I'm going to suck on your neck. What do you think of that, Dave? So Frank is great. Now, I'd
I'm
like
pretty
to talk
sure
about
you told me this story.
I never told you that. What are you looking to do? Time together for crying out loud? Can you see us now in Wampak going? It was Dave, Warren. It was Dave.
No, I just, you know...
One of the crew went, it was funny. I hate those kind of
He's
guys.
coming
Sit
to
there with the
dinner.
earphones
Yeah.
That guy's not bad. That was funny.
Let me, we'll come back to the Shecky Green story.
Yeah, and I hope your car stalls.
I hope your car stalls.
That's right. The way it's going, I'm reaching for anything.
What are you with AAA? I hope your car stalls.
That's right.
All right. And then give him a cookie.
Yeah, boy. I never slapped the host.
No, come on.
Never.
Let's talk about...
I want to get abroad. I'm married to a Jewish wife. She just lays there every night going, again? Anyway, No, we don't have sex like that anymore.
I'm sorry to hear that.
No, you come over to the house one night, you can work the light.
I don't think so. Work the light. Don, the last time you were here...
By the way, I got to tell you, serious moment.
Yeah.
Just one little statement.
Yeah.
You were marvelous the other night. Marvelous. And I really mean just fantastic the way you handled the Marv Alpert situation.
Oh, please.
No, I mean
no.
You were great. You really were great.
It's all.
No, you were great.
It's all silly.
It was shown with a lot of dignity.
Well,
and
he's
you
a
did it
nice man, and
Yes.
there's trouble. There's obviously, undeniably, there's trouble.
Yeah, well, I pass on that statement.
Now,
Anyway,
so Shecky Green.
hey, man, when I was single, I did a lot of things.
Really?
You were married very young, and then you went on
That's
to
right.
another life, and now you just sit in Connecticut going, I want a woman. Somebody bring me a woman.
That's right.
Now you're in your late 40s and you just
50.
sit alone.
I'm 50.
You're 50.
I'm 50,
Put
sure.
the covers over your head and
Yeah.
play camp.
Right, yeah. I hope your car's stalled. But now, the last time you were here, the daughter grew up, got married, moved out of the house. You and Barbara were thinking of moving to a different house. And
Yeah.
well, how's that going?
Well, 27 years of stuff. You know, we lived in Beverly Hills naturally.
Sure.
You know,
Of
tour
course you
buses
got
went
to,
by and
yeah.
said, is the Jew home? Anyway, and I wasn't Jewish, so I had no problem. But, look at us, the guy in the row. He's a Jew. I know a Jew. He's a Jew. This guy's a liar. He's a Jew. I know a Jew. Anyway, so you never meet too many Jewish people. Right?
I meet
in
everybody.
Indianapolis, there's not too many Jews. There's
No.
usually guys saying, I'll fix your engine for $5. But
That's because when your car stalls, you
that's-
got to.
that's it, the car
all
stalls.
comes around, sure.
where'd you get that tile? Make you feel at home. Boop, 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 boop.
Make you feel at home. Make you feel at home.
Thank you. I feel
Make you feel at
now.
home.
I feel
What'd you
at
do,
home now. Thank you.
shoot a guy with bubble gum?
That's right. I shot a guy with bubble gum.
That's it.
Yeah, thank you.
I know what I said. I get the feeling it's on. The FBI is watching.
I can't think of anything else to say, so I just repeat what you say.
People in Canada, they
What?
don't want you back.
What did you...
You're too short for the country.
All right. But you mean it with the love. No, he means it with the love.
Paul,
Yeah.
just sit there and hope you play again. Just shut up. All of a sudden, he became Charlie
know.
Personality.
I know. What can you do?
Do what you do best. I don't know why I'm pointing it on you.
Don, tell us about the house. Did that ever...
Yeah, so 27 years, as I said. So
Yeah.
now we finally moved to another. I don't want to tell you because you probably want to come over.
I'll
and
try
so.
and come by, yeah.
But now we're living out at Malibu, you know,
Oh,
and
it's
you know
beautiful
Malibu.
out there, yeah.
But now El Nino, you know, I thought it was a guy coming to blow on us. El Nino's coming. Oh, hi, senor, El Nino. Then I found out it's a queer wave or something. I don't know. So, the Jew went, a queer wave, a queer wave. He's a Jew. I know he's a Jew. So, the woman next to him went, are you a Jew? Anyway, making us so
I know, it's fine.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So anyway, so we're out at Malibu,
Yeah, it's
and now it
beautiful
looks
out
like a
there.
bunker. You know, we got the sandbags.
Oh, yeah, sure.
We got the
Oh,
walls
worried
up.
about flooding in El Nino.
Oh, sure.
Yeah, you got to.
Really, you know, and, my son and daughter, they come by and they say, hey, Dad, it's going to be a big storm, and then they leave. Because they know they're going to come into
Yeah.
They just want to see me go under signing a check. So,
Get a seat down front.
yeah, seat down front. That's
exactly.
good. That's as good as stalling the car.
Reading of the will.
Reading of
Seat
the will.
down front.
Oh, now you got me dead already.
there's
Reading
right.
in the will.
Well, no, I thought that's
when you
what you were-
die, I figure you tops 2 cars.
Now,
Anyway, I'm going to get about 48 cars.
but Shecky Green somehow...
Again with him. Gee,
Hang on a second.
He's
Let me
a
see what
wonderful guy.
He's
Shecky
a great man. And
Bob
Frank,
Newhart. What about Bob Newhart?
another nice man.
Well, he don't like you.
I'm just sitting here. For the love of God, I'm just sitting here.
But what do you keep bringing up Shecky Green, who I happen to like? But I don't know why you're doing this.
Because it was a lovely humanitarian story.
Well, let him take you to dinner.
Frank, I heard now, Frank.
Leave
somehow-
Frank alone.
All
Frank
right,
is
fine.
in his home
Okay,
in
sure.
Malibu,
No, I don't
just sitting there with a blowgun who's going to pick off your family. I'll tell you that.
Well done. Really, with a blowgun?
With a blowgun, that's right.
So listen, we'll have a chance to...
Look at that guy in the
I
crew,
know.
still staring at you. Hope you get on a Jerry Lewis telethon and don't make it to the microphone.
Listen, we'll have plenty of time to get reacquainted at the dinner after the show.
I'm canceling it.
No,
By the
it'll be
way,
fun.
Dave, you
It'll
have
be
lovely
fun.
hands.
It'll be fun. Thank you. Thank you, Don. Thank you very much. We'll see you later.
Oh,
at
that's
dinner.
it, huh?
Yeah, we're done. Don
Okay.
Rickles, ladies and gentlemen. Our first guest is a very funny and entertaining man. He'll be performing at the Trump Taj Mahal in Atlantic City, April 2nd through the 5th. Here's Don Rickles. Hey, Don. How you doing?
Man's a little loud.
Yeah.
You're great, Paul.
Bringing
Good to
you
see
on.
Hey, guys, great
Bringing
to
you
see
on.
you. We'll have lunch.
Cool. Call
Don,
my
nice.
people.
Nice to have you on the program. It's the opening day of baseball. You heard what I said about the no commissioner in baseball. I know you agree with me. It's just something stinking. Something stinks. Something going on.
Where you going with your career? Don't worry about baseball, huh? Do what you do best. Sit here, make out you're charming, and go back to Connecticut and get depressed.
But you know what I'm talking about. All of a sudden, there is no guiding force for baseball. It's just as much money as we can possibly get and screw to hell everybody else.
Well, how does it affect your life if there's guiding money for baseball? I mean, you're a millionaire. You got CBS locked up. You go up to Connecticut. You don't sit in the house with your girlfriend and go, that baseball is ruining everything. You don't care about baseball.
That's pretty much
You
my
just
life.
worry your check comes in, send it to your mother in Indianapolis, and everything is covered. Make the whole thing out of baseball.
But
As a fan, I'm a fan.
purist.
I'm
What
a
about the
Dodger.
Dodgers?
I'm a
Folks,
big fan.
for
Tommy
God's sake,
Lasorda is now
Rupert Murdoch now.
Why are you
owns the
yelling? I'm right
Dodgers.
here.
Rupert Murdoch.
Rupert Murdoch's another millionaire. He's in Australia running around going, I think I can get to that tree. Hey, folks, I thought that was dynamite. I'm telling you. I don't just jump around for kicks, you know what I mean?
I don't think I've ever seen you jump around like that.
Oh, shut up. How about that for now?
Never better.
No, you know, David, I tell you, see, Rupert Murdoch, I think it's going to be great for the family. There's no longer families in baseball.
They're ruining it. It's not going to be great for the game. They're ruining the game. They're just ruining the damn game.
Why don't you lay down and take an aspirin?
Hey, what
Let's
about
get off baseball. What do I care?
What about Tommy Lasorda? How's he doing? Who's a friend of mine, friend of yours?
Well, good. You're that lonely? Anyway, Tommy Lasorda would be on your show, but it's not comped. Anyway, that's an inside joke. Tommy's a great guy, but once I was in a restaurant and they gave him a check and he got a massive.
But he's doing well.
Yeah, he's doing great. What's he got on his mind?
Nice to see you
Anyway,
again. How's your wife, Deborah?
My wife, yeah, but you remember Deborah? It was Barbara. You're going to get a slap in the face.
Barbara,
But
that's it.
He knows. He's kidding. He knows
Thought it
my
was
wife,
Deborah.
and he likes her very, very much.
Yeah, she's nice.
She always says to me, you know something, David, that's the way she talks. You know something, David's a lovely man. And he doesn't like, socially, he's quiet, he stays to himself. And I said, what is wrong with you? The man is a millionaire. You don't want to meet anybody. What's the matter with you? No, because he is. He's a quiet guy. He sits up in Connecticut and goes, was that a cricket? You know what see, they don't know. They don't know the real you. We had dinner, and he treated me to a magnificent dinner at 21.
That was nice. We had a nice night.
Oh, you were a gracious host.
Yeah,
You really were. And I
you
thank
and your lovely wife and some folks from the staff. Paul was there.
I was there.
Yeah, Paul was there.
It was a lot of fun.
Paul kept running behind my table going, look at what he's eating. You were great, though, Paul. You're like a little mouse in a state prison.
Thank you so much. Little mouse in a state prison. Thank you.
It doesn't make sense, but they laugh.
No, of course, I know.
No, you're a charming guy, and I like it. He wrote me a lovely letter, by the way.
Yeah.
And I love your note.
Right.
Thanks for the dinner. Boom, David.
Yeah. Well,
Anyway, but you didn't say thank you. It was your dinner. You treated me.
I think
But the secretary did a little thing. But I know you're not a emotional. Your family. You never hugged a guy. In other words, if I'm a hugger, stand up for a second.
No, don't hurt me.
No, I wouldn't. But come over here. But you're not the kind of guy. See,
let me just see. I want to try that one
when
thing.
two Jews meet on the highway, they go, Irving! Oh my God, Irving! See, you don't do that. You come from a world when you say to your mother, "Hello, Mom."
Hi, Mom.
That's it.
Did you get
David,
the 20
I'm
bucks?
going to camp. Okay, you can sit down now.
All right, thank you.
Anyway, I hate to work with a robot. I hate that. But, hey, what else is new? Well, I'll tell you the truth. You ever get the feeling that if you don't interview yourself, you're not going to be on?
You even need me.
I'm doing myself. I'm interviewing. I'm doing the questions and answers. The three guys in the back. I'm getting fed up with you three guys. Especially the fat guy in the middle with the beard. Is he laughing or coming towards me?
Everything's fine.
Anyway,
Now, what about, you've been following the scandal, the White House, the sex? What do you think?
you know, David, I don't get into that. I mean, if Clinton's in heat, that's his problem. But I mean, you know what I say? On the serious side, for one split second, President of the United States is very important to me and to all of us. And I think sometimes people go too far with going for the juggler. I think it's still the President of the United States. Let's hope that this whole mess will be cleared up and he'll be proven to be a clean-cut gentleman that has no problems. And if not, it's still the President of the United States, and it represents our country. Maybe not the man, but the image and what he is and so forth. And let's pray that it goes right for him, because he is the President of the United States. End of seriousness.
But because of everything you said, that's what makes us very worried about this, because, you know, he's there because the Americans put him there. They're representing not just the White House, not just the symbol, but everybody in this country, and it's a bad representation. If all of this stuff is true, now it could turn out to be that none of this is true.
David,
But can you imagine Lincoln running around the White House playing grab ass? I don't think so. Can you imagine that?
what's happening to you? Get a hold of Betty Ford. Lincoln playing grab ass? I thought I was outrageous. You're ridiculous.
Oh, man.
I'm on with David Letterman. Lincoln's playing grab ass. George Washington was playing try to hit the duck. Anyway, what is happening to this guy? No, I don't. Politics is not one of my favorite things.
Yeah, all right, well, let's move on. Let's talk about the gig. You're working down at Atlantic City, the Trump Taj Mahal.
Yeah, well, you're not sending me any money, so I got to do something.
It's a nice place down there?
Donald Trump is the best.
Is
he
he
really
really?
is. I've been associated with him and the Desert Inn in Las Vegas. I cover every base.
But he's kind of oily himself, isn't he?
No, Donald's very nice. He
Really?
doesn't like you, but he's very, very nice. No, that's a joke. That's a joke. But Donald's very nice. And Ivana was there. Ivana was there that night.
Oh.
I just did Mar-a-Lago the other night.
Oh, down in Florida.
Yeah, and everybody had 6 million 9, 7 billion 8. Nobody had $4. It was always 6 billion. I said to a guy, "How are you?" "I got 6 billion 8." You know, everything was billions.
But you're doing pretty well yourself.
What is that? What the hell's in the back there?
That's just Paul.
Oh, is that? Oh, so you pick up the sound over
No.
I thought I was talking to Paul Winchell.
Am I coming out from over there?
Yeah, we got a thing over here.
Hey,
Paul's
you
coming
really
out
are.
here. It plays out with your trick here.
You are, Paul. You're coming out from over there.
Now, you don't gamble when you go down there, do you? You
Well,
don't
I gamble with my act.
Yeah, I know, but that's a different
No,
thing. That's a
no,
pretty good
I
bet.
never, in all the years, David, I've been in, you saw me in Vegas, so they always used to say to me years ago when I first had almost 40 years, when they said, "Hey, you can't get a job unless you gamble." Now, you guys and you young people and the elders too, well, they know, but you young people, don't feel you go to Vegas and you got to be a big shot and stand at the crap table and go crazy. Gamble, but have a limit. And I never gambled at all. My father, as so he was a gambler, you know, and he gambled. He married my mother. And so, hey, they're both dead. What can they do to me? Anyway,
It's a horrible thing
but
to
I
say.
miss them. It's a horrible thing, but they know me and they can laugh, and you're laughing and you have no right to laugh.
Okay, all right, I don't know.
Why's your hands up? I'm not
I
Italian.
don't hold up.
By the way, he thinks I'm Italian. I don't know what your job is, but you better get some Valium. Anyway, no, we got one guy, you don't see that. The public doesn't see it. One guy off camera going... And like morons, we're going... He's either landing planes or he's got a twitch.
So then...
This I know. Anyway, by the way, I just got to tell you, you got a lovely lady on the show tonight, Mimi Rogers, and I think she's a lovely actress and an old friend, and I'm delighted she's on the show, and I'm looking forward to seeing her.
But now I'm not sure we'll have time for her.
Oh, look, that'll be the day, that'll be the day. Hey, you know something, David? I really, as I get up close to you, I really realize how lonely you are, really. But hey, he's the best. He gave me such a party in New York. It was great. And I love you for that. I love him for a lot of things. You're a tough guy.
You're a nice man. I think the world of you as well.
Wonderful.
All right, now you're going to be down there.
Glory,
Taj Mahal.
glory, hallelujah.
April 2nd through the 5th. Don Rickles, ladies and gentlemen. Nice job, Don. Our first guest is one of our favorites. He's a very funny, entertaining man. He'll be performing at the Taj Mahal in Atlantic City, July 16th through the 19th. Here he is, Don Rickles. Don, come on out. Don Rickles, ladies and gentlemen. Nice to see you, Don. Welcome back to the program. I hope you're having a nice summer.
Well, I was until France won, and then they raided my house.
Oh.
That whole thing with the, you know, we don't follow that too much, that with the...
It's not as popular in this country as it is globally.
No, right. You know, I never could get into that, you know. But now they just run around the streets now. Oh, vive la France. We win. But during the war, they did a lot of retreating.
Well, it's a long time ago.
It's a long time ago, but I was over there. How's
your summer going? Pretty well? You working? You busy?
It's hot, busy. Yeah.
Traveling?
Working the swamps, doing good. Yeah.
Now,
I've been touring with Joan Rivers, who's a
That's a
lovely
pretty good
lady.
show right there. You
we
and
just
Joan
finished
Rivers?
in Westbury. Yeah, Joan Rivers is great.
Now, when you travel like that on the road, does your lovely wife Diane go with you?
No, Babette goes with me. See, he has a running thing. My wife's name is Barbara, and he calls her Diane. You're going to love it when you're in court. That's right, Dave. Spit up all over me. And you were on hiatus all this time, right?
Yeah.
Sat up in Connecticut, swallowing flies. What'd you do? Just sit there by yourself going to your dog. On my lap. Come on, boy, on my lap. Come on, sweetheart, till somebody shows up. Get on my lap. What do you do on a vacation? I can't picture you. And we've been together socially once, you know, and
twice,
then
twice. Yeah.
See how you remember?
Yeah.
In Las Vegas, and once here at the 21 restaurant.
It's a pretty good record, though.
Oh, yeah,
you know?
yeah, for you, that's
We're
a lot.
2 for 2. That's like 2 home runs.
Because he's the kind of guy, you know, that sits in a house alone in Connecticut and goes, hello. I'm David Letterman. And who do you think shows up? I'm Johnny Carson. Nobody sees him either. You know, so. But you don't do too much, do you?
I spent a couple of days at Action Park. You know, I got a couple of things we need to talk to you about. First of all, your buddy, my old friend, Mr. Dodger, Tommy Lasorda, back in the organization.
Yep.
He's a general manager of the LA Dodgers
Yep,
now?
he is.
Yeah.
And the Dodgers are doing great now. They're about 78 games behind. And Tommy's doing a great job. He's trading everything that moves, anything that moves. What are you doing? I'm just a guy selling hot dogs. You're on the team. Anyway, we're making a lot of big changes, you know, because the new Australian guy, Murdoch.
Rupert Murdoch.
Rupert, who knows
got all the money. He's got all the money.
Just sits
guy.
there going, oh, trade, trade, trade. He doesn't know what's going on.
No.
He sits around just belching up money with John Kluge.
Actually belching up money.
Belching up money.
Wow.
You don't need wow. Just belching up money is fine. Wow, unless you're some little idiot on the street. Wow, my skates are gone.
No,
wow.
but I just, honestly, if you saw a guy belching up money, you might say wow.
When you get a chance, we're really rolling along, and you're getting on my nerves. I don't know who you are. This
He's
guy's
with
standing
the
there with the
staff, yes,
microphone.
Corky.
He's just standing, Corky. He's just standing there going, it's funny stuff.
He belongs here.
Seems to be funny stuff.
Yeah, all right, he's fine.
You're all right, though, Corky. You're Italian, right?
Yeah, he's
Spanish. What, that's better? Anyway, you're Spanish. Good lovers, huh?
Now,
lay in bed at night, huh?
Now, how would you know that?
I know. I've been
You
to
know
Spain.
that?
Have you ever been to Spain?
Yes, I have.
Where?
Madrid.
I was in Madrid, too.
Well,
Barcelona?
No.
Seville?
No.
Well, you haven't been to Spain.
I've been to Madrid. I just said.
Well, Madrid's great with the tapas and the whole thing, and the ladies, right? Am I right, Corky?
And the ladies,
They
that's
stand.
right.
They stand in the hotel lobby going, toro, 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 toro. And I'm happily married, and may God paralyze me if I would cheat on my wife. Wonderful country.
Yeah.
Now, Don, the other thing.
Don, Jack Benny.
Oh,
Hello.
Don.
Oh, Don. For God's sake, Dave. Anyway.
I want you to now tell us a good story, a favorite story of yours about Frank Sinatra.
Well, first of all, as you know, he was a great man, and there'll never be another Frank. He was a legend, and I loved him dearly. He was a great man. And he was... But, you know, there was another side to Frank. We worked Radio City the last tour together, and everybody said, what was Frank really like? You know, and I'd come backstage and say, Frank, I'm going on. I thought my name for a long time was Get Out of the Way. But, you see, you're laughing. That joke could hurt my family. I got an aunt in the Bronx now. I'll never see her again. I know that. No, I make jokes about Frank with the gangsters and all that. It was all baloney. When I opened my opening night with him, no, whenever I opened, they all sat there and went, hey, yeah, bravo, bravo, yeah. I thought they were horse. They were choking on gunpowder. Anyway, I was working, well, he was at the Sands at the time, and I was working at the Sahara, and I came over one night in my single days. And
What year is this? What are we talking about?
in the 60s.
Yeah.
Yeah. You heard about the 60s.
Yes, I did.
I don't know, every time I talk to you, I get the feeling you're going to report me to somebody.
Well, I could.
It's like a checkup, you know?
I could if I wanted
It's not to be like
I'm not going
like
to.
a Regis Philbin, an annoying kind of personality. You know
It's
what I mean?
fine.
Hey, for the money you're paying, I can say whatever I want. Regis is a friend of mine, and he's annoying.
Now listen. Now you mentioned. I want you to finish this story about Frank. The first time he saw you work.
Yeah. Well, the first time he saw me, no, he saw me. We were in the Sands one night, and I was with this girl. The first time he ever saw me work, you know, I said to him, Frank, which nobody ever did before. I said, Frank, stand up, be yourself, hit somebody.
Right.
And pretty much the audience did what they did here tonight. And then all the guys with him went, that's a funny line, eh? And then he laughed, and then I knew they weren't going to hurt my family. But the idea was I was sitting in the Sands, and he came, and I was with this girl, lovely girl.
What was her name?
Linda.
Linda. I'll need it for the report.
Yeah, right. It's nice when the host gets off a good one once in a while. Anyway, she came over. I was sitting with her, and she's going, do you know Frank Sinatra? And I'm making a try. I said, oh, sweetheart. Kidding? Personal friend of mine. Which I knew he was, but, you know, and he's sitting there with a bunch of people, and he's got security all around. And I said, and it's in this cocktail lounge, and the violins are playing, and everybody, and the waiters are tinkling, and Frank's there going, summer wind, you know, and the wind goes by, and the broads are going, summer wind. And I'm at the other table, and in those days I was smoking, I was missing my mouth with the puffs. And she said, and I knew if Frank came over, it's a definite score for the big guy. Yeah. You know what I mean? Sure. And in those days, the big guy, oh boy, there was a lot of throbbing going on, a lot of throbbing. So I was sitting there, David, and I went.
Image, isn't it?
Yeah. By the way, his name is Eddie. Anyway, David, so I went over and I said, Frank, if you could come over for a couple of minutes and just say hello to the girl, it would mean a lot to me. It would help me out. Sure, he says, you got it, kid, you got it. And the violins are playing, and she's saying, oh, to you, my darling, we had a little champagne. And boom. And I'm missing my mouth. It's running down, you know, into the underwear and Ice and Eddie. And I'm sitting there. Is this too fast for you?
No, it's fine.
Anyway, you're sitting there like you're the Monsignor in Chicago or something. Anyway, so I'm turning around, and I'm having a drink, and he comes over and he says, hey, Don, it's good to see you. And with the violins playing, and I get up right at the time, and I go, not now, Frank. Can't you see I'm with people? How do I know if your album's going to sell? Leave me alone.
Don? Now, as you're standing ready to come out here, I notice you got a guy with a camera back there. What's that all about? Why do you have a guy operating a videotape camera back there?
The guy, Regis Philbin, you know, with Kathy, they got some morning show. You know, if you like birds and canaries and what, you watch it. You know what I mean?
Sure.
Goes on at 9 in the morning, and a woman comes out and plants a plant in your legs and the whole thing. And they sit around.
Are they
and
following you around?
Yeah, they're lonely. The show's going nowhere. You know what I mean?
Is the guy back there?
And the guy's there, and he kept saying to me, Don, can't I hang out with you? I want to be with you and meet David Letterman. I said, we don't need you, Regis, go away.
Regis is also here.
Yeah, well, there's a little guy with a funny neck.
Regis!
I don't want him out
really
here. I don't want him out here.
Here we go. Don,
What did you prove? What did you prove?
What a hand, huh?
maybe Regis would like to meet Eddie, Don. Yes, sir.
Yeah, I'd like to meet Eddie.
We can arrange that. They're going to be in a VA hospital. You know out there. So good to see you, Regis.
Nice to see you, Don.
Tell the people how bad your show's doing.
Are you gonna be with Regis tomorrow?
Yeah, I'm going to be on Regis tomorrow because it's the begging and the begging.
No. They love you. You love them.
What are you, a priest?
That's right. I'm a priest.
I'm a rabbi. I don't agree. What do you think
Don
of that?
Rickles, ladies and gentlemen, and Regis Philbin. We'll be right back. Our first guest is this man's very funny. I've grown very fond of this guy over the last 15 years. You like him?
I love this guy.
He's just the best. He's a very entertaining man. He'll be performing July 23rd and 24th at the Westbury Music Fair. Please welcome the one, the only Don Rickles. Watch your step, Don. Welcome to the show. You know, I think the world of you, and I love it when you're on the show, and I think of you as a friend, and the few times we've actually you know, done things together. It's been great fun.
Thanks.
Boy. Donnie.
That guy, Dave, boy, I hope he's got a lot of Blue Cross. Oh, that kid don't have a life. He's wonderful, that kid.
Yeah,
Jeez,
he's pretty good,
right.
isn't he?
You don't see Jews doing that, you know.
Oh, is that right?
We're usually in the store, the tire is $300. We don't do that. You know, Irish guys do that with a couple of beers right into the wall. And an Italian guys usually stand around and go, hey, here's your bike. Bike this. Hey.
What does the German guy do then?
Well, he retreats. Anyway,
The French guy would retreat.
what is this, a whole thing? I sound like I'm from a passport.
Hey, listen, Don, congratulations. You have a new addition to the family.
Yeah.
Very exciting.
Grandson.
Good for you.
Gee.
How old is your son, grandson?
Grandson, he's 7 months.
7 months
7
old.
months. And I sit around, you know, at my stage of life, Dave, I sit around and I say, Ethan, his name is Ethan Charles. I said, Ethan Charles, man. I said, Ethan, Grandpa loves you. And he goes, and I put him in front of my car on the dashboard. Grandpa loves you. Then he spits up on the Gucci pants and the whole thing.
Does it give you any ideas that you and your lovely wife, Harriet?
Well, no, my wife is Barbara.
Barbara,
Try
that's
to
right.
remember.
Yeah.
Try to remember. We took you out one time for dinner,
She's
and
a
the whole
lovely
night you
woman.
called her Lucille,
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Louise, Shirley, and once you went, hey, lady! Anyway, and that's when she thought we were back in the World War II on the dock.
But
Hey!
But do you, when you, now do you see the grandson, does it give you guys any ideas? Well, maybe take another shot and see what you can do?
No, the big giant's resting.
Oh, my God.
Once in a while, I take him out of the basket, and he looks around. No, the big giant's resting.
Yeah, all right. Well,
Boy.
Certainly a
You know, I'm
poetic
going to
way
be
to
with
put it.
your friend, you know, Regis
Regis
Philbin.
Philbin. This is
yeah,
a
in
great
Westbury.
show. This is a
coming
great
weekend.
show.
Yeah. Oh, Regis.
what do you guys charge a ticket? What's a ticket? Because
Well,
you're a
for
top
my
star
part of the
and
show, it's $1,000. For Regis, it's get in line, come on in.
Yeah.
No, we work together.
Now,
and,
does he open the show for you, Don?
No, I'm going to open.
I'm sorry.
David,
Yeah.
you're so close to a slap. You can't
No, I don't. Please don't hurt me. Please don't.
No, I know you a long time and I respect you,
Thank
but
you.
you know,
Don't- please don't
stepping
slap.
on the glasses and the slap doesn't look
No,
good.
okay.
You know what I mean?
So then,
No, Regis,
comes out. What does he do when he comes out?
He comes out, he sings Danny Boy and gets a cab and goes home.
Does he sing well? I don't know that I've.
I don't know, but once I listened and I went right to the vodka. Oh. No, he's a talented guy, Regis. He really is, if you like that type of entertainment. But he's my good friend. I'm
You're
making
good friends,
jokes
yeah.
about him. I love him dearly.
So now he comes out. How much time will Regis do?
As long as I tell him.
Now.
I go like this, Regis, you're on. Boom, boom, you're off.
And then, do you and Regis have any like special material that you do together?
No,
or is
why destroy a big talent? No, I don't know. No, he does his thing, I do mine, and then
Right.
we go to a restaurant. Like I took you out once, and we have a little dinner.
Then you go
and
to a
boom.
restaurant.
That's right, and I pick up the tab. And
You know
that's
who's
it.
nice is his wife Joy. I like.
Joy is a lovely girl. She
Yeah,
really is.
I
very
met her
sweet.
years and years ago, and really, I thought, well, Regis, far better than you would guess Regis would be able to do.
Yeah, because I go along with that. 'Cause
Yeah,
he's
don't you
kind
think
of
so?
short and annoying. you know,
Yeah,
he's
yeah.
like a beaver. You ever look at him up
Yeah,
close?
I know.
As a matter of fact.
Well, that'd be a good show. That's where Queens.
Yeah, not Queens.
I don't know
Don't
where
be
it
a
is.
moron. I hate a moron. Yes, it's in Queens. Where will you be? I'll be in Sunnyside. Will you be in Queens?
You know, they had an illegal Mexican rodeo in Queens a couple of weeks ago.
What do you want to hit my visa? What do I care?
I just.
We need the Mexicans. You
Well, I
kid?
didn't say we didn't. I just thought it was interesting that.
Thank God. Without the Mexicans in Vegas, I got to make my own bed. Anyway, hey, For the money you're paying, that's a funny joke.
Oh, my God.
Mexican people, when you live in California, Mexican people have been wonderful to me. And I'm a big guy with bullfights. We were in South America, which is not Mexico, but still, we... what a segue, huh? You know, I love your crew. They're all great guys. They're all like... Is it time for a card for Dave to say hi? Why are you guys so dazed?
They had to work the auto show over the weekend.
It's over. Get a job. For crying out loud. Can you imagine waking up in the morning and saying to your wife, "Want to take a shot at it, honey?"
You say the giant is resting? Is that what you said?
The giant is resting.
The giant is resting. Okay.
His name is Eddie, by the way. Eddie. I gave him a name. Hi, guys in the band.
All right.
The shipment will be in Friday.
No.
Anyway, nah.
We got to do a commercial, Don.
Oh, well, hey, it's your job.
All right.
Following people come up here with your belongings. You'll be taken to Dave's home in Connecticut and watch him just sit in the room watching a fly die.
We'll be right back with Don Rickles. Here, Dave Miram, Patty Griffin. I've just been told, Don, that the bicycle guy, the champion, we're told now that it's raining, so he may not be able to do any more of those tricks out there. Oh, look at that. It's coming down. Yeah, he's raining.
Oh, it's
the audience worried. They think they may have to stay the night.
Yeah. Right.
So that means more time for you.
Well, let him fly him to Hong Kong. Let him do it there. Maybe it's not raining. I don't know what that means, but, you know, when he gets screwed up, I got to help him.
Now, speaking of travel, you alluded to this trip you took. You and your lovely wife went to South America. Where'd you go? You went to Brazil?
We went to Brazil, went to Rio.
Did you go down there for Carnival?
No, Carnival, yes. Everybody went in to say, "Oh, so nice to see you." And the women don't wear bras. They're topless. But I'm happily married, and it didn't bother me.
Yeah.
But,
well, what with the giant being asleep and all, what the hell? What difference
well, the
does it
giant
make?
looked around when he saw that. He gave it one of those sneaky looks like...
Oh, my goodness.
But we're happily married, you know.
I know. Brazil? You went to Brazil?
Yeah, and then we went on to Argentina.
Argentina?
Had a lot of steak and, you know, had the paramedics there with... They hit you in the chest so the cholesterol doesn't...
What is the cab? Buenos Aires, isn't it? Buenos Aires? It's supposed to be beautiful, Buenos Aires.
Oh, there's a hooker that knows you.
I should be so lucky. I should be so lucky.
I'm kidding.
Now, do the people, they must recognize you down there?
No, the Americans recognize me, you know, and they always mention you. One guy says, "Do you know Dave Letterman?" I said, "Yeah." And I said, "Get out of the way."
Yeah.
But, no, actually...
Fascinating culture?
Oh, yeah. Well, the people, they're full of the dance and music is their life.
Right.
And steak. Yeah. A lot of steak.
A lot of beef.
Fish is a mystery.
Yeah.
You know, if you harpoon a fish, it's a big party.
Yeah.
But everything is steak.
Did you harpoon any fish down there?
No. I thought one was a fish. Yeah. And,
What the hell does that mean?
I don't know. You get me on this sex thing. I'm a happy man, for crying out loud. Take it easy, Eddie. Take it easy, baby. Hey, Eddie, baby, take it easy. Paul is trying to get Eddie excited.
I know.
Now, you were on the Ed Sullivan Show, right?
What has that got to do with
Well,
it?
you were on the Ed Sullivan
Ed Sullivan
Show.
is dead.
Well, I know. You're
Mr.
just talking to Ed Sullivan there, weren't you?
When was I talking to Ed
Just a
Sullivan?
minute ago. Weren't you talking to Ed Sullivan?
Don't ask for a slap, Dave. Don't ask for it. Really, tonight, we present the Wangini brothers doing a half gainer off a whale's ass.
But I thought that's who you were referencing there. Eddie, when you said Eddie.
Dave, I swear to God, I've been on a lot of shows.
Yeah.
There's a new thing called shock treatment. I really think you're ready for it.
Okay.
No, Ed was a good friend of mine, by the way.
So you were
right in this theater.
Yeah, that's right.
I was on once,
Only on
but in Las Vegas. Speaking of Ed Sullivan, how we got to Ed Sullivan, I don't know.
I thought you had brought him up.
Ah, shut up! You get I don't want to discuss
think
Ed
that's
Sullivan
Eddie?
right
Eddie,
now.
we're
I got my
talking to
own
Eddie?
problems here with Ed Sullivan.
Yeah.
What the hell do I need this for? Paul, do what you do best. Try to figure out what comes up next.
Right.
Anyway,
Did you go to Chile? Did you go to Chile?
no, it's cold there. No.
Yeah.
No. We spent most of the time in Buenos Aires.
Buenos Aires?
Which was great because, you know, the people, a lot of dancing. And there's the thing that knocks me out is the tango. I love the tango.
Do you tango?
Are you kidding? Do I tango?
Well, you want to...
Get me abroad. Anyway, but I love to watch the tango. They do it so great. Have you ever seen the tango done?
I think we've had some folks here periodically do the
a tango show. I love it. The grace and when the girl wraps her, you know, her leg around the other guy's leg, you know, and that gets your leg dancing. You know, it's like it's a vibration kind of thing.
Yeah.
But the tango is a big thing, and we went to a couple of tango shows, and we had a few vodkas, and you know, and the wife bought a few things. And then we sat around in the room, and I did samba, samba, samba. And she laid there like a real Jew and went, Hey, when you're married 34 years, you can say anything you want.
Exactly.
As long as you're there.
That's
you
right.
young people, you don't know. You think you get Eddie going, and that's it. There's more to it than that.
Oh, Eddie. Oh, that's who you were talking about. I thought you were talking about Ed Sullivan. Hey, what are you going to do for the Millennium? Are you going to be working that night?
Yeah, I'm going to be
crazy night.
Matter of fact, I'm thrilled because I said to the wife, I said, and my family, we're all going to be together. I hope you're with your family too.
I'd like to be with your family.
Don't count on it. Don't even make plans.
Come on, let me be with you.
I've been with you in Vegas. You put on a baseball cap and you suck your nose. You never saw this guy socially. You say, Dave, say hello to this guy. Dave, let's have dinner.
You know,
Dave, I got to go to the bathroom. Go alone, go alone, go alone.
I was homeschooled. That's a problem.
You are a...
Homeschooled.
You are a weirdo, Dave.
I don't like, I get nervous. I go on.
You do. You're a lovely man. I adore you. I really do. I think you have a lot of class and so. But socially, you're not. You know, you're not Charlie jumping. And New Year's Eve, you're not on top of the list to be at the party. You know. No, you guys don't know. He's on the air. He's like Johnny Carson, God bless him, who we both love and respect. Johnny was the same way. Come on the air, skyrocket, fame, class, knows all the jokes. When the show's over, say, Dave, what do you want to do later? I want to go to my room. Paul, what can he do to me? Keep me off the show for another year? What can he do? Okay, guys, from the top. Anyway, now it's a joke. You're gonna have
All right. Hey, we got to go. We got to wrap it up.
Yeah, and you know what I noticed? Paul, you got shorter.
No, he didn't.
How did that happen?
I don't know, Paul. You must have a lot of problems. You got shorter. But you look great, Paul. And the guys, you look great, guys. Let's have lunch.
Hello.
Yeah. So, Don, let's mention the big show. Let's see. You're going to be...
the big show. Yeah, the big show. I'll be at the Desert Inn July 31st.
Oh, that's New Year's Eve.
No, yeah, not New Year's Eve. July 31st is not New Year's Eve.
Not.
And how long have you had that?
But anyway, you will be New Year's Eve. That's the
Millennium at the Desert Inn, right?
Decade, the century.
Right, I will.
Yeah.
And I'll be there.
Yeah, and July 23rd, 24th, Westbury Music Fair out on Long Island. You and Regis.
That's right.
That's
Regis and me. That's the name of the game.
Good to see you, Don. Thank you.
Hey, Dave, the best.
God bless you. Don Rickles, ladies and gentlemen. You know, we're quite fond of our first guest. This man will be performing at Caesars in Atlantic City December 16th through the 19th, and he returns as Mr. Potato Head in the upcoming Toy Story 2. Here's the one, the only Don Rickles.
Buonasera, carina, buonasera, gallero. Di buon attacco. Hey, Paul. You give Paul a couple of minutes, he goes crazy.
Well, sure he does.
But I love you, Paul. Paul, I was just up in your area.
Where are you?
By Sault Ste. Marie, by
No
Thunder
kidding.
Bay.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's where I'm from.
And I know that.
What do you-
I was there.
What do you think?
Everybody said, "Where's Paul?" I said, "He's back in L.A. with a coat."
Really?
It's about 30 below there.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was just enjoying myself for a moment.
Yeah, Indian reservations from left field, Dave. They got these Indians. Paul, from left field is, hi guys, nice. Hey, it's great the way the band dresses up.
Right.
They look like guys that just came from a moose hunt.
Now, let me ask you a question. You bring up an interesting point because I know you now do a lot of casino work for Native American casinos.
Oh.
What is that like?
Well, it's like a lot of guys circling the hotel going, hey, 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 hey.
No, it's
And a lot of guys on ponies going,
it's not. No, that's not that
I
at
met
all.
the chief and I said, "Chief, how are you? Custer, where is Custer?" A lot of that, you know. No, they're wonderful people. They didn't have anything and now they got billions and they bought a Jew.
Well, good.
Anyway,
You know, it's we're coming up on the end of the century, and I know everybody's making their New Year's Eve plans and stuff. And you, as one of the most popular entertainers, live theater, casinos, hotels, wherever, resorts, I'm sure you have a big. I'm sure you have a big show planned for Are you working New Year's Eve, Don?
no. I'm going to staying around in New York on the corner and go, "Psst, little girl."
Well, that's odd.
I'm going to be at the Desert Inn.
Desert Inn.
And I'm going to be there for the millennium. And I have my whole family there and my new grandson. Oh, by the way, I became a grandfather.
Yeah, I know. Congratulations.
You never had children, did you, Dave?
No.
No. You read the manual. Anyway, I have this grandson. Give me a minute. Sometimes I'd love to sit out in the audience and hear what I say.
Well, tonight would be the night.
Tonight would be the night, yeah. Anyway, so his name is Ethan Charles, and, he's great.
He's a year old.
Yeah, and he's the kind of kid, I say, "Ethan, Grandpop loves you," and he goes, and so I got annoyed with that, and now I put him on the dashboard of the car.
Like one of those little...
Yeah. See that joke? That joke could cost me.
No,
because the wife
trouble?
always says, "I don't like that. Don't make fun of the grandson."
No, you shouldn't.
You remember Sylvia, the wife?
Right. Lovely woman.
Anyway, let's see,
name
the joke
Sylvia?
is, her name is Barbara.
Barbara,
And
right.
when David first met her, he called her Louise, Alice, everything
Carolyn,
under the world. You probably knew her. Anyway, No, that's a joke. He was wonderful to her, and that's the running gag that he never knows what her name is.
Now,
But he
listen,
does.
Don, when I came to see your act, that was at the Desert Inn?
That's right.
Yeah, and that's where you're going to be for New Year's Eve. What, if people are interested in getting tickets now, what is it going for? Because at the end of the century and the end of the millennium, what are we talking about?
We're talking about $6 million a night. We're talking a lot. They're going crazy with the prices. Everybody's going to be there at that time. Streisand and Bette Midler and Rod Stewart. Name the star. We're delighted. Our place, I understand, is about $2,000 for the evening. But the show, I guarantee, if you're there, really, for $2,000 when they see me, because I'm not going to do the regular show.
No,
I'm going to have a bottle of vodka, drop my pants, and fire a flare.
Fire a flare. Wow. Well, now you probably need a permit for that, right?
Dave, you got to stop locking yourself in the bathroom. You got to stop that.
All right. We'll be right back here, kids, with our good friend Don Rickles. Don Rickles, ladies and gentlemen. Jane Clayson, Boots Randolph. You're...
By the way, excuse me, Boots, great. Reminded me of the old days. We go way back. Boy, you were great. And it is 1928. Anyway, no, you look great, Boots. Figure a year, top. Anyway,
Wow.
hey, thank God, you know. You keep blowing until, you know, something you'd say to the wife, pump it, pump it.
Yeah. Now, I know that you're good friends with Regis? Are you
Regis,
good friends?
I have two good friends.
Right.
Regis Philbin, who last night we went to Coco Pazzo for dinner.
It's a restaurant here in New York City?
No, it's a warehouse. How long have you lived in the States?
I just like to kind of call attention to the
All
obvious.
I got to do is you ought to go to immigration, get your paper stamped, and find out what's going on.
All right, I'll do that.
And we went there, and Regis was great. I picked up the check, and he paid for the coats.
Yeah.
And
how about that show, I Want to Be a Millionaire? How about that show?
How about that guy?
Right
He was
through the
nobody.
roof.
Now, on my toilet paper is his picture. I mean, his picture's all over the place.
Oh,
You know
that's
that.
right. Sure,
Every
he's
place you go.
very
In the
popular.
hotel room, there's his picture.
Yeah.
Picture on the bedspread. He's all over the place. And he goes, I am big. I am big.
Right, yeah.
And the man should be in a rest home. He's out of control. He really is. And then, speaking of good friends, my good friend Bob Newhart and I.
How's Bob doing?
He's great.
Yeah.
He's home alone with his computer going, hey, hey, hey. And we're going to go on vacation.
Oh,
We're
you're going on great trips,
We
I
do
know.
and finally, again, it's been 2 years now.
Where are you going?
And in August, well, we're going to go to Italy and, and find out if Mussolini's alive. And look at this. What Italian guy went, Mussolini's alive? I miss Benito. Did a lot for us. Anyway, we're going to go to Italy and have a good time.
How long are you going to be there?
About an hour.
When you're over there, try the spaghetti and meatballs.
Really, that's the best. Yeah, you know. A funny guy.
Oh, yeah.
Funny guy.
Number 64.
And we were in Bologna. You've been to Bologna?
Never been to Bologna.
Spaghetti bolognese. That's what
Yeah,
he had.
yeah.
Newhart, he loves that.
Right,
Spaghetti
right.
bolognese, that's his big thing.
I love going to Italy because the people are very friendly. You can't take a bad picture, and you won't get a bad meal.
Yeah, and you know what else I love about Italy? There's certainly, you hear the guy going, and there's always one guy in the alley going,
There's not a guy in the alley doing that.
oh, wow.
What is that? What are you talking
Well,
about?
I got a family, and I want to be nice. The tough guys that are still alive know it's a joke. I grew up with those guys.
Is that right?
I worked in the Copacabana
Yeah,
when you were
yeah.
with the wife. Well, yes, you were married once.
Yeah.
But when you're with your mother, God bless. How is your mother, by the way?
She's fine,
She's
thank
one
you.
of. Did you book her on another show?
No, she's fine. She's
Never saw a guy hustle a mother like this guy did.
You know what she's doing right now?
What?
I talked to her before the show. Right now, she's in Indianapolis in an alley doing this.
He's a funny guy, too. I never worked with such a funny guy in my life. He's
Right,
a guy.
get a hold of yourself.
God bless you. How'd you get this? Anyway,
when you
how did he get that? A guy with glasses, Indiana, sitting around going, I hit a fly. I hit another bug. And they said, come on, you go to CBS, we'll make you a big shot. You don't know. You don't know this guy.
Now you mentioned the old days. How did you get your start? Because in those days there were no comedy clubs.
Well, let's put it this way. It wasn't corporate guys. Today it's Steve Wynn, saying, 6 billion 9 for the fountain, 8 billion 8 for the toilet,
Right.
7 billion 9 for the staircase.
Right. I know.
You say to Steve Wynn, Steve, I have a brain tumor. And he says 7 billion 7 for the fountain, 6 billion 9.
That's
they
right.
all deal in money. And Steve is a good guy. He's the kind of guy, and we're going to honor him very shortly, the Friars, and I'm part of that.
Good.
With Larry King. It's good I dropped his name because then he'll say, you mentioned me, Larry King. Gee, that's their life. You drop their name, they get
they're
crazy.
excited, sure.
Of course.
Yeah.
And on this show, it's a treat because nobody watches.
That's
you
right.
know. So, it's a joke. It's a joke. Look at how you you turned on me. For 5 minutes, you loved me. As soon as I make fun of the guy from Indiana, you turn on me. No, I love him. He knows that.
Yeah, I know
he's
that.
a good friend, and you've been wonderful to me.
Thank you.
I mean, when we had that little dinner party at 21,
fun, wasn't it?
It was so great. I mean, a hamburger and out.
No.
No, he gave a wonderful
night,
party with
yeah.
his whole staff, and they all stood around and said, Did you say hello to Dave? They're all afraid. Paul, he stands there. Look, good to see you. You know, Paul, you ought to get your little Nazi uniform with that haircut, you know. So, tomorrow we go to the camp. And you're a Jewish boy.
I am.
Yeah, shh, keep it down.
Yeah.
Anyway,
You too.
it doesn't matter.
Where were we now? So you
we were
began-
in Indiana shooting flies.
Yeah,
I don't know.
but you started like your first big kind of when you got your first big step into major league.
It was in those days, you know, you couldn't get a job unless you knew somebody.
Right.
There was like Charlie Bauduno, Frankie Magazzano, Aldo. You people know these people? If you know them, I gotta leave. And it was all, you know, good guys. And the Copacabana, Jules Podell, rest his soul, was a great boss. And I had a big shot there. And, of course, Frank Sinatra made a phone call and always saved you. Yeah. And, oh, rest his soul, I miss Frank. You never met Sinatra.
No, never had the
He
pleasure.
never mentioned you, by the way. Anyway,
I believe that.
talked about a lot of people. Your name never came up.
no.
Never came up. How's that guy in Indiana? I don't know, Frank. How do I know? Anyway, so in those days, it was important to be with those fellas because they gave you the big chance.
And now look at you. You're on top of the world.
Yeah, how about this?
Top of the world, yeah. Now, Don. Don. You worked with Jack Benny, didn't
Yes,
you?
I did.
The best. Jack Benny was just the
Benny
best,
was
wasn't
so
he?
sweet. He was, you know, he had that, which Bob Newhart has. I'd like to think that. And Johnny Carson, who we both love and adore. Johnny always, he adored Jack. Jack had that great layback kind of humor that it always came across. You have the same thing. And please God, maybe you'll catch on. But, but, you know, these guys, they were great. Jack was great.
Now, Don, if folks want to go down and see you live and in person, December 16th through the 19th at Caesars in Atlantic City. Good for you, buddy.
They go to the bus terminal in Jersey.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll be at the Caesars in Jersey, and then we'll be at the Millennium, as I said.
Absolutely.
And always look forward to seeing you.
Good to
because
see
I
you
want to
again.
tell you, on the straight,
Right.
you're the best.
Oh, thank you very much. Don Rickles, ladies and gentlemen. We'll be right back with James Clayson. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Nice going, boys. Felicia, there you go. Look at how beautiful Central Park is. Look at that. Is that a live shot? Are we looking live there? Oh, man, is that heaven. That's New York City in the summertime, ladies and gentlemen, and the beautiful Hudson River. You know, there are some people in this world who always seem to know just exactly the right thing to say, and then there's our first guest. He'll be performing at Caesars in Atlantic City, July 27th through the 30th. Here he is, Don Rickles. Welcome back, Don.
I'm so glad you're alive.
Yeah, I'm fine.
I swear I was in California, Dave, and I knew all the trouble, you know.
Yeah.
And God bless, you know, and I spoke to a lot of doctors. They said, And I said, please, let him live. I got a career.
Yeah, well, your prayers were answered. Thank you very much.
Every night I went to the synagogue, and you know, being a Jew, the rabbi said, he's not a Jew?
Yeah.
And I said, no, he's not. And I said, let's go home.
Yeah.
Anyway, But no, I really, my thoughts were with you, Dave. And from what I understand, really, the doctors, when they opened you up, went, oh, jeez.
How did you hear that? Where did you hear that they did that?
Some Jew phoned me. Anyway, how did I hear that? You were walking around going, no,
hey.
thank God you're well, and you feel good, and you look great, Dave.
Yeah,
and it was a warning, because Regis, who is an ambulance chaser, Regis... He and I and Dave are friends with Regis. And Regis, I said, Regis, how are you? He said, did you hear about Dave? I said, well, he's going to be okay. You think so?
Yeah. He was quite concerned.
He gets crazy, you know. Yeah. I said, I feel good. How do you feel? He went, oh, God, I feel bad. Is Dave going to be okay?
No, fine,
but you look good.
Thank you very much.
I give you tops another year, tops.
Now, Don... You know, we're all...
Now, Don, we always put Don.
Oh, Don!
Tell her what that comes from. That comes
the Jack Benny Show, and Don Wilson is announcer.
Oh, I'll get that.
We're having...
the hospital phoning.
We're having the big debate. It's going to be George W. Bush and Al W. Gore, and that night, we're trying to, you know, spice it up a little bit.
Yeah.
That night, we'd like you to come by, and at some point during the evening, drop your pants and fire a rocket. You do that?
And I swear, it would be my pleasure. I know George Bush Sr., God bless him. He's a wonderful man, and he was a great president. And he was a friend, he and his wife, Barbara, were friends to me. But his son, I don't know, but he'd probably say, why is he dropping his pants? And Al Gore would say, I love America, you know. I picture him in the nude doing barbell tricks. I don't know what that means, but look what I'm working to, you know.
Hey, now, speaking of Regis, you had dinner with Regis last night?
Went to Frankie Rayo's last night. Frankie Rayo's, it's a great place. You folks don't know, it's up in Harlem, a great restaurant, and everybody there is Tony Bobonamini, Frankie Gabazane Badoni, Tomato Sabaroda Babadoni, and Lou Schwartz, who's wanted. Anyway,
You had a good time up there?
Yeah, with Sonny Grasso, who was a former retired policeman who I kept saying, Sonny, how are you? And Regis kept sitting there going, Kathy Lee is leaving.
Now, you and Regis, actually, you work together. You go out and you do a show together, right?
Yeah, we toured Florida together.
Yeah, what's that like? How does that
it's
happen?
like this. Regis, I chartered a jet and he went by cab.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
He's got $6 billion on him now, and he keeps saying, do we really need a jet? I said, no, put a rubber band on your can and we'll blow on you.
Oh. But what is it? Like, who opens when people...
who opens? Take a wild guess.
Well, it's got to be...
Take a wild guess. Who opens?
It's got to be Regis.
He comes out with Irish Eyes Are Smiling. Now, that'll give you a hint. That's his hit album.
Yeah.
When Irish Eyes Are Smiling!
I know you.
He does Irish Eyes Are Smiling.
Right.
Then he goes in and he talks to, and he does it the best. He's a charming, wonderful man. God bless him. And his wonderful wife, Joy, is in the wings going, I think I'll buy this. I think I'll buy that. And he does, well, she's not into jewelry. My wife is.
Yeah,
my
Rhonda.
Sally. No. But that's the other broad. We have a running thing. He never knew my wife's name, and then finally she said, listen, David, we had a party at 21. That was the last time I saw you.
Years ago.
Yeah. And then we had a party in Vegas,
Las Vegas
together.
Years
and you
ago.
wore your baseball cap and
That's
your
right.
T-shirt, and you sat in the corner and went, I said, David, there's people here. They want to meet you. Man's a young man. He was gumming himself. Anyway, well, David's the kind of guy, he's pretty much a loner, like our dear friend Johnny Carson. Nothing to be ashamed of.
Sure.
I spoke to Johnny the other night.
How's he doing?
Well, I didn't recognize him. I didn't hear his voice. He got on the phone. I said, John, how are you? I'm pretty good, Don. How are you? So many years, he became a bird.
Hi.
Hi, how are you, Don? It's good to talk to you.
He became a bird.
A bird, yeah.
Oh, my God. Well, we should
Doesn't make much sense,
No,
but they
yeah, I know,
laugh. That's
everybody
the main thing. That's the main thing.
Hey, listen, Don, the other night I'm watching television and they're running this classic World War II movie, Run Silent, Run Deep. Oh, my God, and it is a stellar cast, huge, big cast.
Clark Gable.
That's right.
You know what's scary, Dave?
You're in it, and Don, you play the guy who forgets to close the hatch.
That's right, you remember that. Turning the hat. And we did that at Goldman in those days, and it wasn't like you go on location. They used to rock a thing and say it's a submarine and throw buckets of water on you. And Clark Gable said, I'll be a son of a gun, they missed me. Well, he was making, you know, and Burt Lancaster said, you know, Don, you ought to learn about the submarine. Learn about the submarine. I said, submarine, I'm getting $2. Why should I learn about the submarine?
Well, you were a kid. You look like you're 18 years old in that thing or something.
19, because I used to put the covers over my head.
I understand. Now,
anyway,
but was that like Clark Gable's one of his last films? Must have been one of.
No, he did one after that, Misfits, with Marilyn Monroe. He was, by the way, you know, you speak about stars today. You know, there's so many great performers and all, but they lived on their personality. Like Clark Gable would walk in, and we'd go and have lunch together, and they'd say, like in the movie, they'd say, all right, roll them, and he'd say, where are the guns? Where are the men? All right, fire one, fire two. Cut. Now you say, Clark, let's go to lunch. Where are the guns? Where are the men? They were the same guy. And in other words, what I'm saying is they lived on their personalities. Right. And today it's a motivation. Right. It's like De Niro, Bob De Niro, who I worked with in Casino. As you know, Bob is the kind of guy, you say hello, Bob, and he goes, oh, Marty, should I take, Marty Scorsese, you know, in Casino, I said, should I take the gun out now and, you know, maybe with the gun and blah, blah, blah. And I said, Bob, it's 7:30 in the morning. Take the gun out.
Yeah. But you know that Clark Gable was in Gone with the Wind.
Yeah, really? You're ready? You're on top of everything. That's why you're a star, Dave, and my friend, because you know everything.
Hey, you got your star on the Hollywood Walk of Fame. Congratulations. That seems like overdue. Good for you. Going to be down in Atlantic City. I bet you have a lot of fun down there, don't you?
I love Atlantic City because, you know, you see those heavy Italian people on the boardwalk. And may I stand up?
Yeah, please do.
This is Atlantic City. Come on, Mary.
You'll be there July 27th through the 30th at Caesars in Atlantic City. Great to see you again.
David, I want to say one thing
back.
Before we say goodbye, and I mean this from my heart. God bless you. Your health is with you, and I tell you, you're still a top guy.
Oh, thank you very much. Don Rickles, ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, our first guest is a very funny man. He will be performing this Friday and Saturday at Long Island's Westbury Music Fair. Here he is, Mr. Warmth himself, Don Rickles. Don.
You know, it's always good to thank you. It's great to come back to the neighborhood. I was born and raised in New York, and you came from Indiana and butted in. And, but it's great to come back to where you grew up, and I see so many guys in the street that, you know, walk by and go, hey! Hey, Don. Because I only know class.
Right.
Hey, Don, hey. How's your mother? How's the family? Hey. And these are the district attorneys.
That's right.
Anyway,
Nice to see you. You look great, by
nice
the
to
way.
see you, David.
Thanks for being on the show.
Are you kidding? Would I miss it?
How do you think the show's going so far?
I think it's weak. When did you ever play football? You're not Charlie Sportsman.
What? I never said I played football.
Well, no, but you do all those charades and all those little vignettes about football, you know.
It's the football highlights.
I remember you in Indiana. You probably sat in the classroom and going, "Can I go to the bathroom?"
Hey, look at this. You see this? You see that, Don? Look what I did.
Yeah, what is that?
Well, I shaved my head inadvertently.
Oh, I thought when they operated on your heart, they went through the ear.
I tell you. Listen to this.
By the way, you're feeling good.
Listen to this. When they operated on my heart, they went in through my wallet.
Whoa!
Huh?
Well,
you can use that one.
Well, no, you probably didn't have Jewish doctors. Anyway, always, you didn't have that. You had like Ed Thompson, Dr. Ed Thompson, Dr. John Johnson.
That's right.
Why don't you get a Lou Lipschitz, a real doctor? Irving Katzman, one of the great surgeons of our time. Yeah. But you went ahead and got Ed Thompson going to art.
Hey, how are you doing? Are you in good health?
Why? I look bad?
No, you look great. You look great. That's just I'm inquiring.
No, thank God. I'm well. My wife's well, and we always enjoy to see you. Whenever we come to New York, we look forward to seeing you.
And your wife, of course, I've met before. Her name is Dinky?
No, not Dinky.
Oh.
That's the hooker.
Oh, right.
Her name is Barbara.
Barbara, lovely woman.
Yes, she
is.
Lovely
woman.
She always said to me, "Listen, how come David doesn't get married again?" That's the way she talks. You got to meet her. He's certainly a charming guy. I said, you ever mix with him socially?
Yeah.
Walks around with a baseball cap and shorts going. You don't want to meet anybody.
Yeah.
Hey, we're doing a show, Paul. You want to make a phone call? Do it on your own time.
Thank you. Did you get the memo?
We're talking, right? We're having a nice evening. Dave and I, and he's going, hello, Montreal.
Montreal, yeah.
I can be a goalie for the Canadians, yes.
He's on the phone. He's on the phone with Dr. Lipschitz.
That's a real doctor.
Hey, I got a couple of things I'd like to ask you. First of all,
that's why I'm here.
First of all, you're going to be on the Regis Philbin show tomorrow. You're going to be a guest
Well,
host?
it's like, I'm going to be a co-host. It's like a mercy thing.
Yeah.
And you got to understand, ladies and gentlemen, Regis and I go back about 40 years. You know
known
that
him for a
Dave.
long time.
Yeah, and you do too. He's a wonderful man. I love him.
I've known him for a long time.
Well, hey, I'm not Ralph Edwards. I don't care how long you know him.
15 years, probably.
15, 16.
15?
What, this crowd's going to count? Who cares? You're talking like you're taking notes. 15, 16, who cares?
I don't care.
But Regis, when I knew him, I don't know if you knew him then, in San Diego, and he had a local show, and he was like Charlie Nobody.
No.
And now he makes $20 million. And he's still
very successful.
Yeah, and he says to me all the time, should we tip the waiter?
Right.
And he's sort of not socially into that ball game,
No.
He's still worried, he drives the car himself. We went up to Sonny Grasso. It's not Sonny Grasso's, but Frankie Rio, Did you ever go up to Rio?
I have no idea what you're talking about.
Well, it's a place called Frankie Rio's. You wouldn't go there. It's all a lot of neighborhood guys.
Right.
You don't know that. You're Indiana.
I'll tell you something.
You go to like across the street and go, Guido, do you have a sandwich?
Right. Whenever I want a meal, I always go back to Indiana. That's the only time I eat. I go back to Indiana.
By the way,
Yeah.
as long as we're talking about eating, huh?
Yeah.
Tonight, is the big guy taking you out?
Right. We're going to dinner tonight.
He and I, this is the truth. This man goes no place.
I go nowhere.
I swear, goes back to
I go
Connecticut,
nowhere.
sits in his little cave and
Cut
goes,
my hair.
Showtime. And we're going out to dinner, and it's going to be an exciting night, because I know you.
Yeah, listen,
we sit at,
speaking of that, this was the night you were going to be on the show. We were going to have the presidential debate, and you were going to come out here and drop your pants and fire a rocket. Remember that? What, you got one last rocket in you, Don?
He's a funny son of a gun, I tell you that.
But
You don't meet funny guys like this all the time.
Why are you...
Your crew is great. He's sitting here with shorts on.
I
This is
know.
not Hawaii.
Yeah. Why are you going to be on the Regis show? You said it's a mercy gig, but you're like...
Because I'm 74 and I want to keep my career going. That's why I'm on.
Well, all right, fair enough. Stay there. Can you stay there?
I can do whatever you want.
Sit
Dave.
right there. We have to pay some bills.
I'm not a robot. I'm a Jew.
understand.
Don't have to sit right there.
So I should have had Jewish doctors. That's your point?
You would live another 30 years. No, thank God, Dave. I swear to God. I swear to God, I'm so glad you're alive. I swear to God.
Oh, yeah, me too.
Because it was touch and go for a while.
Yeah, it was touch and go.
I mean that. Great.
Because it was great. All of my relatives came in from all over the country, you know.
Hey, on the level.
For the reading
I
of the will.
noticed a change in you. I
Right.
think you've mellowed. You've always been. Well, no, I think you've been wonderful. But I think going through something like that, very honestly, I think in your soul, it's made you. And unfortunately, it had to be the hard way, but it made you a better man. I really believe that. I really believe that.
Well, thank you. Thank you very much. We'll be right back here with Don Rickles, ladies and gentlemen. Moby with Gwen Stefani. Let's talk about your big trip. You took a trip with your Bob Newhart. Boy, here's a guy I admire. He's a very funny guy.
He's the best.
He had
You know-
hit television shows for decades.
Yeah, well, I know you're trying to rub it into me a little bit.
No.
I've had television shows that unfortunately went boom into the dumper, but hey, I was out there.
You're a national treasure, my friend.
Oh, thank you. You know, Dave, when you say Newhart, he's been in the Smithsonian, and he's a marvelous artist.
Right.
And Bob is the kind of guy that the whole world, you go out. We did a cruise together. We just came back. To be with somebody 4 weeks, the two wives. The secret is the wives. If the wives get along, somehow the guys are great. Because
Right.
Bob's from you, the Midwest,
Chicago,
and being
I
with
believe.
him, it's like boring. Mm-hmm. And no, that's a joke. That's a joke. Anyway. And he's always, he's looking like you. You're a very astute guy, college guy. He's reading books, and I'm trying to find out if the Rams are going to beat the Jets,
Right,
and blah, blah, and the Dodgers are going to win, and he has nothing on his mind. I said, Bob, what do you want to do later? And by the time he gets it out, the ship left.
Yeah, I see. Now, where all did you go? What kind of a
Well,
cruise was it?
we went to Sicily.
Oh.
We had to go there because some of the guys are still looking for me. And
I don't know what that means.
well, I was at the
I
Copacabana
see.
many years ago, and in those days it was always like the owner was like everybody talked like that. I. And the only one that understood him was Frank Sinatra.
I see.
God rest his soul.
God rest
he
his
was
soul,
he was
exactly.
my guy.
He was the best,
Frank
wasn't he?
used to say to me, you know what my name was when I worked with Frank Sinatra? Get out of the way, Jew. Anyway, that was it.
So you go
Buddy,
to...
that's my name now.
You go to...
Pardon me? What?
Oh, stop.
My name now.
Stop
What,
that.
Paul? What'd you say, Paul?
Never mind.
Nah, Paul.
I said that's my name now. Funny enough. Funny
bless
you should mention that.
Paul, would
Yeah.
you like to be shorter?
Yeah, no, thank you.
Anyway,
So you went to Sicily.
pardon me?
Did you like Sicily?
Oh, Sicily was
Beautiful.
great. It was wonderful. And then we went to the Greek islands, and that was tough because on the legs, a lot of mountains, a lot of,
Yeah.
the donkeys and the people, and uppa, a lot of grappa, and a lot of walking. And the wife kept saying, I'm going to buy this, and I'm going to get this, and I'm going to get real Jew, shops our brains out. Want to get this, want to get that. And I said, I'd like to buy a tie. And she said, you don't need that.
The Greek islands, anywhere else on the tour?
Yeah, we went to Malta, and then we went to, we wound up the Cipriani in Venice. Have you ever been to Venice?
Yes.
You got out of the house?
Yes. You know, it's a series of about 500 small islands.
That's right. Oh, what is this, a test? Gang, when you hear the bell, go to history.
Right. Very romantic city, isn't it?
What would you know about romance? Tell the truth, Dave. When you make the big move, do you wear your glasses? You gotta do like the Jewish people do. You start, Shirley. I'm gonna get a paper. Anyway.
I always like to see what I'm doing. So anyway, you finished up the cruise, and then everything was fine.
Yeah.
Now, the people on the ship with you, they must love having big stars around, huh?
Well, big stars. I'm certainly not a big star. I'm a people person, as well as you are. And Newhart is always saying... And Newhart's always saying all the time, you know, I do it purposely to shake him because I love Bob and I love his wife Jen, and they're dear friends of ours. And we're going to be with them Thanksgiving. By the way, I'll try to get you on the list.
Thanks.
Because knowing you'll say...
You should have him come to dinner tonight. That'd be great. You and me and Bob Newhart and his wife. That'd be great.
I would thought of that, but I know you don't want to fly them in.
Yeah, I don't want to fly him in. You've got all the money in the world. Why am I flying him in?
I don't have all the money in the world.
For heaven's sake.
God has been good to me, though. I've been
You've
okay.
done
And
fine.
you certainly are doing great. You know, you paid for the operation. And can you see them in the middle of the operation? Letterman don't have enough. Nah, it's great, though.
Yeah,
And, you know, and we had so much fun. You know, when you can be together.
Let me mention one thing here before
I
we
thought you were looking at my x-rays.
No, we got to, yeah. You're going to be with Joan Rivers on Friday and Saturday at the Westbury Music Fair.
Westbury is another place.
That's a good show, you and Joan Rivers.
Yeah, she's great. She's a big talent. I love her.
And then Sunday at the Oakdale Theater in Wallingford, Connecticut.
With Joan, too, right.
And tomorrow on the Regis Philbin
Yeah,
show.
well, as I said, you know, I'm going to get up early in the morning and walk out, and Regis is going to go, to the desert, my friends, to the desert. Man doesn't realize he's got 20 million on him, and he still says, do we tip anybody?
And then we'll see you later at dinner.
At dinner.
At dinner.
And I want to say something.
Yeah.
God bless. I'm delighted that your health is back.
Thank you very
and
much.
Stay strong and
God
be the
bless
best
you.
of what you are.
Thank you very much. Don Rickles, ladies and gentlemen. We'll be right back with Moby and Gwen Stefani. Okay, thank you very much, Paul. Our first guest is a very funny man. He will be performing this weekend at the Foxwoods Resort and Casino in Mashantucket, Connecticut. Here he is, Mr. Warmth himself, Don Rickles. Don?
You got the job.
Ah.
Guys, good to see you. And you're dressing beautiful.
All right.
They're all in their underwear at the band.
Don, how are you?
You don't want to hear.
What's the matter?
No, it's great.
Yeah.
I've been in New York now a few days. The wife and I, you know, Lillian,
Yeah.
the wife. My wife's name's Barbara. He calls her Rose, Lillian. You know. Anyway, so we've been having a great time.
That's good. What do you do when you come to New York City?
I sit in the room and watch flies die.
Really?
No, we had a great time. We were in Atlantic City.
Yeah.
Hung out with John McEnroe.
Oh, what was that like?
Oh, it was great. He did a backhand and we went home. Anyway, with Patty, his lovely wife. And then we came up to New York, went to Rayo's. You never been to Rayo's?
No.
It's a
never
great
been.
place. Where
Is
Frankie...
it an Italian restaurant?
No, Spanish. Frankie Rayos, it's all the guys, you know.
All the guys.
You know, hey. And they all sit like this. See, Italian guys, they have no necks. That's from ducking the bullets. Anyway, so...
From ducking the bullets.
Yeah. You see, that joke could cost me. Anyway, I have an uncle in the Bronx now going, I don't even know him. And we went to Rayo's, and then we did one of the great nights. We saw Producers.
Oh, how about that? What a hit.
Hey, you got to see it.
Yeah, I'll go see it. You enjoyed yourself?
I tell you the truth. David Lane, listen to me.
Nathan Lane.
Nathan Lane.
Right.
And the other kid.
Matthew Broderick.
Matthew Broderick. I loved them so much I forgot their names. Those two guys and the cast.
And Mel Brooks, of course.
He was cute.
Yeah.
Anyway, Mel Brooks wrote the lyrics and the thing, and I was backstage with them after the show, and Mel Brooks came up to me and said, I wrote the music and the lyrics. And I did a wonderful thing. I said, get out of the way. No, I didn't say that. That's a joke. Anyway, but they were great. You got to see the show.
I will. Oh, sure, I'll be happy to see it.
No, you don't want to go. It's $100.
I probably won't make it there.
And then we went up to Elaine's we had a big night.
I've never been there either.
Well, you don't get out of the house. You're so busy on the highway saying to the state patrol, try to catch me.
That's right. Try to catch me.
And then we went to Elaine's. We had a good time. And Regis is not in town, so my life came alive.
Let me ask you a question. The last time you were on the show, you're getting ready, or just had co-hosted the show with Regis.
Yeah.
What was that experience like? What was it?
It was a long day.
Yeah.
You know why I'm laughing? Because you thought it was funny.
Yeah.
Anyway. No, Regis is a good guy. You know, if you want to hear Danny Boy. I mean, 7 hours of Danny Boy. You know, Dave, you and I know each other.
Do you remember who was on the show the morning that you co-hosted?
No, I don't even remember the morning, for crying out loud. But I do remember when you and I went to dinner. You know, you folks don't know this. David is like, by the way, Johnny Carson sends his love.
Good, I appreciate it.
Because we had dinner at the beach.
How's he
one
doing?
night. He's the same, you know. Yeah. He sat there with notes. And, that's a good one. And we chatted away, and we brought up your name, and typical Johnny, and he did one of those clearing the throat bit, you know. But he's wonderful. He
we'll
goes
give
on
him
his
my
boat
best when you see him
with
again.
his wonderful wife, Alex. And Peter LaSalle, you know Peter. And so we had a nice time at the beach. But I'm thinking about, he was so kind to say, I said, let's have dinner. And Dave goes no place. I mean that. He goes up to Connecticut. I understand you have a lovely young lady, but you stay under the bed, and she goes, pussycat. Pussycat. Dave has Bill Schiff, right? Bill Schiff?
Yeah, Bill Schiff.
Bill Schiff is a fine writer and a lovely man, and that was his guest. And he said, "We'll have dinner." And with the class he has, he took care of the check. And I said, "No, you're my guest." No. And we went to a restaurant. We went about 7 levels below the restaurant. If Hitler wanted to stay alive, 7 levels. When we ordered, he went, a burger, a burger, a burger.
We had fun.
And he sat with a baseball cap over the eyes and kept walking into the door. Anyway,
it was a nice evening.
It was a nice evening. We got dressed like this, and you were in your underwear.
No. We had a nice time.
No, he was beautiful. We had a nice time.
We have to do a commercial here. We'll take a little break, and then we'll come back.
It's your show.
We'll take a break.
You
We'll
want.
be right back here. Don Rickles, everybody. Don Rickles, ladies and gentlemen.
Paul Schaefer.
You know,
hey, I want to tell you something. Paul Schaefer, and I know you treat him royally. I want to tell you, Paul, I spoke to him. The band guy's the best. And I want to say from my heart, I spoke to him about the money, like you asked me.
Yeah. And?
It's going to be the same.
Same. Thanks, Tom. Thanks.
Hey, I salute one thing
Well,
to Sonny Grasso,
Yeah.
good friend in Rayo. Sonny Grasso, former police officer that arrested himself once and they got rid of him. Doesn't make much sense,
Listen,
but it makes him feel good.
Tell me about the Kennedy Center honors that you participated in. You were sort of the sponsor for Clint Eastwood.
Hey, gang, I got to tell you, like most of you sitting out there, I'm a street guy. Grew up in this city, boom. The White House, you know, David, you've been there.
Right.
You sure?
I took the tour.
I'm not talking about the hamburger joint in Philadelphia.
No, I know, I've been there.
Anyway, the White House is always exciting. And Clint Eastwood calls me on the phone, and Clint's a lot of fun. Clint's the kind of guy, on New Year's Eve, him and Robert De Niro could make you take a nap. So Clint calls me on the phone. Forgive me if I talk to you.
Oh, help yourself.
Your fans.
Yeah, I wish you would.
And Clint calls me on the phone and says, Don, I'd like you to come to Washington. The Kennedy Center honors, where they honor the stars. And they had Placido Domingo, and they had, I don't want to, and Chuck Berry, who kept saying to me, yeah, man. And,
Yeah, man.
shut up, Paul. Jesus. I gave you the whole thing. Now you don't have to go crazy.
All right.
All of a sudden, I got a part.
I know.
He means it with the love. With the love.
And so Clint calls, blah, 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 make a long story short. He says, and you come to the White House, and I want you to make a speech about me. So it was Forrest Whitaker, myself, Morgan Freeman, and, oh, gosh. Oh, geez, I went blank. He's a wonderful actor, you know, with this very serious. You saw Space Cowboys. Name the cast in Space Cowboys.
John.
Who? Tommy Lee Jones.
Lee Jones.
Yeah, what a staff. Anyway, the one guy that's the moron went, Tommy Lee Jones.
I don't think that's fair.
No, he's a good guy.
Yeah.
God bless him.
Yeah.
Why did I turn on him?
That's all right. Don't worry.
What's his name again? What's your name?
It's Eddie.
It's Eddie.
Eddie.
Taxi! Eddie!
Eddie had dinner with us. Eddie
did have dinner.
Yeah.
And the way he said Eddie, he didn't want to say his last name because he's starting to move up with a lot of other jobs. Which is a long story. Does Hong Kong mean anything to
Not
you?
to me,
All right.
no, but...
It's a long story.
All right.
So
Tommy Lee
I called
Jones.
Tommy Lee Jones, who I met in Venice, Italy, and when they were doing Space Cowboys, but that's another story.
Yeah.
And Tommy is a starer, you know, great guy, but... And I said, Tommy, I'm a Jew, but don't hurt me. Anyway, I didn't get too big a laugh.
I don't know.
Are you people from another country? Anyway, so... No. Don't try to make up. I know. Everything I do now, I did in my hotel room, and I laughed my ass off.
Good for you.
So, I got up, and it was Morgan Freeman, wonderful actor, and Forrest Whitaker, and myself, and Tommy Lee, and we did a whole tribute to Clint. And Clint was great. And after the show, we went over to the Jockey Club, and Clint was Clint. He kept saying, do I give a credit card or do I just sign? And he left his usual tip, a picture of him.
Did you spend time? Did you spend time with the president? Did you get the...
Then I met President Clinton.
Oh, yeah.
And he was excited, you know. Like you don't have enough excitement. You know? Anyway, but I don't do political stuff. I happen to like the guy, you know. Did a lot of things that were a little bit pushy. But now we got George W. Bush that just lays in bed with the wife going, what do you think, babe? Anyway, so...
What do you think, babe? Now, Don, this weekend, let's see, you're going to be at the Foxwood Resort.
Yeah.
Up in Connecticut.
What do you do Braille?
I just
why do you do this?
I want to make sure we get it
You'll
right.
You'll be at the Fox Boom Boom. Let's try the second line. The second line. Cat. C-A-T.
I want to be.
By the way, I just passed my driver's test, knowing how you speed. And they're tough today.
Oh, yeah.
That was my first time, and I got only one wrong. Would
Good
you
for
believe
you.
it? I was a basket case.
Yeah, you were nervous about it.
Yeah, and
Right, well,
I
good.
passed my test, and I was thinking of you.
Yeah. And then May 17th through the 20th, you'll be in Las Vegas at the Stardust.
Right, if you say okay. Yeah.
Yeah. So I think that's a
Wayne
nice
Newton's
effort.
place, and Wayne Newton treats me great. He's a
Good for
wonderful
you.
man.
Good for you. And I want to point this out. In May, I believe May 8th, you have a birthday coming up. Is
Yeah, I
that
had to
right?
bring that up.
Tell them how old you're going to be.
Well, I'm going to be, it's like the guys say today, the guys that get married. You say to a guy, are you married? Yeah, well, I lived with the wife 7 years and we're married 2. Anyway, I don't know what that means, but they say that a lot. You got to snap out of it, guy. This is funny. We got a guy by the camera with a card going. Anyway, I'll be May 8th.
May 8th.
Harry Truman, that's what I always say. Harry Truman and I, and God willing, I'll be 75.
75 years old. God bless you. Thank you again, Don. Great job. Don Rickles, ladies and gentlemen. We're always very happy to have our first guest on the program, and I think people of all ages like him, from 5 to 50. No, that wouldn't be all ages, would it? Well, you know what I'm saying.
I'm crazy about
That's
this
right,
guy, yeah.
exactly.
He appeals to everyone.
He's young and old alike.
Yeah, all demographics.
Yes, he's a very funny man and a good friend of ours. He'll be performing November 21st through the 24th at the Stardust Hotel in Las Vegas. Ladies and gentlemen, here he is, Don Rickles. Always a pleasure. Welcome back.
Dave, thank you for having me. This is the highlight of my career.
Well,
And may I say, get a cane.
Get a can.
because of the glass.
Yeah, because they're like,
Yeah.
what is it? What are you, Ray Charles?
Thank you.
He's sitting there perfectly normal, and he's going,
No, everything's fine. Don, now tell me,
Don, tell me.
how was your Halloween? Do you do anything on
Oh,
Halloween?
I put on a mask and scared a wife. Anyway, Halloween.
Yeah, I
Jews
don't
don't
know.
have Halloween. We sell the candy.
I see.
Good to see you, dude.
How is your wife, your family?
The same. She's laying in bed with the jewelry, signaling ships.
Actually signaling ships?
Absolutely. That's correct, Dave. Is that on?
Yeah, I think so. Now,
Yeah, no, it's great. I have all my grandchildren here. My little grandson, Ethan, and Harrison, the 2 little babies, and the daughter and the son-in-law, and they're all here mooching off of me.
Yeah. And do they dress up for Halloween, or are they too young
No,
for
they
that?
sit in the house saying, where's the check?
I see.
Anyway, no, they don't dress up, you know. The hell is it with you with the dressing up?
Well,
What are
it
you?
was Halloween last night. and
Go see Hairspray and dress
All right.
up.
But people do that on Halloween. They go out and trick or treat and
Do
stuff.
they really?
Yes, and
Oh, wonderful. I'll get a funny hat and scare your house. Ooh.
Now,
It's going to be a long night, boy, a long night.
now, I remember one time you were going to come on the show and you were going to drop your pants and fire a rocket. Remember that?
Gotta get moving.
Yeah. Well, that's not the kind of thing you forget.
I don't do it anymore because Spider is ill.
I see.
Hey, folks, don't make me show slides.
All right. Now, I just heard about this a couple of minutes ago, and I was excited and interested. You apparently recently had dinner with a good friend of both of ours, Johnny Carson.
Yes, I did. You know Johnny very well, and I know him very well, and he's a great man.
Without Johnny, I'd have no career, no job.
Absolutely. I'm not going to lie to you. You'd be boom. No, Johnny's great. He loves you, and he's been wonderful to me and Peter LaSalle, our dear friend.
Sure.
And we went out to the beach and had dinner, and Johnny just sat there, you know, and it's great. He's like you. It's like being alone. But when the light comes on, both you guys, you make $40 billion, you know, hello, folks, boom, lights over, you put on your baseball cap and go in the cellar.
Yeah.
You don't know that. I was out with him.
And are you, and you get
Wait, I'm not finished. When you have dinner with Dave, and I had that honor, which puts Regis Philbin in a rest home. Anyway, no, Regis Philbin says, why can't I have dinner? Because he's Irish, he's boring. What do you want to be with Regis for? You know.
It's not that he's boring, he's just annoying.
Well, I agree.
Right.
Annoying and boring.
Yeah.
You know, what else? He sits around the house playing Notre Dame. 27, hike! Anyway, Paul, you better talk to the band. They're getting on my nerves. But I must say that with Johnny was great. You know, we both miss him. He was wonderful. He's retired now. And we had a wonderful evening. I picked up the check, and
of course you did.
He watched me pay.
Now, do you reminisce about old times? You talk about
we
current
brought
events?
your name up for about a second. And I said, you know, Dave, if there's anyone, yeah, pass the butter. Nothing happened. I tried.
Yeah.
I really did.
Well, you had a nice time, though. That's
We
all
did
that
have a
counts.
nice time,
Yeah.
you know. And I said, just if you could, like, good luck to Barbara and Don, you know. And he signed it, you know. Good.
Now,
By the way, you got rid of the space.
no, it's still there.
Oh, good.
Yeah.
Anyway, because usually when I sit next to you at the desk, because of that space, you suck me in.
I know.
Anyway,
You should live so long.
funny guy.
Oh, yeah, that's the A stuff there. Now, when we come back, I want to talk about another dinner outing you had with our friend Regis.
Oh, yes.
Yeah,
oh,
all
yes.
right?
Oh, yeah. We went up to Rayo's. Great spot.
All right, save that. We're coming back.
Oh, good.
We're coming back.
Why? Am I...
No, we got to do a thing. No, we got to do it. It's fine. We got to do a thing.
Do a commercial.
In my pants. You can use that, too.
Yeah.
I wouldn't give your troubles to a monkey on a rock. You remember that?
Hi, folks. And he makes a ton of money.
Yeah, all right. We'll be right back with Don Rickles. Jim Gaffigan. Now let's talk about the dinner with Regis. I've never been to dinner with Regis, and I know he would like to go to dinner with, and I'd like to go with him too if I was the kind of guy that liked to go to dinner. I just don't like going to dinner.
I know that.
I've gone to dinner with you because I respect and admire you.
Well, thank you. I respect and admire you.
Yeah, we have a lot of fun. Now,
Good night.
but you go to dinner with Regis, and what was it like?
Well, you know, with Regis, it's great. If you're Irish, it's great. If you're Jewish, it's a long night. I mean, how many times can you hear Newt Rockney's alive? Notre Dame and everything. He's a sweet guy. Enjoy his wife. They're great people. Regis, you know, we adore Regis. You know, he skyrocketed to fame. God knows, I don't know how come.
Right.
I really mean it. Gets up in the morning with Kelly Ripa, whatever her name is, you know. And they do that cute little, you know, stuff, and then they bring out big guests from a soap, Charlie Dickman, and
Charlie,
Sarah Furtzman.
They had Charlie Dickman?
Don't be a wise guy, Dave. Don't be a wise guy. I'm making it up, but these are the people I never heard of, you know. And he makes a lot of money.
Right.
In fact, you and him are neck and neck with the money.
Oh, no, he's much...
No, neck and neck. I
I'm
know
just
what you mean.
comfortable,
Yeah, well, your mother's in Indiana, and you send her a check, and she sits there going, I got a pie for you, Dave.
Well, yeah. She makes very nice pie.
Woman's got to bake so she can make a living. And he gets $40 billion, you know.
Now, but
I spoke to him about what you told me. I mean that.
How'd you do?
Well, he's going to maybe $4 more.
Oh. That's good, Don.
but his wife is very appealing, that Joy.
Yeah, what does that mean?
Well, you don't...
You're a single guy. Why, do you feel your leg going up or
No, I
something?
don't. I just... Don, please.
Well, what does that mean?
Well,
It's very appealing.
She's
a married woman.
Yeah, but...
In other words, you have a little for her.
Maybe
Be a man about
maybe I do, maybe I don't.
And Regis can handle it because he wants to go to Notre Dame and play football. He don't care.
Not much you can do about it,
No,
actually.
I guess not.
Yeah.
But I got news. All in all, Regis is a top guy and we both love him.
Yeah. Now, I don't think we really learned anything about the dinner, but let's go on to another topic.
Who cares about the dinner? Read the notes and find out I don't care about the dinner.
All right.
Here's the notes. Talk about Don and his greatness and how you love having him here, and you know that when he's not on, the show is in the dump.
All right.
You know, I got to tell you, I was delighted from my heart. And I sent you a note about it.
Yes,
And you
very
won
nice
an
of
Emmy,
you.
and you
Thank
deserve it.
Well,
You are,
I don't know about that.
He
but
is the
that's not-
best.
No,
at
no,
what he does.
please. No, that's not. Well, but thank you.
No,
very
it's
much. No, that's it. Now, listen. Were you excited? I know you're a big friend of Tommy Lasorda, but were you excited when the Anaheim Angels won the World Series?
Very much so, because Mike Scioscia, I adore. He's a great guy. And the Angels were underdogs, you know.
Sure.
And the Giants got all those, you know, Dusty Baker gets up in the morning and says to a kid, watch this, whack. And that's the kid in his arms. Whack. But the Giants, you know, I'm a Dodger fan, and we didn't win anything, you know, because they don't want to spend any money. But you people don't know. We were out in the West Coast, and we'll have a championship team someday. You know, Bob Daly is the CEO. You know, and he sits in the morning and goes, "What does the second baseman get? He gets $40 million. Get rid of him." and most of the kids come from South America. Did you ever meet some of these ball players?
Yes.
They're look at them losing a $1 million watch. These ball players are great. I go into the locker room, you know, because Jim Tracy never. Well, he's a good guy, but in Lasorda days, I go in the locker room and I go in and I say. Tommy said, talk to the guys. I said, what do you play? I play second base. I play second base, Mr. Rickles. You talk to Tommy, I deserve more money. I said, how long you been in this country? An hour.
It's a great thing. It's a beautiful thing about this country. Yeah. Now, it's a good gig in Las Vegas, Nevada, November 24th.
At the Stardust for Wayne Newton.
The 24th.
I wash his horse, you know. I wash his horse. You didn't know. Wayne Newton's a great guy. He's a big guy.
What does that mean exactly? You wash his horse?
Well, he has all these. He has a big. Is this America?
Yeah.
How's the family?
I just thought it meant something. I thought it meant something else.
All of a sudden, I'm working with a mute.
Oh, no. I didn't know. I thought maybe that was Las Vegas slang. For something.
It's not Las Vegas slang. He's got a big ranch, and I got to kiss his, you know what? And the Stardust, I said, Wayne Newton presents, you know. And he sits in his house, and I go over to the house. We don't have dinner. We just sit at the table and go.
Has he ever baked you a pie?
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm just trying what I can.
Bake this about a half
Hey,
hour.
what?
Hey.
What is this, Vassar?
Hey.
Now
you don't need all of that. Do your jobs. Do what you do best. Go into your house, take a smoke, and I'll read the jazz book.
All right. Now listen, Don. If I don't get to see you before the end of the year,
you're making plans.
No. I'm just saying, have a lovely holiday season.
Oh, thank you. Christmas, we'll think of you. You'll get a gift. Would you like a box of chocolates?
Yes, I would.
Okay.
Give my best to your family.
Hey, I will. And Dave, it's always a joy to work with
Always
you.
a
Do me a
pleasure.
favor.
Yeah.
Don't call me.
All right, I won't. Don Rickles, everybody. We'll be right back with Jim Gadsden.
David?
I'm sorry.
You're on.
Oh, I'm just making a list of stuff to throw off the roof.
Oh, good. What do you got?
Well, television set.
Good.
Hot water heater.
Always good.
It could like explode or
Sure,
something.
fine.
Accordion. They make a wacky noise
Yeah,
going
crazy.
down. Womp, 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 womp.
We got to dub it in later.
Yeah. And so far, all I got is tub of, I don't know, we'll just fill in the blank later.
Could be anything.
Tub of anything,
Tub of
yeah.
blank.
So, yeah, we'll take care of this Monday.
Great.
Our next guest is a bona fide comedy legend and a good friend of ours. He'll be performing at the Stardust Hotel in Las Vegas, Nevada, May 29th through June 1st. Ladies and gentlemen, here he is, Mr. Warmth, Don Rickles. Now, Don, before we begin,
I just got in the chair.
I know.
Give me a break. For crying out loud, what is this, a test? Give me a break.
I just wanted to say how happy I am that when you're in New York City, when you come east, I know you don't live here, you live on the West Coast, that you make time in your busy schedule because I know you have many social commitments and many professional engagements, and I'm always happy that you make time in your schedule to come and say hello to us.
Thanks, Dave. There's a bus leaving for Canada.
All right.
Now, what do you do? What kind of things do you do when you come to New York City? I know you're very active.
I sit in a room and knit.
But
No, I sit in a hotel room, lay on the couch, you know, in the bathrobe, and Spider and I just have a nice, comfortable afternoon. That's his name, Spider. And we, and the wife's out in the store going, I'll buy that, I'll buy that, I'll buy that. And then when she comes back in the room, we take a little shot and boom, you know, cup of coffee. And anything else you'd like to know about my life?
Well, like in the evening.
What do? You sit in the farm and watch a bird die.
Well, no, I don't. But
you don't do much of anything.
No,
by the
that's
way,
right,
thank God you got your health back.
Well, thank you very much.
Tired of coming with the paramedic.
Thank you. But for example, at night, do you go
Are you really okay? Because it's contagious?
Fine. No, it's not contagious. I'm fine.
Because, well, the left eye is a little dancing. And I don't need any, you know, wiki, you know what I mean?
I know, you don't. Nobody needs it.
You know, I love you, Dave, but I don't want to sit in a restaurant and go, where's the fork?
Well, it seems like...
Of course, I understand you were a pilot once and all that, you know, that eye is dancing all over the place.
No, I'm fine
And those doctors kiss up to you and say you're normal. And you're walking around in Connecticut going, was that a tree I hit?
So, now, anyway, Don...
Yeah, anyway, Don...
I was wondering, like, do you go out to dinner at night? Do you and your buddies get together?
Well, once in a while, when I'm in L.A., I go to dinner with the wife and I throw Newhart in as a mercy thing.
Yeah.
And when I'm in here in New York, Regis runs after the car. And Regis and Joy, you know,
very nice
your
people,
friends, our
yes,
friends, you know. He keeps saying I'm Regis Philbin, and I give him a cookie and he goes away. You know.
What kind of cookie do you give him?
A brown one. Don't get on my nerves now. Don't get on my nerves. By the way, that Haley Berry, huh?
Oh, my goodness.
Ooh. Where was she 30 years ago? Black, brown, blue, I don't care.
Now, so you went out to... Don?
By the way, I saw a show last night. You know, I usually don't put shows. First, I saw Eddie Izzard in the Death of a Canary or whatever the hell it was. You know, Death of Joe Egg. Wonderful. And then I saw Antonio Banderas last night and Cheetah Rivera and that girl you had on the other night, Jean Palkowski. What kind of a stage name is that?
I don't know.
Can't even make the marquee. Jean Palkowski. Sounds like a Polish plumber. Jean Palkowski. Anyway, Polish plumber. One of my best jokes. Anyway, so I saw the show, and Antonio was great. Went backstage, and he was in the nude fighting a bull. This crowd don't know from anything.
I'm not sure.
I said in the nude fighting a bull, and then more on the front one, fighting a bull in the nude? Hey, Rose, we got to see that. Hi, guys. I spoke to the union. They're fed up.
The union's fed up. All right. We'll be right back here with Don Rickles, everybody.
That I love you. I love. Baby, I love you. Don't you see it? I'm a man lost in the wilderness. I'm lost. Lost in bitterness. Lost in the wilderness, and I'm lost. Lost in bitterness.
How about that?
Don Rickles. Thank you so much for doing the cake.
But I want to tell you, if you can find a better band anywhere in the United States working today, bring them here, and I'll give them each $1 million.
Thank you, David.
Absolutely. Bruce, fantastic.
Bruce Kapler, yeah.
How about that saxophone?
Yeah, thanks a lot.
Thanks, Don. That must have been fun for you.
Oh, hey, that was a treat.
Yeah, but
Yeah, man. Good luck, Paul. See you at the institution. And guys, you were great. He wasn't lying. You were great. Sax was a little weak. Don't worry about it.
Now listen.
No, that's a joke. You guys were great.
We were talking about Regis, your friend Regis, and he recently received a lovely award out there in Hollywood. He had his star put in the Walk of Fame, and you were there at the
Absolutely.
ceremony.
And the star's right next to mine. I have a star, too.
Oh, congratulations.
No, Eisner, you know.
I don't have a star.
Well, of course not. Anyway, why would you have a star?
Well, I don't know.
You're kidding. You sit up here with the glasses and you keep blinking at the crowd. You know.
I'm not blinking at anybody.
Well, David, listen, you're a big star. You don't need a star. All that happens is some old derelict on Sunset Boulevard and Hollywood Boulevard walks by and goes, there's the star. Don't mean anything.
Well,
it's an honor. They say it's an honor.
Yeah.
You know.
And what did you say about Regis?
Well, Regis, you know, he's very secure. I said, Regis, they give it to everybody. And he had a nervous breakdown.
I see.
And we had Larry King there, who was there.
Oh, yeah.
You know, by the way, Larry King thinks the war is in his honor. Anyway, don't you ever see when Larry King does that? You're the vice president of the liberation of Iraq. And do you think when somebody dies, they feel bad?
That's his technique.
Yeah, and Regis doesn't do that.
Yeah.
Regis just sits and does that morning thing with the cute little girl, you know, with the bro that needs a haircut.
Right.
And
She's Kelly Ripa.
Kelly Ripa.
Right.
I kid. She's a cute girl.
Yeah, she is.
She's very
Very nice,
sweet. Yeah. She'll get sensitive and quit, and then where's Regis going?
I don't know.
Anyway, Regis is going back to his old jobs, running after Susan Lucci. Lady! Anyway, hey, folks, everything I say now, I did up in the dressing room, and I laughed my ass.
Now, Don, you brought up the war. Tell me about your military experience.
Well, I don't want to go through heroes. These young men, by the way, bravo for our young...
Yes, absolutely. God bless the troops. And thank God it's over.
Well, I was in World War II, the big one. And I was in the Navy. I kept saying I do jokes, I do comedy, and my papers, this is what I do. And I went, okay, get on the ship. Anyway, next thing you know, I was in the Philippines. The guys were in the jungle going, where are you, Joe?
Yeah, right.
It was a dentist convention.
Yeah.
Anyway, you know what's killing me? I'm breaking myself
Well,
up.
that's good. Good for you. But what kind of experiences did you have?
Experience. I was no war hero. I was on what they call a PT tender. And when the PT boats went out, the Japanese Navy followed them and brought them back to us. And I was a great, loyal service guy.
Right. Yeah.
I stood on the bow of the ship and went...
Did you ever see any action?
Well, once or twice I thought it was firecrackers, and then I ducked behind some gay guy and everything worked out. Anyway, hey, what could they do to you? You got a big show. Don't worry about it.
I don't even know what happened.
I don't mean any offense to the gay people, but we didn't. In those days, we didn't know about that. You know, there was no such thing. You know, except when a guy, you know, skipped up the deck, then you're worried about. You know. But
now,
God.
Don, I want to mention here, May 16th and 17th, you'll be at the Beau Rivage Hotel and Casino in Biloxi, Mississippi.
That's right, for the alligator hunt. No, it's a great place. So we'll be down there, and then we go...
Stardust.
Tomorrow we're going to Chicago and do a special show in Joliet, right near the prison.
All right.
Every year I go there, and I just stand outside the gate and go... "Wah, wah, wah." And the guy goes, come on, Al, it's open.
Don Rickles, everybody. We'll be right back. Okay, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Our next guest is a true comedy legend and a good friend of ours. He has written this very entertaining new memoir entitled Rickles' Book. Here's Mr. Warmth, Don Rickles, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the show. Good to have you, Don.
It's not good. It's cute. The opening was a thanks, Paul, for the whole thing. You rehearsed your burgers out. Great.
Yeah, that's what happened. Glad you enjoyed it.
Listen, give him a little dialogue.
I understand.
Yeah, no, it's nice.
But
I
listen,
appreciate it.
Don, I just want to say, among other things...
Good to see you, Dave.
And good to see you, and happy birthday. You recently had a birthday.
Yeah, Dave.
Yeah, that's very nice. How do you...
57 years old and not a wrinkle.
But you do. You look tremendous. And how do you stay so healthy? What do you do to stay in shape?
I read what's happening to you and Regis.
Oh.
I get up in the morning and go, is it on? Damn it, is it on? Then I said, I gotta call up Dave and Regis. Boom, boom, boom. Regis is at home now going, it's not on, it's not on. And you're walking around going, I understand everything. When I die, I die.
Sure.
No, God forbid, you're gonna live forever, Dave.
Thank you very much.
Don't count on it.
No.
Anyway,
But do you do a little exercise?
yeah, I ride a bike, a recumbent bike,
Right.
twice a day.
Do you watch what
11
you
miles
eat?
an hour. Let me finish, huh, Dave? I know it's your show, but have a little courtesy, huh?
Sorry.
A little respect.
I
I'm much
forgot.
older than you.
I understand.
And by the way,
Please,
that
I'm
snow
sorry.
is getting a little brighter up there.
All right, thank you.
Gotta be like Milton Berle, rest his soul. Throw a little pool polish on there, a little shoe polish.
All right, I will.
Okay, good. You're a fun guy, Dave.
Thank you very
If
much.
you're lonely on an island.
Now,
Anyway, what's up?
do you watch your diet?
Yeah, sure. I have a steak once in a while, and you know what they always say, isn't that right? All the you don't have to be that attentive. You don't have to be that. Don't give me that. He gives me that crap like he's interested.
Oh, man.
He has it right here on the paper. And now he's going, oh, now I'm going to say this, then he's going to say it, and I'm going to go, oh, that's great, that's great. Then the show's over. He goes, that Jew really got on my nerves. I am Jewish. I don't have the armband, but I am Jewish. Hey, there's no voting. There's no voting.
Let's talk about something else. Baseball. I know you're a big baseball fan.
I am. I'm a Dodger fan. And, you know, hey, leave them alone. They're all trying to get in the country. Anyway, no, you go down to Dodger locker room. Say, how are you? I'm telling my ass. You talk to Tommy Lasorda, get me in again, get me in again.
Yeah.
And you give them a cookie and they go away. Real pain.
Really?
Yeah.
You actually give them a cookie and they go away.
Don't be a wise guy, Dave. Don't be a wise guy. There's no reason we're good friends for you to turn on me. There's no reason.
No, I don't. Forgive me.
I don't say nothing about. Is that thing on?
Yeah. Now, you.
My luck. The one night, boom, he'll go. And I'll just step over you, go to Regis's house.
Fine. But once you actually sat on the bench with Tommy Lasorda in a dugout,
Put
right?
on the uniform.
We had the uniform
true.
on.
I got to look out there. I'm talking to a black area here. It's all dark, but I know you're there. I know you're there, really. It's not a rally. Anyway, so they turn around. Tommy says, Don, take the pitcher out of the game. I says, Tommy, you can't do that. It's
So you're on the bench in a uniform.
I just said that.
Oh, I'm sorry.
What is this, playback? What is this?
I wanted to make sure we understood.
I mean, I'm 81, but this isn't gone yet.
Yeah, I
for crying out loud.
understand.
Look at this. Paul said 81. He looks it.
I should
little-
talk, though, right?
Yeah, you little midget with glasses.
Will you?
Hey!
No, it's all right. Because he means it with the love. You mean it with all the love, right?
No, I don't.
No. No love.
I'll be honest, I never liked you.
No love. Thank you.
Oh, my. Things have taken an ugly turn.
No, that's all right.
So I go,
You're in the
sit on the
dugout.
bench, right? Tommy says, take the picture out.
Take the picture out.
Take the Why do you keep doing that?
I don't know.
When you make love to your lady, you go, did we do it? Yes, we did. Did we do it? Yes, we did.
Gee. Telling you.
Anyway, so he says to me, take the picture out. I said, really? And I go out to the mound. 50,000 fans closing. It was the closing day of the season. And everything is okay. And Tommy says, go ahead, do it. Big Mexican gets out on the mound. I walk out and said, give me the ball. What the hell are you doing out here? What are you doing out here? You don't belong out here. You're not a coach. You're nothing. You can't take me out of the game. Don't get on my nerves, you little pain in the head. Don't get on my nerves. Give me the ball. I can't stand you, you crazy little ball. And then with that, Harry Wendelson, rest his soul, was the umpire then, comes running out to the mound, rips off the mask. What's going on? He says, oh my God, it's Don Rickles. Can you get me 2 tickets to the Dean Martin show in Vegas?
Don, among many other things, you have always, to me, represented Las Vegas in its heyday when there was genuine excitement.
Can I ask you something?
Yeah, sure,
Are
Don.
you holding something?
Always does. He does it all the time. I don't know.
I'm just...
You know, as you're talking, I'm going, he has something and it's gone. It finally got me. The eyes are gone.
Yes, you do.
Okay.
But you represent a glamour of Las Vegas that many of us, Paul included, long for. And you mentioned Dean Martin. Tell us some stories about your time with Frank Sinatra.
Why should I?
Well, you don't have to. You want to sell some books?
We can just sit here and watch Paul go, yeah. And the band isn't playing. He does something when he's at home. Yeah. The great thing about Sinatra in those days, it was the Rat Pack. And Frank used to be a real mischievous guy, you know, and he'd come out with things. So I'll be with you in a minute, okay?
No,
I want to show a picture? Yeah. Okay. So anyway, we're in Vegas. I'm working in the lounge in those days, in the Sahara Lounge. And I'm out on the stage, and in comes Sinatra. And I'm doing the jokes, and all of a sudden, 3 state troopers come out on the stage with the hat and the whole thing, and handcuffs. Frank's sense of humor. Yeah. The man basically had a Nazi kind of an attitude. He really did. And he came out on the stage, put handcuffs on me, and the guy said, you're under arrest under the orders of Frank Sinatra. He doesn't like the show. Took me off the stage, drove me over to the sands and sat me in a chair, and I couldn't go. And the owner of the Sahara said, what happened to the Jew? And there it was. And I finally had to beg him to let me go, and I came back and I had the job. Yeah. And it was written up in all the papers and had people like you reading it that went, did you ever think of putting a stick on your can and going to a baseball game and coming those dolls?
Yeah, I did. I thought maybe. Yeah. Now, did you ever? Now, Frank is, it was reported sometimes that.
By the way, when you get a chance, talk about the book, huh?
Oh yeah, the book. Thank you. Many of the same great stories in there, and you won't be annoyed by me interrupting when you read the book.
No, and you read the book, and you wrote me by the way, for you, I know that's a lot, and I appreciate it. I'm saying very serious. You wrote me a lovely note, and I appreciate it, about Dave did, about the book. And David Ritz, no, he did. And David Ritz was very helpful in making me put this together. And it all happened with a fellow called David Rosenthal of Simon & Schuster. You know, because, as you know, Dave, everybody has a book. I mean, our fellow comedians, they all have books, and ladies too. And I said, why would I write a book? And Rosenthal looked at me and he said, because it's you. And I thought that was a good answer, and it stunned me. And my wife, I'm married 42 years, and she went, I think it's a good idea. Anything to get her jewelry. Anything to get her jewelry.
Well, I just want to go back to one thing. Did you ever see Frank lose his temper? Because he was legendary, had a...
Oh, who told you that?
I remember hearing from people.
That's a wild humor. rumor. Anyway. Hey, folks, don't let me go too fast. No, Frank one night was our anniversary. Flamingo Hotel, beautiful night. Candles. So he was giving Barbara and I a party for maybe our 23rd anniversary, whatever. And everybody was there. Charlie Mahoom, Harry the Moose, Fingers Malone, all the classy people. And one guy at the end of the table going, when do we eat? Choking on gunpowder.
I see.
So, I can say all this now because he's dead.
Yeah.
Anyway, no, let him rest in peace. Because if he was alive, I wouldn't be doing that. I'd be out here with wheels on my ass, sitting like this.
Luckily.
Jump in, Paul, when you feel
No,
something.
I am.
By the way,
I am.
Don, one time to celebrate something, didn't you drop your pants and fire a rocket?
I love that joke. That's your favorite joke. That's his favorite joke. Anyway, the punchline is that Frank got upset. The waiter was too slow with the food. He was in one of those moods, and he threw over the whole table. All over us. Chinese food, all over the place. And my wife said, Frank's upset. I said, don't you understand? He ruined the suit for crying out loud. She said, stop it, stop it. He's Mr. Sinatra, and we love him. He's upset. See, I'm sleeping with a Valium.
Did he ever apologize?
Yeah, he sent flowers the next day. He
that's
was very
nice.
sweet that
Yeah,
way.
that's nice.
And then he gave us his son as a gift.
Really? Actually gave you Frank Sinatra Jr. as a gift. Wow. Well, I guess that'll be in the book,
Remember when Frank Jr., remember when he was kidnapped?
I remember that, sure.
Unfortunately.
Yeah.
So thank God he comes home safe and sound. It's about a month, 2 months later. And I'm sitting with Frank around the living room. He said, Don, we got the kid back. I said, yeah, Frank, it's great. I said, that's wonderful. I said, you know why they let him go? He said, why? They heard him humming in the trunk.
I heard him humming in the trunk.
Humming in the trunk.
Oh, man. Yeah.
That's why they let him go.
Yeah. Now, listen, Don.
Just jump in.
May 25th through the 27th, mark this down, in Las Vegas, Nevada, at the Golden Nugget, Don Rickles will be performing. It'll be quite a weekend there. And this is the book, Don Rickles' book.
Thank you.
Always a pleasure, my friend.
Hey, you're beautiful.
Good to have you here.
Sorry you didn't join us for dinner. We asked you. You heard about it.
I did. Thank you, sir. We'll be right back with Michael Imperioli.
My son, I got to change the subject, but I'll get back to that. My son, we were on vacation, and he's a professional football player.
Oh, with the St. Louis
with the St. Louis Rams.
Wow.
So he comes on. Thank you.
Pretty good.
And he comes on vacation. He had his last game, and he gets there. He says, Dad, you ever heard of Don Rickles? I said, yeah. He said, he's the funniest guy. He says he does this joke. He says, hey, is that your wife? Jeez. I can't do it like he does, but he did it. But it was.
Oh man!
It was like, but he was so excited.
Yeah.
So I called. I didn't know Don was on the show, so I called my son. I said, John David, you are not going to believe it. Don Rickles is here. So, of course, I put him on the phone, and he did 20 minutes, and he's like, he says, don't worry, and your father talk to you about the will, You'll get the money, Mom will get the cleats, Oh, he did 20 minutes. What's it? Leroy? Is it Leroy?
Is that your wife?
He said, hey, is that your wife? Jeez.
Oh, man.
Oh, man.
That's good.
Yeah, so anytime that it's not working.
We don't even need Don here. You can do it.
I can just do it. But yes, I am Denzel Hayes Washington Jr.
A fascinating name. And your father, Denzel Hayes Washington.
Actually, the doctor that delivered him was named Dr. Denzel. His name is actually pronounced Denzel. And the story, as I tell it, my mother says this is not true, but I've been telling it too long, so it's true now. It's true. That she one day said Denzel, and we both showed up, and she said, all right, from now on, you're Denzel. And that's how I became Denzel.
That's fascinating.
It's a good story.
Yeah, and your father, and maybe this is not true, was named, did you say for the doctor? Or for
the doctor who delivered my father was
Right.
named Dr. Denzel.
Right. And your father had many brothers and sisters.
Like 12, or I don't know, not all of them lived, but yeah, I was a bunch of them.
And your folks, just out of convenience,
got lazy.
All right, what's your name?
What's your
okay,
name?
you're fine. Write that down.
I cracked myself up
That's
for a
pretty
week.
good, yeah.
And then he's going and he does, well, I don't know who did the joke, but he says, my wife says, why don't you take me someplace I never went before? He says, why don't you try the kitchen?
Yeah.
Who did that one?
I don't know.
But I guess those are old classics.
Yeah, they're good, sure. Thank you very much. All right, here we go. Our next guest is a good friend of ours and the subject of a new documentary entitled Mr. Warmth, the Don Rickles Project. It can be currently seen on HBO and beginning February 19th on DVD right here. Here is Mr. Warmth himself, Don Rickles, everybody. Don, how are you?
Jeez. Can't believe it. What a build-up. You're great, you're great. Now I'll talk to the dummy.
Don,
How are you, Dave?
I'm good. Happy New Year. Good to see you.
Oh, good to see you, Dave. Happy New Year.
Thank you very much.
Happy New Year. Like you got up on New Year's Eve and said, I wonder how Rickles is. Sure.
Well, I'm always thinking about you a little bit.
Sure you are.
Yeah.
And I'm Adolf Hitler.
Now, wait a minute.
Why did I say Adolf Hitler?
Yeah, now, Don,
You don't have to laugh. Just look at me and, you know what
I heard that you...
Why is he sitting here? Does he have to clean up or something?
No, he wanted to be out here because...
You're Academy Award, everything else, and he's sitting there with a little Jew. Oh, you're not going to go anyplace with me. And by the way, I was never in one of your movies.
Now, speaking
I could have played, you know, the guy picking the cotton. We'd fake it.
Now, listen, speaking of not being in somebody's movie...
Why are you pointing? I'm here.
I see.
Guy thinks he's the district attorney.
Now, there's this wonderful documentary about your life on HBO.
Correct.
All of your friends. I'm not in it.
Because you hide out.
No.
No, you're in the Midwest sitting there with your child and your girl and nobody knows what the hell you're doing. That's it.
I'm not.
And you sit there with a cowboy hat going, I'm not going to be on with that Jew.
No.
Yeah.
Excellent. Anyway, I wish...
What was interesting about Denzel the Doctor, that was great.
Yeah,
Big star, 20 minutes with Denzel the Doctor.
Yeah, well, no, it was. I found it fascinating.
Yeah, well, sure. That's why you got the show.
Yeah. But anyway, I enjoyed the documentary, and it must have been a great experience for you.
It was exciting.
John Landis,
but
the director.
It was a shame you weren't in it, Dave.
I know.
And that's not right, Dave. We've been friends a long time.
Exactly.
And you're not that big that you can't be in it.
I know. Well, I wanted to be. I tried to be in it.
Don't beg now. Don't beg.
The guy comes into town and he says, "Okay, I'll be here 2 days." And I said, "Well, I'm not even in town." And he said, "Okay, goodbye."
Yeah, well,
how do you think that made me feel?
I hope bad. And Denzel, you weren't in it.
I wanted to be.
You need to holler at me, Denzel?
We all wanted to be in it, Don.
Denzel was busy doing movies. He does everything. Direct, roll them, print it. Direct, roll them, print it.
Now, you've had
his son's playing football, go 27 blue, 27 blue.
But you've had quite a film career yourself.
Oh, I'm bigger than him.
Yeah. You worked with Clark Gable.
Remember Clark Gable?
Yes, sir.
Oh, boy. Burt Lancaster?
Yeah.
First movie I ever did. Came on the in those days, it was United, and it was a submarine picture. They didn't go on location. I talked to him because I could go someplace with him.
Fair enough.
If he's sweet enough to sit here when I'm on, I got to talk to
I
this
see.
man.
All right.
Because it's once a year and goodbye.
I know. I'll be back tomorrow.
Yeah,
What do I
this
care?
man,
Sure.
one phone call and there we are.
Yeah.
Denzel and Don Rickles.
I don't see that happening.
Like Frank, that's wrong.
Yeah.
It's Rickles and Denzel.
Yeah.
That's right. Because that happened at Radio City Music Hall. It was Don Rickles and Frank Sinatra. You know, we worked together. You remember Frank Sinatra?
Yes, sir.
He was great. Rest his soul. I say a lot of funny things about him because he's dead.
Yeah.
Anyway. If he were alive, I wouldn't be saying that. I'd be sitting here going, walk on, walk on.
Okay, now that's enough. Now, so anyway...
See, when that guy sings, the kids get worse.
Oh, now listen. Well, I forgot what I was going to say.
I know. Put yourself there. Alzheimer's. I can tell.
Gable.
The glasses are fogging up. I can tell that. Alzheimer's.
You're working with Clark
Why do you
Gable.
keep doing this all the time? You got a little box in your hand? What the hell's there? I think I'm working with a magic guy, for crying out loud. This is a good expression. Do that in a movie.
Yeah. All right. We'll be right back with Don Rickles, everybody. I remember a story, speaking of Frank Sinatra, you're all in the French Riviera, the French, what do they call it, French Riviera?
Yeah, right, that's what I call it.
And you're at Monaco, someplace like that.
Monaco, that's what it was.
And you're having a big dinner, you,
Right.
Frank, Frank's buddy Jilly,
Yeah.
a lot of folks.
Well, what really happened is Frank Sinatra, God rest his soul, was a great man to me. He was a great booster of mine. And I traveled with him to Europe. We wound up in, as you said, the Riviera on one of the trips, my wife and his wife and so forth. And he'd send all the wives, he said, the wives, go to bed. You got to go to bed. And you got to sit with him and drink the vodka, you know, which I didn't mind. But on the third barrel, I used to sit there and think I was on the Titanic. I like my vodka, but it started dripping down the pants.
Yeah.
You know.
Not good.
So anyway, we're sitting there in this bar. And it's about 5, 6 in the morning. And Frank's going, to the king, to anybody, you know, boom, you know, boom. The summer wind, boom. And there's a little black gentleman, you know, he's playing the piano, you know, going, Mr. Sinatra, can I go home? Can I go home? You know? The bartender's going, Mr. Rickles, you talk to him, let me go home, you know. I do accents in case, you know.
I see.
And so we're sitting there, David, and we're having a drink. And Jilly and I, so we're sitting, and lightning comes, and it's a big bay window by the bar. Ba-ba-boom, ba-ba-boom. And Frank's drinking. He said, I want you and Jilly to go out and tell them damn photographers to stop taking my picture. And Jilly and I went out in tuxedos like morons in the rain. Thank God the storm stopped. We came back and said, it's over, Frank. It stopped. It stopped. He said, good, because otherwise we'd be walking around in a wheelchair, you know. But he was great. He did a lot of crazy things.
Now, am I right? His wife and your wife have the same name? Frank's wife and your wife?
What are you, a detective?
Yeah, I'm a detective. That's right.
I mean, you come up with these remarks. They have the same names, don't they? This is a 1-hour show, and the dumbbell comes up, but they got the same name. Let's go back to Dr. Denzel.
It occurred to me that
What a night this has been. Finding out who we know and what our names
That's
are.
right, sure. Now, Denzel was...
There's medication for that, Dave. Man makes $40 billion a year, and he sits there with 2 major people going,
Denzel was talking about his, did a movie about a guy who was an organized criminal.
Yes, I saw it. The gangster's magnificent.
Yeah. Now, did you, a long time ago in Las Vegas,
They're all dead. Stop being nervous. They're dead.
Did you have any relationships or acquaintances?
Yes, I did.
Experiences?
I worked. I headlined the Copacabana many years ago, and everybody came in and sat ringside going, "At what time does he go on?" And they all had the little sling guns. They're going, "Oh, the kid better." They had your problem. The kid better be funny. Anyway, so there was one guy, I won't mention his name. He was an important, very well-known gangster. And my mother, God bless her, if she was alive, she would have been great with your mom, because my mother was sort of a Jew pattern. And, you know, my mother was the type of person, "Good evening, how are you?" And I go, "Gee, Ma, take it easy. Stop being self-conscious. What's the matter with you? How are you? How are you?" Always, like she had a megaphone.
Yeah.
So now, she was very strong, very educated. And we were sitting at the bar, and a note comes over and says, "So-and-so wants to see you." So my manager at the time, Joe Scandori, Elliot Weissman's my manager now. I throw it in so he don't have a nervous breakdown in Florida. He always talk like this. He talk like this. I want to put a feather on the can and make him a bird, for crying out loud. Don, go over, but just talk a few minutes to him, and that's it. That's it. Dave, I'm over here. Could you look over here?
Yeah.
I'm talking. He's looking at the monitor 75 feet away. Anyway, so Dave, so we're sitting there and walk over, and I sit down and say, "Hi, Guido." They're all Guido, Tony, or Carmine.
I see.
There's no Irving or Max. Or, you know. Jews don't do that. We own the club, and we do what they tell us. Anyway, that joke could cost me. So we're sitting at the table, and I start to talk, and my mother walks over. She says, "I'm sorry. Tony," we'll say it's Tony. "Tony, darling, there's no conversation. The boys must put the guns on the table." I swear to God. And all of a sudden, cannons come out on the table. All the guns are on the table. She said, "Now talk to him." And I sat there like a moron while guns were sitting there for kind of.
Wow.
Are you focusing now?
I'm right there with you.
Now, I know we're running late, but I have a favor to ask you.
Who cares? In an hour, they'll shut it off.
Okay. Tell us the story about the time.
If I could. Now he thinks he's a ruler.
Yeah, about the time Frank Sinatra saved Shecky Green's life. Please tell us this story.
Well, all I know is that Shecky at the time, I don't know, you know, it's Shecky's story. They got after him because he was kidding around. He said something about some mob guys, and I don't know, they didn't like it. And it's really not my story. And they caught him in a backstage in a hotel, and they started beating him up. Poor boy, they were beating the crap out of him. And Jilly walked over, and Frank walked over, and Frank said, "I think that's enough."
Saved the man's life.
Saved the man's life.
Listen, Don, always a pleasure. Congratulations on the documentary.
That's the brush off.
Have to go. Come on. Come on. You can stay here. Don Rickles, Denzel Washington. Congratulations, gentlemen. We'll see you tomorrow. Good night, everybody.
Hands from...
Will Lee, ladies and gentlemen. Nice job, kids. Lovely. Our first guest is a comedy legend. This man is a recent Emmy Award winner and the author of this new book released today entitled Rickles Letters. Here he is, Mr. Warmth himself, Don Rickles. Don, come on out.
Here we go.
Which means I was God. I was God. I was God. What an opening. What an opening. What a night. Well, that's it.
Don.
No.
Don, I want to show folks this picture. It's completely fitting for today, Veterans Day. This is you with your father, Max, taken in 1944, and I think you're off to fight somewhere.
It's not Miami, I'll tell you that.
Yeah.
No, I was off. I didn't realize it then. I told him, Dave, I said, I do comedy and I do jokes. And they said, keep firing. And they sent me to the Philippines, and I was walking around, and the guy says, where are the Jews? Where are the Jews? I had a rough time.
Yeah.
But you know, it's Veterans Day, and as you said, and you said so appropriately, to all those guys, there's not many World War II guys of my war, and unfortunately my war, the war I was part of, and so many of those guys today are still remembered, and deservedly so, and this day is very important, and I'm so proud to be part of that. I really am.
Absolutely. But look at this. What a good-looking kid. What a good-looking kid.
Hair and all, huh?
Yeah, and your dad, very proud, probably worried about you, but very proud.
He said, we went down to Grant, in those days you went down to Grant, I look out at the audience, it's pitch dark. I feel like George Shearing. That's a guy that didn't have sight, in case you people don't know. Maybe Stevie Wonder.
Yeah, all right.
Or maybe Ray Charles. Where's the dog? Anyway.
Now,
Why am I into blind bits? I'm into blind bits.
Now, Don.
I'll be with you in a minute, but he's bigger.
Don.
Oh, Don. Yeah.
Congratulations on your Emmy Award. My gosh, that's just wonderful. Good for you. The HBO documentary, Mr. Warmth.
Not to correct you, 2 Emmys.
Oh, 2 Emmys.
One was for this show, Mr. Warmth, the Don Rickles Project, and one was opposite you. And I swear to God, when they said my name, I said, no, I can't. I need Dave. I got to kiss up to him. I can't. Polish it up and give it to him. It's not right. You know what I'm saying?
You said polish it up and give it to Dave.
This is it. This is on tape. I know what the hell I said, okay? I mean, it's going to be a playback all night. I don't need this.
Yeah, of course.
No, but it's a shame you didn't win, but I deserved it.
Yeah, well, absolutely. Well,
you win all the time.
I win nothing.
But would you believe, Dave, in all the years we know it now, you had to say that was a coincidence that we were opposite each other.
Yeah, it really was.
And you know, with all your wealth and all your power, you still couldn't win.
But now, Don, you're in a that was a tough category. It was Forget Me.
Yeah.
You had Tina Fey.
Yeah.
You had Jon Stewart.
Yeah.
You had Stephen Colbert.
Yeah.
And I guess Cher was probably, she was always in there.
No, she was smothered in a costume. Anyway, why did I say that? Anyway.
Yeah. But anyway, I'm saying, you know, God bless you. You well deserve it, and I couldn't be happier for you.
I'm glad you're happy, and
Yeah.
we were able to move now out of the downtown apartment in Hollywood, and we moved to the big ranch with the hunting dogs, and we're all set now. Yeah. And when you win an Emmy, you know, I did this show as a favor. They begged. Regis and him were fighting over what show I should do. You know what I'm saying? Regis is not here tonight. He's up in Connecticut saying to the wife, why? Why is he bigger than me? Why?
Yeah. I'll tell you something, that Regis Philbin couldn't carry your lunch. You know what I mean?
And you cleaned that up.
Yeah.
No, Regis cares about me. He's not crazy about you, but he cares about me. Why are we making Regis that important? I know him when he was a disc jockey in San Diego.
That's
saying,
right.
help me, do anything, I'll do anything. let me wash your shorts, anything.
Yeah.
Jeez.
Wash your shorts.
Wash your shorts. I threw that in. Why, you don't like it?
No, I did like it.
Well, get another guess.
No, I enjoyed it.
I don't need this, Dave. You're starting to steam me for no reason.
No, I don't want to steam you.
I'm an Emmy winner. I'm so big. I swear to God, I don't even make a move with the wife anymore.
Oh, is that right?
No, she just lays in bed. Put the Emmy away and start with me. Anyway, she just lays there and goes, is that about it? When you're married 43 years, you guys, I don't know anybody out there, but if you're married for 43 years.
Yeah, wow.
You just don't hit the bones 1, 2, 3. You know what I'm saying? And if you're Jewish, you circle the bed and get an estimate. Wow. That's what you do.
Yeah. She's a lovely woman. I've spent many.
Why does she upset you?
No, I'm saying she's a lovely woman.
She is. She used to be a hooker for the FBI.
No,
that joke could cost me. You know what I'm saying?
That's right.
Because she sits in the room with the jewelry going, smart ass is going to pay for that.
Now,
Paul, when you get a chance, watch the show.
Yeah, no, I'm with you. I really.
I'm doing the show, and he's standing there going,
No. No, I won't.
when does my next song come up? When do I go?
That's all I want to do. That's right.
Man has no respect for crying out loud.
Oh.
He
He
came
loves
to
you.
see me. He came to see me at the town hall. I must say that.
I heard that was a big success.
It was. You weren't there, and everybody asked for you.
Yeah.
No, how come you never come out?
Well,
anymore?
I just want to say one thing that I went to see you where I wanted to see you, which was in Las Vegas.
That's a long
at the,
time.
at
Peter
Desert
Naselli,
Inn.
our dear friend.
Yes, and it was a great night, and we got to come backstage, and I'll never forget that night.
That's right. And Edie and Steve walked in like they were shot out of a cannon, and you had on a baseball cap, and you went into the closet.
That's right.
Anyway, no, because Edie, God bless her, is very demonstrative, and she went and said, "Don, darling," and this guy went, "Oh, I got to get out of here."
She was a little
He's a
demonstrative.
Midwest guy, Indiana. You know, him and Johnny Carson, rest his soul, who I miss, and you do too.
Yes.
But you're like Johnny, the same. You have the same complex. You know, don't want to meet anybody, don't want to make friends, just.
That's not exactly. But anyway, I heard.
I'm happy for your son.
Thank
I
you
watched
very
that
much.
night. You showed pictures of
Oh, he's a
Harry,
sweetie.
is his name?
Yeah, Harry, yeah.
God bless you.
Yeah.
That's great.
So the engagement downtown, is that where it was downtown? Here in the
No, it was
city?
in Spain. The guy makes $7 billion, and I'm talking to a dummy. $7 billion. Where was it?
Yeah, well, I don't know.
It was in Idaho for the corn convention. I'm a Jew in Idaho for the corn convention.
All right, now here, we got to do, I think it's potatoes in Idaho,
Oh,
but that's
yeah,
all right.
that's all right.
All right, we'll be right back with Don Rickles, everybody. What about the, well, thank God the election, the campaign, 2 years of that, and thank goodness it's over. What did you think of the outcome?
Well, I don't get into politics too much. I think the other guy, the new guy, you know, can you imagine now if the Iranians come crashing into the White House? Mr. President, the Iranians are attacking. Iraq is attacking. Anybody's attacking. 3 points. See, he was a basketball player, the new president. Hey, don't make me show cards, folks. Don't make me show cards. That's what the new president does. He's not going to be in office long. He's going to be walking around and saying, there's going to be another war. Stop it, I'm dribbling. Anyway, but these are basketball jokes that I should have never done because...
You're just breaking them in.
Yeah, just tried it out on a bad crowd.
That's... No.
Hey! Don't turn on me. You stood like dummies out in that line on 40, whatever street it is. Go. Move up, Al. We're going to be with Dave.
Move up, Al. We're going to be with Dave.
That's right. Remember, drop your pants and fire a rocket. I know you never forgot that.
I love that one. Now, but I remember, was it the first Reagan inauguration?
Yes, I was.
Yeah.
Ronald Reagan. Frank Sinatra, rest his soul. You remember him?
Yes.
Yeah, he always used to talk about you. Anyway, that's when you were doing a daytime show and nobody gave a crap. Anyway, you know, everything I say now on the show, I did up in the hotel room and I laughed my ass off.
Yeah.
Anyway, Ronald Reagan, God rest his soul, a great guy. I knew him when he was governor at the roasts. In those days, we had really great roasts. And we got to know each other. And I was invited. I was in Hawaii, and the phone rings, and it's Frank Sinatra. Make a long fast forward. And Frank says, Don, get your bags packed, you and Barbara. You're going to be at Ronald Reagan's second inaugural. I said, really, Frank? He said, don't panic. You're in there. And Frank went to the cabinet and said, Rickles is going to be this. Oh, no, there's no Don Rickles. What are you kidding? He's going to wipe the whole world out. No, Don Rickles. And Frank said, God rest his soul, he said, if you don't have Rickles, you don't have me. And that's what he said. Wow. And it was so great. And I went to the White House, and my opening line was, I walked out, I had no idea what I'm going to say. The Secret Service said, well, what is he going to say? And Frank said, whatever he wants. I said, well, you gotta give him some marching. No, Rickles does whatever he wants. And I walked out, I said, Mr. President, I'm talking. Stop napping, I'm talking, for crying out loud. And all the Secret Service went,
Their Uzis went off in the pants.
Now what? When they heard that again, what did the Secret Service do? When they first heard that, what did they do again, Don?
Don't push it, Dave. Don't push it, Dave. And you know what? It was so good. Scott Alswig, he was one of the guys that got us. And in those days, they said that no drinking. Frank said there's absolutely no drinking. And Dean Martin, rest his soul. Can you imagine in the dressing room, Dean Martin, Frank Sinatra, myself. And those days, Dean had a line of vodka bottles in his tuxedo. And he said, "You got it, Frank. Don and I ain't going to touch a thing." Boom. He walked out and went, "To the president." Boom. Boom. It was a great night. It really was. I remember Billy Graham, God bless him, who was not well, I understand, but he was a great man, still a great man. And he was sitting ringside. And I looked over and I said, "Dr. Graham, this hand, if you could make it better, I'll do anything." And all the cabinet did one of these. They checked. That's what Sinatra, when Frank first knew me, I went and said, "Hit somebody, Frank. Be yourself. Relax. Hit somebody." So all the guys with him, who are all scientists, went, "Hey." "Frank, is that funny?" Because if it wasn't, I'd be on the Jerry Lewis telethon.
Sure. Now,
Hey, you. God bless Jerry. He does a great job with that show. You know, I love when he does the high note. Walk on with hope in your heart, and you'll never walk alone. And when he hits the high notes, all the kids get out of their chairs and go home.
That's how that works.
let me ask you, did you...
I preface it by saying Jerry's work is great. That's a joke, and I'm sure he'll be the first one to laugh.
Yeah. I've always wanted to ask you this, and I think I know the answer. Did you know Buddy Rich? Did you ever work with Buddy Rich?
Yeah, I knew Buddy well.
Yeah.
I knew him when he got in a fist fight and played the drums in the lounge with one hand and bandages. Boom, boom, boom. He was... why'd you bring up Buddy Rich?
Well, because, I don't know, he's a great drummer, and I knew that you guys probably knew each other from Las Vegas.
Like saying, do you know the guy in the A&P in the grocery store? I mean, why would you think of Buddy Rich in the middle of no place? I mean... Dave, did you know Al Schwartz, a friend of mine?
Well, no, I don't. Al Schwartz, no.
From left field, he hits me with Buddy Rich.
I don't know where these things come from.
Buddy Rich was a great drummer. He really
tremendous drummer.
And he had, speaking of Jerry Lewis, he loved Jerry, and he had cartoons of Jerry. I went in his house. He used to ride motorcycles, and he and Frank were great during the show. They'd have fistfights during the show.
Oh, is that right?
Oh, yeah, it was great. I never got into that. Jews don't do that. We pay a guy and go, hit somebody. Go ahead. Here's a couple of bucks. Knock this guy in his ass. Go ahead.
A couple of bucks.
Well, that's how we say in New York.
Yeah.
In Indiana, you don't say that.
No.
Any milk?
That's exactly what we say. That's exactly what we say.
I've been in Indiana.
Yeah.
Lucky you got out of there.
It's a great state.
It is a great state if you have nothing to do.
Don, tell us, if you can, one little thing with you and Frank, kind of give us an idea of the relationship. You used to like to kind of work him a little bit, didn't you? Kind of get him worked up?
My job was to run in front of the car. And if the brakes were bad, I wouldn't be here tonight, I'll tell you that. No, I was very fortunate. The man took a great feeling for me, and he adored my wife, Barbara, and that was a big secret, too. But no, it's the truth. Not sexually. It was nothing like that. My wife was with a winner. Anyway, she knows when Spider went into action, there was a lot of trouble, boy. That was his name, you know, Spider.
Okay.
Anyway,
and is Spider still with us?
Yeah, he's in the hotel room laying in the pajamas.
Oh, my. Thank you. Now, Don, let's talk a little bit about this book, Letters letters that you've written to friends and colleagues and family members in show business over the years.
Fictitious letters, right?
Yeah, but things that are on your mind.
Yeah, that's right.
Letters you might write.
You're in there.
Yes, I'm in there. Yes, I appreciated that.
Oh,
and thank you.
pleasure.
And again, congratulations on the Emmy.
Thank you.
Going to be at Foxwood.
You can now go to Poland. Anyway, he used to be an immigration officer.
That's right. There you go. Don will be at Foxwoods Resort Casino, Connecticut, Saturday.
That's right.
A big weekend. How many shows? 3 shows?
34 shows.
No,
one show, and then I get on the bus and drive to Indiana for the annual corn festival.
No. Did I say Connecticut? I meant Spain. He's going to be in Spain. Always a pleasure, Don. By God, it's good to see you. Thank you for everything. Great Don Rickles, ladies and gentlemen. We'll be right back with Amy Brenneman.
I've been trying to get to you.
Ladies and gentlemen, our first guest is an absolute comedy legend. He will be performing at Table Mountain Casino in Fremont, California on October 26th. Here he is, Mr. Warmth himself, Don Rickles, everybody. Easy.
Oh. I thought it was the old Germany.
Right? No, it's not.
Don, how are you?
How are you, Dave?
Good. Good to see you.
Good to see you, Dave.
You look better than ever, my friend.
God bless you. And it's always a great treat to come back here to New York to your show, which is fighting and fighting to stay alive.
Yeah.
Right.
Well, listen.
Well, we appreciate your support, certainly.
You know what's really getting to me? It's getting on my nerves. That little Canadian bald-headed Daddy Warbucks.
Wait a second. Hold on.
What are you talking about?
Getting on
You
your
got
nerves.
a book. All of a sudden, you're promoting the book.
Yeah.
David Ritz. We had the same writer.
We did.
This man. Where's the nigger? Oh,
Yeah, there's my book.
There's the book, David Ritz.
Did I say to you? Are you supposed to talk?
All right, no. Excuse me. I'm sorry.
Just sit there with your cane and newspapers
Cane?
and hope somebody stops by.
Daddy Warbucks. All right.
No, God, and it's good. The gimmick with the glasses, the blind bit helps a lot.
Okay.
Anyway, he co-wrote your book, the Don Rickles book.
Yeah, the Don Rickles book, New York Times bestseller. This guy from no place. What is he going to talk about? How cold it gets in Canada?
Yeah.
Who cares? If you wear a fur coat on a Jewish holiday, who cares?
That's you're right. Who cares?
Does anybody know you're Jewish?
Right, yes. Well, no, now,
Anyway,
now they do.
Yeah.
You know.
Getting out of line, Paul.
All right.
Wait a minute.
I'll do the funny stuff.
Okay.
Just look at the band and hope you're the conductor.
Right, all right.
Anyway.
Now,
Why do they all look so weird? Why are you in the blue jacket? You got a problem?
Really?
trombone. He plays the trombone.
Trombone?
Yeah, trombone.
I know what he plays.
Yeah, okay. Don, you and your lovely wife,
Barbara.
right, Barbara.
The other one was the hooker, Louise.
Yeah.
Oh.
We're at a theater, the Bye Bye Birdie last night. The thing collapsed. The show stopped.
John Stamos.
Tell me
Beautiful
what
show.
happened.
Bill Irwin.
What's going
Great
on?
Cast.
Yeah.
Hey, in all the years you go to Broadway, well, you don't get out of the house. But I'm talking about, we went to Broadway, David. We're sitting there. Folks, they're out there, isn't it? Because every time I come here, I think I got cataracts.
No, they're there.
God.
They're there.
Steven Ike! Oh, no,
Okay,
that's
no.
not it.
No, so we're sitting there, and all of a sudden, we hear a crash. And I thought it's part of the show. And the girls are dancing, and John runs out, takes the girls and says, come on, girls, the train is in. It was a train scene. And he walks off, and the curtain closes, and he walks out, and Stan was, handsome Greek kid, sits around and eats the salad all day long. Anyway.
Really? That's what he does? Eats the salad all day long.
I know what I said, Dave. Geez, every time we talk, if this is going to be on tape, I mean, come on. Anyway, so he comes out and he says, what are we going to do? And Bob Saget, a great comedian, was there also. And we're sitting in the audience, and all of a sudden, John says, help me out, I said, what happened? He said, well, we got a little accident, but could you do something, Don? I said, yeah, I'll leave. And it went on. We kidded around, and in the audience, and the papers picked it up. And John and the cast went through. And bye, Birdie. By the way, see it. It's a great show.
Yeah, yeah. But I heard that...
No, that's a joke. That's a joke.
I heard you said something like, I thought it was only going to be here for a night, not a weekend.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, now you said it.
Well,
anyway...
But it
so what do you want me to say it again?
Well,
no, weekend.
Yeah.
Weekend.
But I bet the audience loved having you there.
No, they hated it. Of course they loved it. What the hell's the matter with you, Dave?
I don't know.
You got the job. Try to remember what the hell you're doing.
Try to relax a little bit. Maybe
look at the cards. Dave gets funny.
All right. Boy, oh boy.
Right there. Right
now,
there.
here's something I'm proud to be able to tell the folks, that you have signed your 51st year as a headliner in Las Vegas, Nevada. 51 consecutive years. How about that, ladies and gentlemen? 51 years.
Everything was great till the cymbal crash came.
Now, Don.
That went out in 1927 when Jack Carter was rolling.
Or Jack Carter was rolling.
That's an inside show business joke. That's why you people don't have to laugh, because you're all from Milwaukee and line. Move up, Al.
Now, Don, give us an idea how Las Vegas has changed in 51 years.
In my day, when I first started out, it was a lot of sand and a lot of guys that talked like, hey, Frank, what do you want to do later?
Yeah.
And these guys went to college.
Yeah, I see.
Anyway, and they all sat around smelling their guns. And
smelling their guns.
That's right, smelling their guns. That's it. Anyway, no, smelling the guys. There was a lot of wise guys, and then everybody was Vito Boom Boom, Charlie Barbarano,
Yeah.
But it was great because if you wanted a cup of coffee today, if you want coffee or eggs, you got to go boom, 4 stamps, 3 vice presidents, 2 secretaries before you get anything.
Sure.
In those days, doing hey, give the kid whatever he wants, and then grab his daughter and twist her arm. But my luck, a couple of those guys will be alive, and you'll see me up here like this.
Now, are any of those guys still alive?
Nah, they're all dead.
That's good. Thank God, because it could be dangerous if you're talking about
Nah,
those
there's
guys.
no chance they're dead. They're dead.
Are you sure?
If they're not dead, I got a problem. Oh!
Wow.
Oh!
We'll be right back here with Don Rickles, everybody.
Oh, isn't that great?
That's your beautiful wife, Barbara, right there. Where was this?
That was
Don?
at a Laker game. They take the picture. If you're ever in California, well, it's a long bus trip. Don't worry about it. But if you're in California, you go to the Laker game and they take shots of people in the audience kissing.
The big kiss cam.
Yeah.
Kiss cam is what it is.
Yeah.
And people really, really looked like they enjoyed that moment. So, no, they did. I mean, look at this guy right there. He can't get enough. She's a beautiful woman.
Oh, well, thank you.
How long have you been married?
Oh, about an hour. No, we're married, God bless her, 44 years.
Wow, 44 years.
With my nonsense. And you know what?
I have the type of wife, you know, like I say, with all the kidding around and making fun of both of us in this business. And I'll say, Barbara, the show went great last night. I was so happy in Vegas. I go, the show went great. And she'll say, listen, dinner is about a half hour. So hurry it up. I said, why don't you make a fuss? She said, well, that's your job.
Yeah, yeah.
So I'm married to a Valium.
Do you mind if we talk a little bit about your relationship with Frank Sinatra and Sammy Davis Jr. and Joey Bishop and Dean Martin and the Rat Pack?
Frank, Dean I adored. Frank was the guy for me, and he was, you know, he was my hero. He really was, and he had another side of him, but you heard stories about him. But he was wonderful with the ladies, as far as a gentleman is concerned. Right. And it was great to Barbara and I. We went to Europe with him, and we had great times. And you know what his famous thing was? When you order with Sinatra, and I'm not Italian, so I'm exaggerating this, but it pretty much sounds like that. I'll say, Frank, we go into Monte Carlo, and they come with the flaming table and everybody's, you know, and Mussolini said his own table, you know. No, that's a joke. He was dead then. His son was there. Anyway, no, his son could be alive, and I'm in more trouble.
No, you're fine.
No. So we'd sit there, and Frank would say, Don, I'll take care of it. Waiter, give Don the giubazzi carini with the bottitti and the little zette, buoni bene, with the sauce Baradini. So I'd say, Frank, but shh, try it, trust me, try it. And I would take it, and I would be eating it, and he'd look over and said, are you going to eat this crap? I said, yeah. He said, don't you have a mind of your own, for sake? What are you, nuts? You can die from that stuff. That was his sense of humor, and you had to laugh like you did, otherwise he'd hurt you.
Sure. Now, I remember you told me a story one time, and maybe you've told this story on the show before, but I found it so interesting. It was you and Frank Sinatra and some people, and it happened to be on the French Riviera, maybe Monte Carlo. And you're in a restaurant, and there's a tremendous electrical storm taking place outside. Do you remember that story?
Sure I do.
Yeah.
I still wet my pants when I think about it.
Yeah.
No, it's pouring rain, and we're at the Lowe's Hotel in Monte Carlo in the square. Have you been to Monte Carlo?
Yes.
You were in Monte Carlo?
Yes, I was.
With a pickup truck?
Yes, that's right. I was delivering
I can't picture you in Monte Carlo with the baseball cap going, do they know me? You don't know this man. I had dinner with him. We hid under a table and had the meal. Yeah. Anyway, so we're in Monte Carlo, and they had this big bay window, David, big bay window. And Jilly, rest her soul, is with us, and Tony O, and a few other people. And we're having some drinks. And Frank, all of a sudden, and when he has the drinks, the back of his neck would get red when he was going pretty good, you know. And you know, he did funny things like putting a knife in your hand. Anyway, but you never went ouch. You went, oh. Anyway, so we're sitting there, and suddenly it starts to rain, a thunderstorm. And he had some drinks in him, and we all had some drinks in him. Ba-ba-boom, ba-ba-boom, lightning flashing, bang, bang. And I said, gee, look at that. And he said, Don, I want you and Jilly to go outside and tell them damn photographers to stop taking my picture.
We'll be right back here with Don Rickles, everybody. Now, ladies and gentlemen, Don will be appearing at the Table Mountain Casino in Fremont, California, October 26th, and Snoqualmie.
Snoqualmie, yeah.
Snoqualmie Casino.
It's the Indian group that Custer wiped out.
In oh, I didn't know that. That'll be Washington, November 5th at Snoqualmie. Now,
you know, some night I got to sit out there and hear this.
Yeah. I'm going to beg you for another story.
You don't have to beg.
And I know you've done this story many, many times, but it's a favorite of mine, and nobody tells it like you do. It's the night that Frank Sinatra saved Shecky Green's life?
Oh, my God. No, Shecky Green is a great comedian and still is. Some people think he's retired, but he's not. He works. No, he works when he feels like it.
Paul saw him a couple of years ago.
Yeah. Did I say to butt in?
No. No, nobody said. Nobody said to butt in. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry.
That's okay, Dave. I forgive you, David, because I love you. Anyway, no, the story is, it's not a pleasant thing. Shecky was always, making fun of the mob and so forth. And he's great human, great comedian, had a great sense of humor, still does. And funny. And one night, Frank got a little, the way I understand it, got a little fed up and said to the guys, work him over. I don't like it anymore. Work him over. When Frank says work him over, you phone your family and say goodbye. No, it wasn't really that bad. It was. So they got him back the way I understand it, backstage at the Fontainebleau someplace, and they started banging on him. Bang, bang, bang. And Frank walked in and said, I think that's enough. And Shecky's like this. And that's the story that David loves, and Dave's a status.
Saved his life. All you need to know, ladies and gentlemen, 51 consecutive years as a headliner in Las Vegas, Nevada. The great Don Rickles. Here we go. Our next guest is a good friend of ours and a comedy legend. He'll be performing at the Orleans Hotel and Casino in Las Vegas on June 5th and 6th. Here he is, Mr. Warmth himself, Don Rickles. Oh, Don. Rickles.
Thanks. I never liked that Paul. Get rid of him.
Hey. 51 years, Don Rickles has been a headliner. 51 years a headliner in Las Vegas, Nevada. Nobody.
And
nobody comes close to that.
Well, thanks, Dave. By the way, it's great to see you again,
Thank
David.
you.
You don't look good. But no, you look terrific, Dave.
Well,
you're getting older too, and I get older too, but I feel great.
Don, let me ask you a question. If there were no Las Vegas, where would a guy like you have had such a great career?
On a sanitation truck.
Yeah. What was the old Las Vegas like when you started out there?
Well, you had to do good because everybody had a gun. No, that's true. The owners used to sit in the front and go, hey, let him do another Jew crack and I'm going to put a bullet in his head. No, they were wise guys, but they were great. They really were. If you weren't funny, your home burned.
Right.
Anyway.
But now, did you ever have any trouble? Did anybody take you aside and say, hey, knock off the this or knock off the that?
No, Sinatra was my bodyguard.
Oh. Frank was pivotal in your career, wasn't he?
You kidding?
Yeah.
He woke up in the morning and went, the summer wind, is Rickles alive? Anyway, no, Frank was great. I could say a lot about him because there's...
Yeah.
Anyway,
but now, take us back.
How long you had that?
Tell us.
Dave, you work with those birds, and I like that first group one.
Cute kids, don't you think?
Nuts. They're going to college. Can you see? One of them will be president someday.
They were cute kids. Didn't you think they were cute kids?
Yeah, they were all right.
Yeah. Now,
they were adorable. They
Johnny,
really
your buddy Johnny Carson used to have them on his show all the time.
So what do you want me to do? Drop my pants and fire a rocket?
Here now, Don Rickles dropping his pants and firing a rocket. Here we go.
Favorite remark.
Stand by. Get ready.
You son of a gun.
Here's Don firing a rocket.
What were you saying about? You were saying something.
Yeah, going down down memory lane. Now, tell us who was in the original Rat Pack. Now, were you a Rat Pack guy?
No, I was the guy that stood outside the steam room saying, "Pass me my pants." Anyway, we used to have a steam room, and Frank's big joke was to throw me out in the nude by the cabanas, and all the old Jews in the beach chairs would go, "What?"
Yeah. Because in those days,
the Irish guys went,
but now did you?
And the Polacks went.
But
I covered everything. Did I leave anybody
pretty
out?
much, no.
I was going to say the blacks, but that would be trouble.
Okay, now, but
anyway.
But you drank pretty good in those days. Those guys drank pretty good. Didn't they?
I drank vodka pretty good.
Yeah.
I used to get a girl and never get excited except the leg kept going up. Anyway, but
what does that mean? The leg kept going up.
Well, we're on the air, but it means the bird got excited. Anyway.
I see.
I got to write that down.
Yeah, it means the bird got excited, ladies and gentlemen, if you're just tuning in. Now listen, tell us a little bit. It was you and Sammy, your good friend Sammy Davis Jr.,
yeah.
Frank, of course, Dean Martin. Yeah. Oh, now you know what they advertise all the time are these Dean Martin roasts.
Oh, they were great.
And you're featured in them. Tell us a little, give us some flavor of those.
You know what, David? The truth of it is, there was such, and folks, see, every time I'm here, I look out and I get to think, I'm going blind. Because you people on television don't know, it's all black in there, either that or I got cataracts.
Right. But don't you...
But what happens is the class of the group, people like Orson Welles, rest his soul, Jack Benny, Dean Martin, of course.
Johnny Carson also.
Johnny Carson, yeah. There were so many great people. Ronald Reagan. Ronald Reagan was great.
Right.
I mean, I kidded him when he was the governor, and I did the roast. There's one guy who went,
yeah.
Is he around? Either that or he's making pancakes. These are little asides.
I understand. Thank you. Thank you
just
very
to
much.
keep me going because you're no help.
I know.
Anyway.
I am no help. But it was Greg Garrison who produced the roast?
Greg Garrison, rest his soul. He was great. And you know how he did that, Dave? And ladies and gentlemen, he always said everybody had something written. I was kind of proud of this. And every time I did the show, he said, Rickles does whatever he wants. I trust him, let him just do his thing.
Right.
And I never had anything written for me, and I just winged it right off the top of my head. And one thing I always remember is Frank Sinatra always used to sit, when I was the host, he'd sit next to me and he'd smoke, and the smoke was coming up, and say, "What the hell is this, London?" Anyway, and at that time, Frank laughed. Had he not, I would have been on the Jerry Lewis telethon. Anyway, walk on, walk on. Well, forget about it.
But it was good fun. Now, do you ever watch some of those tapes now? Because there's some, like you said, tremendous talent represented
I
on those
do,
tapes.
but every time I do, the wife wants to drive out to the cemetery. Anyway, so many of them are gone, rest their souls. There's so many greats. I'm still here because God said, keep it going, kid.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Good for you. Good for you. We'll be right back. Don Rickles, everybody. Don Rickles, 51 years in Las Vegas, and so you've seen it all. You've seen it go from its humble beginnings, not so humble really, but its beginnings, to now it's just like a corporate amusement park.
Well, it's great.
Really,
when Howard Hughes came in, he came out of the closet and made this a fantastic... No, I don't mean he was gay. Being gay is nothing wrong with that.
He just lived in a closet. He was... No, he did. He was...
That's right.
Yeah.
He would take a shower without the water.
He was a recluse.
Anyway,
That's because he was weird. I hate that. Show the cards so this crowd... Show the film. Show the film. Anyway... Anyway, those days, we all used to hang out together. The cocktail waitress...
You were single in those days, right?
Oh, I was in heat.
Yeah.
Anyway, I can hardly wait till the show to be over to get this going again.
Yeah.
Anyway, you're laughing. That joke's going to cost me. I'm married 45 years, and when I get back to the hotel, she's going to say, let's hear that thing about the leg again. And this time, make me laugh.
But it was working late, doing shows, running around different casinos, meeting a lot of...
And we were lonely, Dave. You know, the cocktail waitresses today, God bless them, they got families and kids, and they got a lot of obligations. In those days, when they first started out, there was only 3 or 4 hotels, and we were all lonely and wanted to be together. We used to go out to Lake Mead, and believe it or not, I water skied.
Wow.
Boy, and now I just sit in the chair and go, I'm up. Anyway, but it was fun. It was great fun. And you met girls. And I was a late bloomer. I was 38 before I got married. I used to sit in the tub and make it bubble. Anyway,
I don't know.
Anyway, so Frank fixed me up with this one girl.
Oh.
I'll never forget, Margie, her name was. He said, Don, I got this girl for you. She's perfect. And she was blonde, kind of cute, glasses, you know, and a little space like you. Little space in her front teeth.
Between her front teeth, yeah.
Yeah, and every time we made love, she started to whistle. I didn't know if I stooped her or made tea.
All right, now when we come back, I have a little bit of a bone to pick with you, if that's all right.
You can pick my bone.
We'll be right back with Don Rickles, ladies and gentlemen.
Join us again tomorrow as Dave welcomes Robert Downey Jr. and OK Go. Spit out the gum right now. That's better. We'll be right back.
What is it? Are you the only comedian that headlines in Las Vegas these days? Are there other comics in there?
Oh, no, Jerry Seinfeld, who I think...
Oh, sure, Jerry comes in.
He's a delightful man and a funny guy. I don't want, and Bob Newhart, of course, my dear friend. And there are many, you know, I'll leave out too many people that I think are funny.
But it's changed, isn't it? I mean, everything's different now that when that tiger got loose and killed everyone.
What's wrong with you?
Now,
well, by the way, I just got to get this in. Paul Schaefer?
Yeah.
Tell the cameraman, get out of the way.
Sir, yeah. Mr. Rickles?
Well, I just came back from a tour of Canada, and everything's great. Everybody... And there's one Mountie still sitting on a horse going, where's Jeanette MacDonald? You kids don't remember those days, Nelson Eddy and Jeanette MacDonald, you know, the Mounties, you know.
Sure.
And I was in Canada. I had a wonderful time. I had a leak in my canoe and had to leave early.
Ho!
Anyway.
Hey-o!
Hey, that's good. Leave that in. Hey-ho, ho-ho. They got a moron for a band leader. Hey-ho, ho-ho. I love you, Paul.
No, I know you do, Don.
You do, but God bless you. Too bad you're not taller.
But
anyway,
Don is the voice of Mr. Potato Head in Toy Story 3. When will that be opening up in theaters? June 18th. That's a big deal, Don. You've been in the previous 2, right?
It's been 14 years that I've been doing it.
And my grandkids, they love that.
Yeah,
they love that.
Pop-Pop's Mr. Potato Head, you know. They're cute kids. They're going to come into a lot of money if I let them.
Yeah.
Anyway...
Let's show him a clip, Don. This is you as Mr. Potato Head in Toy Story 3. Let's take a look here.
Oh, behind you. Someone's coming.
You would not believe what I've been through tonight.
Darling, are you okay?
I feel fresh, healthy. It's terrible.
You've lost weight and so tall.
Ah, you're a sight for detachable eyes.
What happened there? Toy Story 3. Now, I was watching the Craig Ferguson show one night. The show is right on after this one.
Yeah.
And they say a special guest star, Don Rickles, and I think, well, great. I mean, I'm excited and wounded at the same time because I thought, why would Don be going on another show? You know, why? I thought, he's my buddy.
Well,
I'll be honest with you, and there you are, and he's sucking up to you, and I'm thinking, and you're talking about, oh, Barbara loves you, and you come out to the house. I say, has he really been to the house?
Well, you're talking about Craig
Ferguson. Has he really been out to your house?
No.
Okay.
Anyway,
but you all go to dinner, and his wife and my wife and his.
I don't know. Peter LaSalle is a dear friend of mine. He's a producer over there. And why did you bring up Craig Ferguson all of it?
Because I had this bone to pick. Because I'm sitting at home alone watching TV, thinking.
Well, I do other shows.
Well, that's right there. See, I didn't know that. I didn't know that.
It's not weak. It's not skyrocketing. This show. It doesn't help me any. This show is just a time killer, and you help me with the hotel room when I'm staying at the Hollywood Inn.
Oh, the Hollywood. But now,
so this is a big. I'm not through yet, Dave.
Okay.
You brought it up.
Yeah.
I mean, if you said to me, Don, you're going to be the co-host with me, you'll get my money, we'll be together all the time,
right.
I wouldn't make a stink about it.
Yeah.
Now that you brought it up, I certainly need other shows.
Oh, my God. I thought I was your buddy. I thought I was the guy.
Well, I asked you for dinner 3 or 4 times, but I must say, the one man, he's a loner. When the show's over, he puts on his baseball cap, gets into his underwear, and hides under a bus. But anyway,
that's true. That's exactly right.
Completely, nothing wrong. But he gave me a wonderful party years ago at 21. He really did. Invited all his cast and crew, and I thought that was so great. And Regis Philbin, to this day, has tried to commit suicide over that 4 or 5 times.
Right. Yeah.
Because Regis wanted to be invited, and he's not big enough.
No.
Anyway, so...
He's not big enough. He's not big enough. And the other thing, Regis had surgery. They had removed the clot in his leg. Yeah. They really ought to remove the clot in his wallet. Has he ever picked up a check? No, he never has he?
I'm deaf.
No, I've had 3 dinners with you, each one memorable, and I hope we have many, many more.
Please God, I hope so too. And Dave, really, now that I'm on the show again, every time I come back, I'm very inspired, and things have gone well for me, and I owe a lot to you for being so kind to me and my family, and we have a big home now with hunting dogs.
Really?
Because Johnny went away, and I thought, Carson rest his soul, I thought it'd be the end for me, and then you came along with that booming personality. And, made it so nice for me. And I love you.
I love you too. I think the world of you. The one, the only, Don Rickles, ladies and gentlemen. In Las Vegas, June 5th and 6th at the Orleans Hotel and Casino. Nice going. Look up there. Our first guest, a good friend of ours, a comedy legend, and he'll be performing at the Borgata in Atlantic City on April 8th and 9th. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome Mr. Warmth himself, Don Rickles. They love you, Don.
What a night, what a night, what a crowd. Oh, God, I wish I was someplace else.
Hey,
listen, before you say anything.
Sure.
Congratulations on the Johnny Carson Award.
Thank you very much.
And I happen to be one of the judges.
Oh, great.
And I can't lie. I didn't vote for you.
Oh.
I don't think you were that great. I don't know how to be honest.
I think you're right. I kind of agree with that.
I'm kidding.
Yeah, thank you.
were
That's
great.
very nice.
What
Now,
do I
listen,
care?
I know. You know, we were just talking
By
about...
the way, Paul, that was great. The band's weak, but you were great.
Thank you. Oh.
No, they're okay.
He means it with love.
They're okay.
Yes, we know.
Shut up, Paul.
What?
No, you guys are great. I rib you, but I don't know who picks out your wardrobe, but the guy in the beret better get back to Vietnam.
Yeah. Other than that.
Now, it was one thing I wanted to ask you, Don.
Vietnam? What the hell is that guy?
I don't know.
He looks like a lost rabbi playing a drum.
Hello. Oh, the lost rabbi.
I have a question for you.
Jump in. This is your show. In fact, which I never got over, Dave.
What's that?
That sign is wrong. David Letterman show with Dave. No, the show with David Letterman. Come on, it's starring David. What is that with? You're not some warm-up. Go out and make a stink, for crying out loud.
All right, I'll change that.
You know the money you're making.
Yeah, I know. Now, the question I have for you, trouble with the luggage?
Trouble with the luggage.
Yeah.
He just loves that line.
Trouble with the luggage. I remember seeing your act at I think the Desert Inn.
Yeah, right. When you had the baseball cap, the shorts, and sneakers, I thought you were at the beach. Came in like a derelict. I swear to God, that's the way he dressed when he came in the dressing room.
But at some point during your act, a fellow comes out on stage, and you say to him, "Trouble with the luggage?" It's very funny.
You know, there are a lot of clinics here in New York.
Maybe I'll see if I can get into it. Now listen, speaking of clinics...
What does it say on the luggage? Trouble with the luggage.
Never mind. What about Charlie Sheen? Have you ever seen a guy like Charlie Sheen?
Leave him alone. The guy wants to skyrocket. He took the wrong pill. What do you want? You know. He's a good kid. He's a little bananas right now, but he's making making billions of dollars being nuts.
In your time in show business, you ever seen behavior like that?
I don't really care. That's not on top of my list. I don't get up in the morning worry about what Charlie Sheen is doing.
Yeah.
I got a lot on my mind by coming to this show.
Now, maybe you can help us out with this. We were talking about the Borgata, beautiful hotel casino in Atlantic City.
Absolutely.
Borgata, what does that mean? Do we know?
It means sunken canal.
Well.
It's going to be a long night, kid.
Now, wait a minute. Small village. Small village.
What is this, Stump the Stars? What the hell is this?
It's nothing. I was just curious, and I'm told now, small village.
Who cares? What do I care?
Nobody.
Small village, large village, a Passover Seder. What do I care?
You don't care, no.
See, I get that in for the Jews in case you have plans.
You love it.
You know, we people are going to celebrate that, you know. That's what the Egyptian trick, you know, with the ocean and the whole thing, you know.
Trouble with the luggage?
Again with that, trouble with the luggage. Now, God bless you, Dave, but you're starting to get on my nerves. I'll tell you that right now.
You know, Regis Philbin, God bless Regis Philbin. You know Regis, retiring from the Regis morning show.
He should.
Really?
Walk away. He's starting to annoy me. I love Regis, and you love Regis. We're friends from way back. You know what he does? We get in the car. Every time I come I'm talking to the crew like you can help me. They're all standing like this.
Well, they have lives and families. They want to get on with it.
And the broad behind the booth with the earphones going, how much longer with this? How much longer do I have to listen to this? No, you know, every time we get in the car in New York, you know how Regis, he tries to be laid back. Gets it, we walk out in the street. I'm with Rickles, Don Rickles. It's Regis with Don Rickles.
Yes.
He thinks that's funny, but you know, he's like Charlie Sheen. He's got a problem. You know what I'm saying?
But I love him, and his wife Joy's great. She was a, she was a stripper once.
No, I didn't know that. Regis, his wife is a stripper.
Really?
Wow.
He keeps it quiet. He's very Catholic.
Oh yeah, you got to keep. You want to keep a thing
when he's
like
in his
that
underwear and he wants to make a move, before he goes to it, he gives it one of those.
Really?
To the Jews, that's the highway's blocked.
Now,
just mine or yours?
Yeah, that's yours. Let me get this straight.
Take a drink.
Before he
I do that in case you people don't want to join in.
Yeah.
May 8th is my birthday. No gifts, just a picture of him.
Yeah. So Regis, often, whenever he wants to make a move on Joy, before he makes the move, he'll do the sign of the cross.
I wasn't in the bedroom. I assume he might do that. But no, and he also washes up, with the whole thing.
Oh, man. All right. Yeah, we'll be right back here with Don Rickles, ladies and gentlemen. Don Rickles, ladies and gentlemen. I got some photos here I want to show.
Sure.
This is a great picture. Boy, this brings back memories. You and Tommy Lasorda, you got yourself a uniform on there. Man, look at that.
Yeah.
What a great baseball guy, huh? Now, was he a genius manager or just a guy who knew how to be around ball players?
He was a great, well, it's like he's dead. He's alive, He's a great motivator, and it's fun to be with him, especially when you go to an Italian dinner. He always lets the sauce get on your shirt. Hey, folks, they can't be all jewels.
Now, did you ever, were you in the dugout with it?
Well, no, one time we were at the game, and every time I went down to I would go into the locker room. He'd always invite me in. And all these kids from the Dominion Republic, and they come from and Bangladesh, wherever the hell they come from. They all play ball, but none of them from America, They played, and they always give that story. They played with no glove, with a tin can, and who cares? You don't have the equipment, don't play. Who cares?
It's a good lesson.
So he says put on the, every time I'd go down to the locker room, and I'd say, hello, he'd say, go and talk to the guys. Right. I'd say, Mr. Rickles, you talk to Tommy, get me in the game. You talk to Tommy. He says, get your papers first so you can stay in the States.
Right.
They're not even citizens, and they're looking to play ball,
Right, sure.
So anyway, one day he says to me, listen, put on the uniform, and you sit in the dugout with us, and then you'll take the pitcher out of the game.
Really? You go out to the field?
Don't get so excited. This happened years ago. It's not going to be tomorrow morning.
I was a little too excited.
No, the way you jumped in there.
I know. I'm sorry.
Is there a pool here? Maybe you want to do a half game?
No, I was too excited. I'm sorry.
Well, you said, take a Valium and go in the back.
How can you not be?
Take a Valium. Notice how the band went?
Yeah.
Anyway, the shipment will be in Friday, guys. Just relax.
Oh.
Not you, Paul. You don't need anything. You just jump in with your funny ad libs. I'm kidding you, Paul. You're a funny guy. If you were a little taller, they'd see you. Anyway, what could he do to me? He's only the band leader temporarily. That's it.
Temporarily.
Look at this. He went, temporarily? No. So anyway, so he'd take me to the game, and I'd be in the dugout, and he'd say, take the pitcher out of the game, in the uniform. Yeah. Ooh, that's good. That's a good ad lib. Ooh. Anyway, I have a little child, a cousin. He's 6. Ooh. Anyway, ooh, Daddy's going to eat the candy. Ooh. Anyway, how the hell, a big star like you, what do you come up with? Ooh.
Yeah,
you have 38 writers. Look here. Where does it say ooh?
I'll be honest with you. Earlier today, we had some trouble with the luggage.
The luggage. So I put the cap down, walk out on the mound. There's a big Mexican get out on the mound. I come in and said, son, give me the ball. Who the hell are you? It's true.
I say, Mr. Soda, I'm the new coach here, and I'm taking you out of the game. You can't take me out of that game. What are you, crazy? What the hell are you to take me out of that game? I said, don't make a stink. There's 50,000 people looking at it. You can't take me out of that game. I said, give me the ball. I said, bring me a pitcher in. I took him out of the game, and the next night he came over to the house and robbed us. Anyway,
No, he didn't. No, he didn't.
That's a joke. It's a joke.
He didn't.
It's a joke.
I know it's a joke. Sure. Yeah.
Now every gardener is going to be at my house going,
fine.
did he leave yet?
It's fine. It's fine. And then, well, look at this picture right here. This is the movie Casino, and that's you and Robert De Niro. Look at you guys together there.
Yeah, I carried him in that picture.
Yeah.
Never calls me ever since we did it, Dave. Never calls me, never gets into, and I love the guy. He was great. The first scene we did, you know, in Casino, it's walking down night for what they call night for night shooting, you know, in the Riviera Hotel in Las Vegas at the time. And we walk down, and I'm his bodyguard, whatever. And he walks around, and I'm supposed to say something like, hey, boss, who's got the gun? Where are the men? Where is it, boss? And he goes, oh, the gun is over in the corner. The gun in the corner. I says, hold it. Just like that. First time on the set. I said, Marty, that's Scorsese, who is a wonderful director, but we had to put phone books so you could see him because he was a dwarf.
Tiny, yeah. Right.
And he has asthma, and he keeps, during the takes, he goes, blah, blah. It's a long story. It's a tough picture to do.
It must have been.
You know why I'm laughing? Because I heard this before.
Yeah.
Anyway, if you don't join in, I'm not upset. Don't worry about it. Anyway, so we were standing there, and I said, geez, I said, what is this with the mumbling? What is that? And then I said, well, is something wrong? Is something wrong? I said, work on his personality. This guy's getting $8 billion a picture, and he's mumbling and spitting up all over himself. Get me somebody good. And Marty says, don't worry, Bob, it's a joke, you know. And De Niro, you know, big laugher.
Don Rickles at the Borgata, Little Village. Atlantic City, April 8th, April 9th. Oh, my best.
See you later, Dennis.
Yes, sir. We'll be right back with Eva Longoria.
Don, you always do Jack Benny. Was he your father, your Robert Soldier? Don.
Oh, Don.
These kids don't know who Jack Benny is.
What was...
Is there an audience? I got cataracts. People like that?
Yeah, they're here. But what was... When you did...
Wait a minute.
When you did...
It's not a convention. You don't have to, you know. Hello, how's your mother? Yeah.
When you did the beach movies, what was your character?
My character was being a moron and get out of there. That's my character. No, I played a guy called Big Dad. Who cares? Why are you bringing this crap up?
I don't know. I just thought...
I did Run Silent, Run Deep with Clark Gable. You don't remember Clark Gable.
Yeah.
I did with Robert De Niro.
Right.
I did the Casino. I did Rat Race with Tony Curtis.
Mm-hmm.
I did silent movies with my cousin.
Silent movies with your cousin.
That's what I said. What is this on tape?
I don't know.
I know what I said.
Okay, fine.
Sound like Johnny Carson. I used to say, Johnny Carson. He says, I know who I am.
Yeah.
Then why did I say that?
Yeah, now listen.
That was a great joke, you dummies. That was a great joke.
It's fine, Don. Just relax.
Just remember, anything I say is brilliant. Trust me.
Yeah.
I did this stuff up in my hotel room and laughed my ass off.
Speaking of hotel rooms, I want to know, in all the years that you were headlining Las Vegas, and still do, by the way.
Thank you.
The big hotels, the big powerhouse hotels, did you ever run into Elvis Presley? Because I know he had a Vegas period as well.
Did he die?
Yes, he passed on. Did you ever meet him when you were there?
Don't get excited. Elvis Presley, I was working at the Riviera.
Right.
And that was like you said, big hotel, big, giant, biggest, bang, 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 big.
This is when
Don't point. I know who I am. Don't point.
This is when the mob ran.
The mob. You said it. I didn't. Tell Guido I have a family. Anyway. Why are you bringing up the mob? What do you know about the mob?
I know nothing about
Frank
the mob.
Sinatra always said to me, "Hey, Don, don't talk about the mob."
Yeah.
And there was always a guy standing next to me. You hired him? Anyway.
The guy said you heard him.
Again, you're repeating it.
I'm sorry. I just enjoyed the moment.
No.
Yeah.
So what were we saying? Oh, yeah. So you said that...
Elvis Presley.
Yeah. So he came out on the stage in the middle of my act, you know. But he was so big. And he started to do prayers. You know, he was very with the prayers. I don't know. He started going, oh, God is with you, blah, 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 and God is with you, blah. And I'm a Jew. I didn't need that. You know what I mean? We know where God is every minute. You know what I'm saying? In fact, he calls us on Saturday, the High Holy Day. Right. He doesn't do that with your people. No. You drop the money in the basket and you go home early.
That's it. That's
anyway,
we go home early.
No, so yeah, and I was around a lot of those guys. One thing really happened. Really, this really happened with Johnny Carson. Because, by the way, you won't bring it up because you're jealous. Ladies and gentlemen, who rarely do I win anything. Right. Oh, yeah, at the Kiwanis Club, I don't even belong. You know, these different Mickey Mouse outfits along the way, not the Kiwanis, they're very important. But I got nothing. All of a sudden, I get this beautiful, beautiful award. Johnny Carson, as he knows, was a wonderful artist. God rest his soul. He was the very, very best. He has a challenger. But
no, not even in the same breath, please. That's embarrassing to me, let alone Johnny.
Get over it. You know? Going to take up my time explaining to the audience how upset you are?
Well, that's right.
Anyway, Johnny Carson, God bless him, it happens I'm in Florida. Right. And it doesn't matter the hotel. And this hotel is robbed. And they robbed like 3 floors. And they got my floor. And I come home one night with the wife, and we walk in, where there's a guy with a police captain hat on and white gloves going, "Sir, you were robbed. Oh. You were definitely robbed." I said, "Yes, sir, I was. You know Frank Sinatra?" I said, "Yes, I do. Hell of a guy." I said, "Could you check on the robbery?" He was a nice gentleman. And make a long story short, he said, "You were robbed," and they took a lot of stuff. I go home, I go, gee, I can't believe it, I was robbed. I call up my manager. In those days, he had a voice like a bird. I won't say his name, but he goes, "Hi, sweetheart, what's the trouble?"
Joe Scandori.
Yeah. His name was Joe Scandori. He said it.
Yeah.
What the hell's the matter with you?
Well, I remember you fondly...
His whole family is wanted.
I can't do anything right.
They're hiding out in Bermuda under a rock. He said, "Don't worry, sweetheart." I said, "Joe, you don't understand. They took everything. We were robbed. Why? Why us?" "Don't worry, don't worry about it, sweetheart." Okay, well, next day, I'm home. My mother, God rest her soul, calls up from Florida. "Hello, darling." My mother was like a Patton, like a Jew Patton. You know, the general, you know, very strong. You know, when you go into a restaurant, I'd say, "Mom, I'm taking care of the reservation." "Step back, I know what to do." She wasn't quite that loud, but I can say it now because she's not around to say anything, you know. But anyway, so she said to me, "You won't believe it. All the stuff that they robbed you with was in a bag in front of her apartment."
Oh.
They returned everything.
They returned
and apologized.
Really?
Yeah. One guy on the phone went, "Oh, oh."
Wow, that's some story. We'll be right back with Don Rickles. Ladies and gentlemen. There you are. May 21st, 1974. Don Rickles and Johnny Carson, and they presented you with the Johnny Carson Award on the Comedy Central Comedy Awards over the weekend. Was that a nice event for you?
It was a great treat because I understand you won it last year, but they figured it wasn't strong enough, so they gave it to me this year.
Well, you're absolutely right about
that.
No, you're absolutely right about that.
Shut up.
Okay, I'm sorry.
See, who else could say that to him, you know? And he doesn't mind.
I don't mind at all.
When we go out later, when the show's over, he goes, why'd you say shut up?
No. You can say shut up to me.
No, that's a joke. He doesn't say that.
Now,
well, let's
how about this?
What?
You got a story about working the Copa when you were a kid?
Well, wait a minute. I want to go back to Johnny Carson, okay?
Sure.
I mean, I get one shot on this. I go back to the hotel room, lay face down on the bed. You come back here tomorrow night and say to the truck, back up the money. Back it up.
That's right.
Right. But God bless you. Dave was awarded the Johnny Carson Award last year, and I was so thrilled when they called up because he knows, and I certainly know, that Johnny Carson was a man that was marvelous at this kind of work, and Dave has carried on that great tradition. And
yeah, I'll tell you. Only a small percentage of what you said is true. Now, you're a kid, you're working in the Copa, a big club, big important club.
Big buildings, big.
Yeah, and there's some thugs in the audience.
Not thugs, we don't use that word.
What word do we use?
Guys that never got a break.
Guys that never got a break. Is that right?
That's true.
Yeah, okay, so you're...
And I'm working at Copa, and Jules Podell, rest his soul, he was a tough boss, but great. You know,
right.
You know, kid, this great. He talked like that. Mm-hmm. I like to throw in impersonations. You know, kid, a lot of wise guys for the family come in here, so be careful, okay, kid? Be careful. As he said that, he spit all over the soup.
Oh, no.
Anyway, okay, so now I'm out at ringside. There's a guy called Eddie the Gun. I'm making up a name. Mm-hmm. It's like our Eddie, who's the warm-up guy, right? I shouldn't call him the one. He's a wonderful comedian, and he comes in the dressing room every night asking me to get him a bigger part. Anyway, I just throw that in, and the audience don't give a damn, and I don't give a damn.
Yeah, you know what? I don't give a damn.
Yeah, right. The hell with it.
The
hell with you, Eddie.
Yeah.
So now, no, he's a sweet guy. So anyway, so now I walk out on stage. This guy sitting ringside. You know, one of those guys. You know, they all have their mouth open so they can catch the bullet. And he's sitting there, and this girl is sitting next to him. Now, she's not bad, but she's sort of a girl like if both of us were single, lonely on an island, and we had leprosy and we were going to die in an hour, you'd take a shot at her.
Yeah, I see, okay. Right.
You know what I mean? Stunning gal. Mm-hmm. And she's sitting there, and I turn around, which I do in my jokes. I said, Eddie, is that your wife? No. No. They have a great sense of humor. Oh. No. I'm just asking him a question, and he's ready to, you know.
Yeah.
No. I said, well, she looks like a moose. And he does one of these. That's a moose. You call this woman... I'm not lying. This is the whole Lord. You call this woman... It's a joke, Eddie. Just a joke. No. Who said no? No. Hey, don't be a wise guy with me. I know you called her a moose, and I'm going to come back later, and I'm going to take care of you. My head to God. He said, and of course, being the brave Jew I am, I wet my pants.
Oh, no.
No, I didn't wet my pants. I soiled a little bit. That's it.
Okay, that's fine.
So now, Dave, guy goes, next night, shows up. I go in the dressing room, I call up my manager again. Joe, what is it, sweetheart? Mm-hmm. Same guy still there. Joey, I called Eddie, the guy, and I said the girl was a moose. It was a joke. You said that? Yeah. Don't worry, sweetheart. Don't worry. I'll take care of it. Next night, he's sitting there again. So I said, she's a stunning woman. No. Tell her the truth. Tell her the truth. I said, no. I want to see you backstage. I said, oh, here we go again. Comes backstage, swear to God. Walks in, they close the door, sits down, he goes, and she sits there. She says, now you take a good look at this. This woman is a moose.
This is a lousy moose, and I don't like the broad. You were so right, kid. You were so right. I said, but it was all in a joke. No joke, no joke. Take a, you moose, you moose.
My guy called up the guy in Brooklyn, and the guy in Brooklyn said, oh. He said, why? Don't never turn on Don.
No, that's the way things.
And you know, and this guy.
That doesn't exist like that.
How me?
I say it doesn't happen like that anymore. Does
What are you on the moon?
Well, I mean, first of all, would you ever, when you're doing one of your live appearances, would you refer to a customer down front as a woman, as a moose? You wouldn't.
I certainly would.
You would still do that.
Right. I'm trying to make your kind of money.
All right. We will be back with Don Rickles. Yeah. Hey, Don.
Yeah.
Look at this. There's a thing here. You turn this on. You get a thing here, and it comes on like that, and then you do that. Now watch this. Look at that. Can you see that? That's you right there.
Yeah.
How about that? And then you do a thing that...
Every time he sang, not a television.
Yeah.
It's over.
Now, you...
Wonderful singer. Those high notes make the curtains go up.
So you realize there was some money out there?
I just loved it. If they heard it, they would have loved it.
But, I mean, you decided you needed...
The hell are they, mutes?
I don't know. Hey, you know who's... You know who's here?
No.
Your friend, guess who's here? Good friend of yours, known him for a long time.
Well, I have a lot of good friends.
Yeah, known him for a long time, worked with him for a long time. Who's here? Take a guess.
Connell Johnson.
No.
I'm kidding around.
Yeah.
I kid around because that's what we do for a
Sure, I got it.
Well, I would take a guess. In New York, it'd have to be my good friend Regis.
Regis Philbin, ladies and gentlemen. Come on out. Where is he?
Thank you. Hi, Dave.
See you again.
You were never better. Sit down. Sit right. No, sit over here. You were never better.
How you doing, Regis?
I was great. I got to tell you, those two segments, that was just terrific.
Isn't he wonderful?
He's
Don
just
is
great.
fantastic.
You know,
he's a multifaceted performer. He can do it all.
He really can.
Oh,
Now,
did you see me with the plates?
Did you? Did you know Don early in his career, Regis?
You know, we met in the late 50s. And I had been reading about him, and I said, wow, this guy is dynamite. And so Joe Scandori, hey.
Yeah.
Hey, Regis. Anyway, Don was invited to a San Diego businessman's meeting. For some reason, 12 business guys at the U.S. Grand Hotel. So I was just breaking in, you know, on TV, and so I brought a camera down, just had the guy wait outside because we didn't have any lights in those days. But I said, I'm going to try to get an interview with this Don Rickles. And so I went to see Don, and here were these 12 old businessmen having a meeting, and they were talking about business. And Don was sitting there, and I had my eyes trained on Don because I knew I was going to love this guy. And he's going... You know that look that he does? And so finally, the thing was over. He destroyed every one of them. What's your name? What do you do? Bang, bang, bang! You, what do you do? It was great. So then I went up to, I said, Mr. Rickles, listen, I'm a big fan of yours. I would love to do an interview with you, but my camera's up in the sunshine outside on the street. Okay, what's your name? So I said, Regis. He had never heard that name before in his life. He took that name and destroyed it like that. But all these years, I've loved him, you know, and I used to take my camera when I worked out in Hollywood, and I would go and I would see Don. And then when he came to New York, or when I came to New York, and he would come rather frequently, I would take the camera down to the Waldorf Astoria Hotel, down to the Bullet Bear at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, and we'd talk. And so one day I said, is Frank with you? Because they would go out sometimes together. And Don said, yeah. I said, is he upstairs now? Yeah. I said, you know, I'd love to go and say hello to Frank. And, you know, just barge in, the two of us. It'd be a lot of fun. And Don said to me, very seriously, "Do you have kids?" And I said, remember this? And I said, yes, I have kids. And he said, "Do you want to see them again?" Oh, my God.
Buddy.
Huh? Yeah. But I knew Frank. I knew Frank even before Don did, you know.
And Frank, you guys have worked together.
Do you see this tie I'm wearing?
Yeah.
Can I just show you this?
It's Frank.
Look at this. Frank Sinatra. He stopped at my house one night and gave me the tie.
Left you the tie.
Yeah.
$5.
Yeah. But Don, you and Regis have worked together. That must be a blockbuster
It's
of a
so
show.
great. I mean, he comes out and just knocks the audience dead. I mean, the old people start spitting up instead of applauding. I swear to God.
Let me tell you what we do.
Is a lot of Danny Boy? Do we hear a lot of that?
Well, you know about that. Yeah, no, I always rib him because he comes out and goes, "The sun is shining, Danny Boy." And the audience is, That's not so. He does a great job. The people love him, and I love him.
Here it is. This is the old-fashioned show business that you'll never know. You understand?
Right.
Because you're a TV guy and that's it. But when you go out on the road.
A TV guy, and that's it.
But when we go out on the road, what we do is we meet in Don's dressing room because, oh, he always has the big dressing room, but I get a little crack.
That's not true.
No, I can't.
So I go in there, and here's what we do. We take off our pants.
Whoa!
We take off our pants and we hang them up. Because when you go out to entertain, it's got to be the crease. You understand? So then we get little robes. Actually, there's one bathrobe for him and a towel for me. And we sit there and we talk about the old days, you know, with Georgie Jessel and all the gang.
At Joey Bishop, your idol.
Oh, Joey Bishop.
So you guys get
Joey
together
Bishop.
periodically in a dressing room somewhere in the United States.
It's called show business.
And you take off your pants.
It's called show business, yes. And we enjoy it.
Yeah, I bet you do. I've heard that.
We have a good time.
That's right.
And we'd like you to be there.
Well, I'm just a TV guy.
You're just a
I'm
TV
just a
guy.
TV guy.
You don't
That's
know.
it. So how would I know? Don Rickles at the Twin River Casino in Lincoln,
And what about
Rhode
Regis?
Island.
Isn't he appearing somewhere?
June 23rd. Regis will be, oh,
At the
crap.
Bar Mitzvah Hall in the Bronx.
That's right. That's
No,
where it'll be.
wait a minute.
Where is he
I'm
gonna,
not going to let that
where,
go.
no, where is he going to be? Hold it.
Excuse me.
Hold it.
Excuse me, Paul.
Where is he going to be?
4 times Twin River Casino in Providence. I mean, Lincoln, Rhode Island.
Well, no,
Regis.
that's where Don Rickles is going to be.
I know, but Regis and Joy
Right.
are going to be at the Bergen Pack, the what is that?
Performing Arts.
Performing Arts
Center,
Center, of
yeah.
course, in Englewood, right over the bridge.
They're great. Nelson Eddy and Jeanette Jew.
Yeah.
They're great.
Excuse me, they're not listening.
Yeah.
Sunday night, May 6th, this coming Sunday, 7 p.m.
And May 6th, that's when the Comedy Central will be on.
Oh, that's right.
You
Who
see,
cares?
He's on every
I'm
night.
not
Nobody cares
I'll be
about
at
Why
the
are we yelling? We
I'm
got
gonna
the job. What
Take
happened?
off my pants. We'll be right back with Carrie Underwood, ladies and gentlemen. Don Rickles, come on out, Don. Don Rickles, ladies and gentlemen. How are you, Don? Thank you very much for being here. Very generous
One
man.
minute, I want to talk to them for a second.
Yeah, go ahead.
Thanks so much. God bless you. That was great. And the band, thanks for getting up. And I would like to say one thing right now.
Yeah.
How did Paul get on the marquee?
He's
What,
an
am I
integral
crazy?
part of the show.
I come here and I see a little cardboard sign. Paul's here.
Well, I hung it up myself.
We couldn't do the show without Mr. Schaefer, nor would we choose to do it.
That gives you a hint about your talent.
How
Never
No,
been a
I gotta
surprise.
say,
Never been a question.
I mean it sincerely.
No, I understand.
It's good. No, wait a minute. I'm talking. That's our problem.
Yeah, I know.
You're not that big anymore.
No, I'm not. No.
You know, Johnny Rest-to-Sell, he's gone. Kimmel's over there playing with toys. Jimmy Fallon's playing soccer on the stage. He doesn't know what the hell's going on.
No, he doesn't.
And Jay Leno's sitting in the room going, how do I look?
It's true. Sitting in the room. How do I look?
I know what I said. This
Okay,
isn't a playback.
that's right.
I know what the hell I said. But it's good to be here.
Good to have you here. Thank you very
much. Good to
much.
be on a show that's not catching on, and I like to be here. I really do. It's been years, and you're still going strong. God bless you. And you'll be here on and on. You got a kid to support now.
That's right, I do. Now, Don...
You see his wife. She's out by the hot dog stand going, you got a hot dog?
Well, she enjoys her pork. Now, listen...
She enjoys her pork?
Yeah, well, I don't know.
He gets about $50 billion a year for she enjoys her pork. $50 billion for she enjoys her pork.
Well, I do what
and the
I
Jews
can.
up in the booth are going, if I just say that, Charlie. If I say that.
Now, listen.
I'm here. Where am I going? I heard you.
Now, you're doing a show here in the area. We mentioned the one out at the Bergen Performing Arts Center.
How long you been on that?
But this weekend, you're going to be doing a show with Regis. Now, is that true?
No, it's a mercy mission.
Yeah.
No, Regis is sitting in his bathtub at home going, I'll always be an island. There'll always be an island. He's a lonely pain in the ass. I'll tell you that right now.
So how does that show work when you're going to be
He goes on for 2 minutes, and then I go on. No, he's a wonderful, and his wife's on, too.
His wife?
How long have you had that?
I didn't realize that his wife was
gang,
on it.
I'm on a million shows. I never had a host go.
Well, I just didn't realize
his
wife was
Well, leave that in and do your laugh, because that helps you with the billing.
That's right.
Sounds like a Jew pirate.
Now, Don, tell us about your buddy, another good friend of yours, Bob Newhart.
Yeah, Bob Newhart.
How long have you known Bob?
I've known Bob about 40 years. Wow. I met him in Vegas. He was standing on the corner going, I'm Bob Newhart. No, what really happened was his wife, Gina, and my wife, Barbara, were good friends. And I was working in the lounge in those days, and he was in headline in a big room, which he brings up all the time, you know. And I was in a big room, and she said, Bob, you got to see Don. He's a sweetheart. He's a lovely guy. And knowing Bob, he went, I went on trips with Bob. It's like being alone. Anyway, so
you've traveled the world. You've been all over.
All over
Bob.
the world.
Now, when you go to a country, well, say like you go to Germany or something, what was that like?
Well, I would stand in front of him and go, and he would go, don't do that. It's not funny. Don't do that. Don't do that. And then I'd go, so, tonight we're going to have fish for dinner. Don't do that. You know, I would always put them on, you know. And it was so much fun for me. Yeah. And I just to make him feel at home, I'd wear the armband.
No. God.
Hey, don't vote. I didn't invite you in here. Hey. He was standing behind that gimmick sign that got across the street going, I hope we see him. I hope we see him.
Now, is it safe to say that you and
Why is it safe to say? It's America. Everything's safe to say.
You and Bob
Wait a minute. The warm-up comedian's leaning over. He wants to hear everything. Move up. Anyway, okay, go ahead.
You and Bob are diametric in terms of personality?
What is diametric?
Well, opposite. You're diametrically opposite.
Yes, we are. It's apples and oranges. That would be easier to say because you're not talking to a rocket scientist here. I mean, you went to Kent. What did you study? What did you study? Olive oil bottles? What the hell did you study? What was the school you went to? Kent? Wasn't it Kent?
Ball State.
Oh, that's better.
Well, I'll tell you what.
Everybody I meet say, you know Ball State?
We'll be right back with
maybe.
Don Rickles, ladies and gentlemen. Don Rickles, ladies and gentlemen. You were in the Navy. How many years were you in the Navy? 2, 4?
No, 2.5 years.
2.5 years?
Yeah.
And
Where were you?
I was not in the Navy.
No, you were in Indiana with your father saying, the rake is broke, Dad. Anyway,
well, the rake is broke.
That's right. I was ducking. They all came up there. Oh,
okay.
And now, don't say okay.
No.
I kiss up to them because I go to Mr. Chow's in L.A. and I make out it never happened.
Oh, my God. That's good. All right, now,
Some
Don.
of them served me with a helmet and a gun, but that don't mean nothing.
But now, did you, I would think that they would immediately say, Don, why don't you form a special unit, entertain the troops?
I said that. I swear to God. I was in the Navy. I look at, will you get this stuff out of the way? Anyway, that was a little humor there, but
what are you talking about?
No, the cameras were bothering me. They were looking right at me. I hate that.
Yeah, we need the cameras.
Anyway, I feel like Jimmy Garbanano, who they're looking for. You see what happened? I'm starting to talk like you.
No, you're not. Okay, so you go in the Navy.
Yeah,
How old were you when you go in the Navy?
18.
18 years old. What did your dad tell you? Why he wanted you to go in the Navy?
He said it's cleaner than the Army.
Yeah.
He said, yeah, it's true. He said the Army's nice and clean. It's not. I mean, you know, you got to lay in the mud. Navy, it's nice. And so I got in the Navy, and I said I do comedy and impressions, and those are real big. And he said, yeah. And the captain said, do something for me. I said, okay, Barry Fitzgerald. Now, you guys wouldn't know, that's a long time ago. And I went, I want to tell you, Captain, they were just good. See, they knew him. But, and then I would do Clark Gable. I'll tell you, baby.
There you go, Clark Gable. Yeah.
Where have these people been?
No, it's all right. It's okay. It's fine.
Those were two of my biggest numbers for crying out loud.
So is that what you did in the Navy? You entertained people?
No, I wanted to, but they didn't see it that way.
Oh.
So this is the truth. I was on a 20-millimeter gun on a PT boat. I swear to God. And I'm sitting there, and they go, whoop, 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 action stations. And I go to the gun, and the lieutenant comes over to me. He says, all right, Don, you ready? Oh, okay. Get ready. Get set. I said, sir, I know this is the wrong time, but I don't belong here. I do comedy. I'm an actor. He said, keep firing. Anyway, and there's a lot of ducking,
Yeah. So did you see action when you were in the Navy, actual combat?
What was I talking about, Dave? I was no hero, certainly no hero, God rest their souls. The boys that did it all are not with us anymore. But the little I did do, first I thought it was fireworks, and then I realized you could get hurt. And so I did a lot of hiding. But no.
Let me ask for a favor. You and Frank Sinatra became close friends.
Who?
Frank Sinatra.
Yes.
Yeah. Do you have a little story, a little anecdote you can leave us with about Frank?
Well, the family's still alive. And
so I understand.
No, Dave, I had a gift. I respected the man so much. He was wonderful to me. He really was. My wife and I, we went to Monte Carlo together with his wife, and we had such a good time. And when they were in the jewelry store, Frank kept saying to me, they're going to break us. They're going to break us. And he had 40 billion on him. He's worried about breaking us.
Yeah.
Anyway, but the whole thing is, every time we went out, we always had a good time. But I had a thing with him. It was just an instant. I'm talking to you in case you move up to over here. Anyway, what the hell is your job? What, you go bad when you stand there? What happened? Kid's standing there, put a stick on his ass, you got a lollipop for him.
No. It's Eddie. Don't worry, Eddie, you're fine.
You're fine, Eddie.
Trouble with the luggage?
Yeah, he remembers that. So anyway, he remembers that. That's a old story. So anyway, every time we would go any place, we'd sit down at the table, and nobody could do it. And Frank would be sitting next to me, and I'd say, be talking to the ladies, say, you know, girls, I want to say, and Frank say, you know, I said, Frank, can't you see I'm talking? And he would go, what? I'm talking, Frank. And he would go, oh, I'm sorry. And everybody around wet their pants. They couldn't believe I had the macaroons to say this to them, you know? And I did, and when I came home, my cousin was on a hook in the living room.
No. Part of that's not, no.
That's not true. Don't write that down, Eddie.
No, that's not true.
No. But I had the great years with Frank, and he was a master at motivating you, and he had such great respect. I mean, when he walked into a restaurant, it absolutely stopped. It really did. I mean, people would say, oh, you want coffee? And I said, Sinatra. And everybody would stop. I didn't. I kept moving and doing what I did, you know. In fact, when our engagement of 2 years was over, my lips were bleeding from... Oh, Dave, they were... You know, and he walks fast, you know.
Oh, yeah.
Wow. That's pretty good. Now...
Your producer, take your hands out of the pockets. You're going to get sick. Take your hands out of your pockets.
I want people to know, and I think people do know this, that you are truly unique in the world of comedy. You're a cultural icon, and you have withstood and survived and succeeded the test of time, and America loves you. Congratulations on a wonderful career.
Very sweet. Thanks so much.
He'll be appearing at the Bergen Performing Arts Center, Inglewood, New Jersey, Thursday night. Don Rickles, ladies and gentlemen. We'll be right back with him. Our first guest, what can you say about this man? A tremendous human being, a great friend of ours, a legend in the world of show business, unique, redefined the culture of comedy, one of the funniest people on the planet. On May 28th, he'll be honored with a television special entitled One Night Only, an all-star comedy tribute to Don Rickles. Ladies and gentlemen, here he is, Don Rickles. Don, come on up. Don. Look at that. Standing O, buddy. Very nice. Good to see you, Don.
I'm not ready yet, David. I'm not ready.
Okay.
Those people up there, I guess that's Abraham Lincoln's family. Good luck to you. Go a little higher, you'll be out in the streets telling Frankfurter. Dave.
Don.
Dave.
Don.
That's it. Okay. Nice to see my good friend Paul.
Hello, Don Rickles.
Hello, Paul. How are you?
Great to see you,
Guys
sir.
in the band are a little fed up, but don't worry about it.
That's yeah.
And the lovely lady there that sang during commercial. You never let these people perform, but you're very wonderful, dear. Good luck
Alicia,
to you in your plan.
Hey, isn't that nice?
Now listen to me, Don.
Wait a minute. I got to turn myself around in these
Okay.
fancy schmancy chairs.
I
See, when you get older, the underwear gets stuck in the canal.
It's certainly food for thought. Don,
that was a good one, Dave.
thank you very much. Now listen. Here, I must apologize to you because I know why you're using the cane. I knew absolutely nothing about your recent ailment. I had no idea until today, and people were telling me this thing. By God, you're lucky to be alive. Tell people what this is.
I know what to do, Dave.
Okay.
Tell people what. Ladies and gentlemen, I only wish you good luck with your health and so forth. From left field, my doctor came over the house to say hello and have some fun with us, and he's a good man. Dr. Geller, and he's wonderful. And he came over the house, and he said, I had a little pimple on my leg, Dave, that's all. And he said, well, you got a little pimple. I said, yeah. He looked at it, and said, you're going to the hospital. You know these doctors, they get lonely. So So I said, no, doc, there's no time for jokes, please. No, you're going to the hospital. Long story short, it's a disease called, maybe you know it, Dave, I can't even pronounce it, vaginitis, something, I don't know how to pronounce it, but...
necrotizing fasciitis. Is that it?
That's it, Dave. That's why you got the show.
Yeah.
Anyway, see, I would have had that, but I can't pronounce that.
What is that?
It's a form of, it's a disease, a flesh-eating disease.
Well, that's that flesh-eating bacteria.
Yes, that's right.
Oh,
and if it goes to the knee, I wind up with Johnny Depp as a pirate. Anyway, that was one of my best jokes, gang.
Yeah. So they have to perform surgery.
Yeah, they did. So, Dave, I got right to the hospital, gang, and I laid down in the bed, and 2 minutes later, those guys come, you know, with the sheets, and they throw you into the gurney, you know. 1, 2, they think it's a game, you know.
Yeah.
Sort of like Jimmy Fallon show. Anyway, no, Jimmy's a good guy. I'm kidding him. I talked to him, and he doesn't understand. He doesn't understand.
Yeah. Okay.
Anyway, hey.
But you're okay? You're healthy?
Well, thank God. I did 4 shows already with a cane, sitting in a chair.
Right.
And thank God people like you were kind to me, and they enjoyed it. And it was very different and very difficult. As you know, when you live by the desk, you don't have to do anything. But,
that's right.
So, Dave, running up and down, you know, I'm always, when I performed, I always ran up and down and so forth. And now I sat in the chair, and God willing, they say, oh, who knows, but I should be able to get rid of the cane and tap dance my way to fame.
Good. Now, we were talking about you and the people that you have known, and you know everybody in show business, of course, but also you've known and been friends with many, many presidents. Run us through the list of who you were friends with and what the relationship was.
Well, the highlight of my life was doing the Ronald Reagan inaugural. And Frank Sinatra is a good friend of mine. He died, you know.
I heard he passed.
And that's why I can do something about him, because what can he do to me now? Anyway, he was a great hero of mine, Frank was. And he said, Don, I was in Hawaii, he said, Don, you're going to come to Washington, and for Reagan, you're going to be at the inaugural. I said, hey, Frank, he's not, the cabinet, sure enough, he was right. The cabinet says, oh, no, not Rickles, what are you kidding? Going to make us all look like jerks. We're not, no, forget it.
Yeah.
And Frank said, God rest his soul, he said, if you don't have Rickles, you're not going to have me.
Oh,
and I thought
that's a friend, that's a buddy.
That's right.
Yeah. Was this the first?
Second inauguration.
Second inauguration.
And I went to, and they had all the Marine Guards when we got there. You know, my wife isn't used to that. I have a wonderful wife. She was connected with show business. She managed, you know, worked in an office for agents. And I said, Bob, we're gonna do the inaugural. And she said, that sounds exciting. I married a Valium. Anyway.
Hold on. We'll be right back with Don Rickles, ladies and gentlemen. Don Rickles back, ladies and gentlemen. All right, so it's Frank Sinatra standing up for you, gets you to go perform MC at the second inaugural for Ronald Reagan.
Right.
Yeah.
And Ronald Reagan I knew as governor, you know. And in fact, I had a cousin going for life, and I called him and I said, Ronnie, baby, you'll take care of it. And he didn't call, and my cousin died. But, oh, that's a joke, that's a joke.
Is that a joke? That's a joke.
The Polish kid over here went, he died?
Yeah.
Anyway,
we seat the Polish people right there.
Don't
right
be,
over there.
Don't turn on me,
Okay,
Dave. You're
I'm
doing
sorry.
so good. Don't turn on me. You were going along like the sweetheart I know you are, and now you got that little Nazi attitude that you were coming up with. A little Nazi attitude. I don't need that, Dave.
I couldn't help myself.
Oh, God, I don't need that. I count on you as a dear friend.
All right.
Since Johnny passed away, rest his soul, it's all you now.
Thank you very much.
By the way, I was up in the house. Jeez. I had to go and pack for him. Anyway, you know, he's retiring. Look how excited they got. He's going back to his wife in the middle of the West, and he's going to milk cows until he dies. That's what he's going to do. What are you going to do there? You're going to sit around with your son and go, hey, honey, bring more milk. Bring more milk. I don't know what the hell you're going to do, but I wish you luck, Dave.
Thank
Nobody
you very
brought
much.
that up. I really do. And I do. And I'll be honest with you, Dave, because I'm not going to lie to you. It's time.
Yeah.
You know, walk away while you're a winner, Dave.
Yeah,
You know what I mean?
right.
Ferguson just quit, but nobody knows about it. Anyway, they're all quitting. Everybody's walking around quitting. I don't know.
Yeah, no, things to do. Sure.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah. Okay, I'm going to have a little belt of booze while you talk.
All right. All right. So now, the inauguration.
Right.
The president sworn in again.
Right.
They turn the proceeding over to you.
Right.
What happens?
I swear to you, Dave, I never write anything I've ever done on the stage. I'm kind of proud of. I've never had, except for television, but everything I do, I did myself. And it all started like in a car or with having dinner, and I'll say something. It became my performance. But, and they say the insult guy, but please believe me, I'm never mean-spirited, and I'm never angry, and I'm just, it's all in fun. And I've gone this far to get on this. And so, see, Bill, it's the attitude. The attitude. Anyway, that's what you gotta teach them. Attitude.
It's the attitude.
See, the young comics, they come up
They don't
today,
know.
they go,
It's gotta
up
be-
your bing,
Yeah.
and take your mother and your boom.
That's right.
I don't do that, and that's why I'm on this.
Yeah.
Anyway, no, I'm kidding.
I know you are.
The young people, I wish them luck, but hey, they laugh. The kids laugh at some of
you're
that
fine.
stuff. I'm fine. Thanks, Dave.
Thanks.
He became my new psychiatrist. I'm fine.
Right.
But Dave, I swear to God, you've been a wonderful friend, and it's a sad thing with Johnny Restiso gone, and you now leaving, and Jimmy Kimmel, I think, is adorable.
Oh, he's a very nice
He's doing
guy.
a good
Yeah.
job, and
Yeah, does a great job.
you know, and Jimmy Fallon's great. But
Yeah, he is.
I'd be on the show, but I don't play ping pong.
Yeah.
Right. Anyway,
Hey, look. Look.
now, hey, that's a clever joke, folks.
that's
that's
good.
a clever joke.
Good. And look. The Polish guy is waving.
Yeah. Good luck to you, son.
Yeah.
If you're Polish, move back. Move back. No, I'm proud of the Polish people. You remember what you said in World War II? Run!
Yeah.
Anyway, no, you didn't say that. I was in World War II, and I never met one of you guys. Anyway, I was in the jungle in the Philippines. Where were you? You were sitting in Indiana with your mother going, can I take a walk with your mom?
Yeah.
And I was getting my can shot off by those guys walking around going, ho, 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 ho.
Now let's.
Now, the Japanese people, that's a joke. The war's over and we're all friends. When you jump in, Dave, say something.
You the night of the
Take your time.
inauguration.
Don't be nervous.
The night of the inauguration, you turn yourself loose, and what happens? Did we?
Well, Frank,
have we
they
covered
said,
that yet?
they said, well, what is he going to do?
Yeah.
And Frank said, whatever he wants.
Sure.
And I walked out, and to my memory, you can see it on YouTube or Yogle, whatever the hell they call it, you know. And all you guys with the typewriters and all, I don't do that. I used to, the phone for me, it was the phone, you know.
Exactly.
Now my wife for 17 hours, you know,
Yeah.
but what did you want to say?
I said, is she doing a lot of shopping online?
None of your business. No, those days are over with the jewelry and all. Now it's all fake stuff, and we don't go for that kind of money anymore. You know what I mean? Because I'm, May 8th, and this is no gifts, I'll be 88. And you know what, Dave? And I know your age, but that's not the point. don't you often sit back and say, where did the time go? I really do that.
It's impossible not to.
I swear to God.
It's unfathomable. I
Believe
mean,
me.
in the blink of an eye, my friend.
Yeah, it does.
Blink
It does.
of an eye.
And you went through pretty good damage yourself. But thank God you came out okay. When you did, no, it's true. He went with his heart and so forth. And that's, you know,
that was a big
you lay
deal.
in the hospital and you say, it's all over. And I talk to God, but he's always out of town when I call.
Now, tell them about the big night coming up. It's going to be produced next week, I think.
Yeah, it's
a tribute to Don Rickles. It's going to be everywhere, all over every cable network. A night honoring and saluting you, richly deserved. And if there is a person who stands alone as a domineering force in the world of comedy and entertainment,
oh my goodness,
it would, and you'd be on that list too.
Dave leading the Jew, 2-0. Never thought you'd come up with a big one like that.
No.
Now I look bad. You top me.
No, you look great. You can see the man live, and thank God. And again, I am so sorry I didn't know about the thing. I'm so glad you're healthy.
No, thanks for nothing. Everybody else called me.
I didn't know. Nobody told me.
That was the same thing when I did the Friars thing. Nobody else. I don't know. Nobody knows. I don't know. What do you do? You live in a cabin nowhere? Where the hell you live?
You wanted to keep it quiet.
Yeah,
well, you kept it quiet because nobody told me.
That's right.
Who did you tell?
Who did I tell?
Yeah.
Big people.
Well, there you go. It's just that easy.
What a night, huh, gang? You thought it was going to be a bum night, huh?
Yeah. Performing at the Community Theater in Turlock, California, May 17th. The great Don Rickles, ladies and gentlemen. God bless you, my friend. Good to see you. Thank you for laughing. Yeah. We'll be right back with Carmen Lynch, everybody. Our next guest is also a good friend of ours, a legend of comedy.
Hurry up.
He starred, huh? What?
Hurry up.
I'm going. He starred in the classic CPO Sharky, which is, for the first time ever, now available on DVD. There it is. Here he is, Mr. Warmth, Don Rickles. Welcome back, Don. Good to see you. I think since the last time we saw you, you had another birthday. Congratulations on that.
Thank you. 50 years old is not bad.
No.
No, God has been good. Where does the time go? I'm talking to you like we know each other.
We do know each other.
No, I just want to say, this man, I remember, and you had a radio convention. Where was it, remember?
Oh, I know.
We had a bunch of radio shows.
Yeah.
And I met you.
Yes.
Yeah, I said, what is this guy going with the trick-or-treat hairdo and all? And suddenly he became a billionaire.
Right. You were very gracious. You came on the show.
Not great enough. And then I went on your show.
Yeah.
And he stood up the whole show. I'll talk to you in a minute. then he stood up the whole show. I remember that.
Yeah.
I said, why is he standing? He thought it was Young Kipper. Anyway, you don't know too much about it.
No, I know
you
nothing
will
about
someday.
it. Someday.
We're going to have a Jew president. Anyway, when we have a Jew president, he's going to get a haircut.
Right.
Anyway, but this man really skyrocketed to fame, and rightly so, and the world loves him. And I was so delighted in my career. Denzel Washington, right, was the last time I was on a show with a famous gentleman, and now with you. And I got to say this before I get to him because he's through.
Right.
Anyway,
that you are young, bright, and terrific, and I swear, you are dynamite for the people, and God bless you.
Oh, thank you. Thanks so much, John. Well, I mean,
What the hell was that?
Shut up.
What the hell was that?
We'll get to you in a minute.
Good
But Don
God.
Rickles, honestly, is my hero. To sit here next to you, you know, when I was a kid, I'd watch talk shows with my mother, and I waited for Don Rickles to come on. It was the highlight of my life.
Yep.
And to sit next to him is maybe the greatest thing, the greatest gift you could ever give me, really. And I love you. Now, rip Dave a new one.
God bless you. God bless you. Wait a minute, I'm not through with it.
Oh, okay.
Hey, you know what? Dave's moving to Montana. I brought him a gift. Here's a cowboy hat. Let me see how you look at it. Put this on. Put it on. Come on. There you go. Don, look at him. You got to hear this. He rides horses.
You know,
he rides horses.
You ride horses, Dave?
You know you're trespassing. Don't make me call the sheriff.
I read an article that
Dave rides horses. You know, because Jack Hanna, who runs a zoo,
I know.
Told me
I don't live under a rock. I know who Jack Hanna is.
He acts like you don't know what's going on.
You know who handled Jack Hanna? Look at we're making him famous all of a sudden. Right. Jack Hanna, when Johnny Carson, rest his soul, used to work with the animals. He worked great with them. Then I watched you work with the animals. But I'll tell you this.
Wait a minute, it's the animals. I got nothing to do with it.
No need to get pissed off. We're just talking. That's a nice thing, guy. You become nasty. Here we are, two Jews looking for friends, and you turn on them.
I think I'm a little on edge, Don. I'm sorry.
I took a guess you're Jewish. Don't say it.
Yeah. How'd you know? How could you tell?
By the way, I saw your wife. He's got a beautiful wife.
Woman. Thank you. And as you do, too.
Beth.
Well, yeah, God bless. But, you know,
Barbara.
she does it for, you know.
Yeah, the money.
No, I got a great wife.
Dave has a great wife. He's going to sentence her to a life in Montana.
We're not moving to Montana.
She's going to go down to the general store and be friends with Aunt B. It's going to be a great life.
Aunt B, is that what you said?
Aunt B.
Aunt B.
Remember Aunt B?
Right. You know what he said when he was deaf?
All right. We'll be right back with Don Rickles. Don Rickles, ladies and gentlemen. You'll see him at the New York CB Theater. New York CB, NYCB, what is that?
What is this, a test?
Yes. Westbury, it's the old Westbury Music Fair.
Yeah, they changed the name, Westbury.
Yeah, that's right. May 16th, it'll be the night of your life, ladies and gentlemen. And, of course, Howard is on.
By the way, he has a lot of money, but I got to plug this in.
Yes, I understand.
We'll be in Monmouth. Is it how do you pronounce it? Jersey.
Monmouth.
Monmouth, yeah. That's his head writer who just stands in the corner going, Anyway.
We look like we're in the Amish Mafia.
Yes. This is great.
No, they're yarmulkes.
Yeah.
Yarmulkes.
I'm not going to be invited to Montana, you think, Don?
Howard Stern, of course, on the Howard Stern Show. You work how many days a week?
I work 3 days a week there, and then, of course, my excellent judging on America's Got
that's
Talent.
right, American Idol. That's
Very
right.
good on that.
We got to go.
Thank you.
And CPO Sharkey, now available on DVD. Good night, everybody.